This episode 210 of the longest running episodic, whatever the hell this is. We are less than 3 weeks away from the Expo.
Oh, I'm so
As
excited.
of yesterday, we were 3 weeks away. We are now under 3 weeks away.
You know, when the floor mat is out, it's Expo time.
I know,
It is.
I know.
And you know, the one person I'm looking forward to see more than anybody else is Billy Cilio, my buddy.
Absolutely. And sorry, guys, about the delay. Eric was being absolutely slanderous about Upper Deck. Like, I cannot even repeat the words that were uttered by one Sanderson Orr. It is unprintable. It is unspeakable. It would again get us canceled. I thought his text messages were bad, but those epithets, the things that were stated, considering the man doesn't buy any product, it's weird that he would have such strong feelings on these things.
Really?
It's very strange.
Yeah.
Very odd. Very odd.
Is that
as many pieces that we are? We needed to quell that rebellion before we went live. So apologies to all involved on our delay.
Consider it quelled.
Mm-hmm. First comment was Josh here. Says, it's Friday night. You know what that means? Because I'm Carlos Live. Thank you, Josh. From the past. 6:38 p.m. Josh left that comment. And then Mark Williams here. Good evening. Someone press the play button. I know Eric is ready to be tormented. Facts.
I'll be seeing you in a few weeks too. So keep it up.
Yeah. No bringing knives over the border. We're going to have knives for you here, brother.
Yeah, I was going to say. You think that's a knife?
Mr. Dundee.
That's all you're getting.
Some.
I'll deal with Mark when I get there.
CC? Absolutely. So we'll be chatting on a couple of things tonight. I did send off a couple of additional links to a couple of individuals. So we'll see. We'll play it by ear and see how things go. But we're under 3 weeks from Expo, so we're definitely getting closer. We're not going to spend too much time talking about that specifically, but we'll probably touch on it more. Maybe a little next week's episode, and then the week after will be the real pre-Expo kind of setup thing. That'll be kind of our final conversation on it before we actually get going. So we're getting closer though. We're definitely starting to feel it. Today was definitely hoodie weather. We're definitely we've made the turn weather-wise, so we're definitely.
I don't know. It was pretty hot out today. By midday.
It's comfortable in the afternoon.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Listen, as soon as it hits below 20, I go long sleeves.
I got you. Yeah, okay.
I don't care how much time I spend in Canada. I was born in Panama. I don't care how much time I spend in Canada. 19 degrees is long sleeve weather.
Whew. From a Panamanian, that's unbelievable.
That's basically it, yeah.
Yeah, Panama, 20 is probably your low in the
Panama's like that's the ice age. 20 degrees is the ice age. The end of days are nigh. It's not good. It's not good. So let's touch on a couple of things here. We'll have a little bit of fun. And we'll talk more about it as kind of we get rolling a little bit. But I did make a video this week. You know, it's been a while since I actually got a chance to make one.
It was.
I did. Yes.
Thank you, Carlos. Actually, you saved a lot of time to a lot of people. Thank you.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So I will leave a link in the description to it. I'm quite proud of it. It worked out quite nicely, I would say. Your friend, my friend, everyone's friend, Brian Gray, Big Bry, as he likes to call himself. He's got his YouTube channel. I thought he was going to make more use out of it, honestly, than he ended up doing. He didn't end up making
did
much.
At the beginning.
Yeah, but then he kind of stopped.
Radio silence for what, like 6 months, 8 months?
Yeah.
And now he's back, and guess who he brings? Oh, isn't it wonderful?
Yes.
Oh, joy. Oh, bliss.
So he decides to interview, following the footsteps of other luminaries such as Probstein. Yes. He decides to be part 2 of the Bill Mastro Redemption Tour, and he interviews hobby veteran, hobby icon, hobby goat, dare I say, Bill Mastro.
Yeah.
And of course, it's as glorious as you can imagine. Now, I will say, it ends up being about a 2-hour. It ends up being about a 2-hour interview, I guess. It ends up being mostly Brian though talking over Mastro. He'll give him like 2 minutes. Like I've made the joke about the chess clock. The little chess clock where you got the two sides. You get click, 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 click. I would love for someone to do that, but you're going to need more than an hour on one side of the chess clock because it's a 2-hour conversation, and trust me, it's not 50-50. So you go click, 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 click.
It's like a hockey game.
And it would be very one-sided. Big Bry covers the majority of the talking time on it. But so he ends up talking to Probstein. Yep, he ends up talking to Probstein. So I do recap it. I do give a bit of a review, a reaction, and also I do play some clips for you guys in that video. And I end up taking a 2-hour video and turn it down to about 37 minutes with commentary, of course. And then also I do leave a link in it if you do want to watch in its entirety. You can listen to it in a podcast format if you want. But I do play pretty decent sized clips so that it actually gives you a chance to get the context so you don't lose too much for the specific points that I think are really what I think most of us cared about was the Honus Wagner stuff. It was the his version of the Honus Wagner section. And then there's a bunch of stuff where people were already fact checking him, even in real time, about some of the stuff that he was saying on there, which is like, yeah, I kind of expected it. If you really are interested, he does talk about some of Lionel Carter. He does talk about a few of the his predecessors that were kind of folks that he did interact with a little bit here and there. And from that perspective, you can tell, but it's brief. It's your buddy Bobby. His name escapes me right now. The other hobby historian. You've done some chats with him on his.
Oh,
YouTube
Ryan
channel.
McClanahan.
Yeah. So he might enjoy a little bit, a couple of snippets from the first hour just to get a first-hand account. Again, take it with a grain of salt, given the source. But at least he name drops a few folks from hobby history, that were there in there. So if you are interested in that, again, there are little tiny slivers that maybe he could use for something at some point. But outside of that, the majority of the conversation is the part I focus on, the Wagner stuff. And so good from that perspective. But yeah, for the most part, not a lot of stuff we didn't already know. And then the rest of the fun part, honestly, for me, is when he starts making justifications. When he starts trying to redefine what trimming is, it was tremendous. It was like,
is it really trimming? Like,
Is
really?
it?
Yeah. And then I literally
cards are
put,
meant
if
to
you
be
watch the
trimmed.
video, you'll see that I actually put the definition of trimming on the screen.
Did you really? I didn't see that.
I put it on the screen. I put the dictionary definition of trimming on the screen. I go, yes, it is trimming. Yes, it is. By definition, it is in fact trimming. Thanks for asking.
I guess it's whether it's done by the factory or done by some guy in his backyard, whatever.
So that was basically Big Bry's. Big Bry was doing his contribution by being the defense counsel for our good buddy Mastro. So it was nice of him to offer to be defense. He is quite the legal scholar, Big Bry. Big Bry is quite the legal scholar. He likes case law, so it's kind of a hobby of his. So perhaps that was what it was. He was excited about the prospect of getting to use some of his lawyerly skills. He stayed at a Holiday Inn Express the night before. So he was all excited and he wanted to like, hold on, let me defend you, please. I've got defenses ready to go. It was very exciting.
Yeah.
Good evening, Paul. And Eric. Appreciate you.
Yeah.
It is an interesting story nonetheless. I have to say that, I guess the lore of the card deserves a good story. And the story is, I think I've heard most of it anyways. I did read the card many years ago. So,
yeah,
it's nothing new to me, but, if that card comes up again for auction, we'll see what it goes for, but it probably might set another record. Who knows?
Oh, it'll go. That was kind of my main point. And like I said, check out the video and you may be interested. Like I said, I give my kind of take on it. Again, I let it play a little bit. I let the guys talk their piece. I literally let them kind of hang themselves. I give them plenty of rope. I just let them go, let them play a little bit. And then I'll interject in between. But the reality is my takeaway on a lot of it was that I agreed with the one idea, which is that I believe the infamy of the card actually adds to the story. I think it makes that particular card more interesting, not less. It's got a lot of backstory. It's got a lot of history to it. So I was like, cool. So from that perspective, I'd have no issue with that. That's fine.
It's funny. The story of the card is the story of the card of the story of the card at this point.
Yeah. I think it's just makes it more interesting because otherwise the Honus Wagners are like the Honus Wagner itself is an iconic card, but it became an iconic card because, and this is one thing that I kind of agreed with them, is because when the original card catalogs were coming out and Jefferson Burdick started writing them, he kind of anointed it as the card, and then we all kind of just roll with it. Because there's no specific reason given why it is the card. There's obviously the legend of why less of them, but there are still rarer cards than that. That is not the rarest card. So why is that combination of that particular card from that particular set? Why did that become the icon? Why did Jefferson Burdick point to that as kind of the big deal card there at the time? And then obviously it carried on since. Honus Wagner was a Hall of Famer, but unless you're deep into baseball, you're probably not thinking about him. He's not one of the Hall of Famers that people think about first, but certainly a worthy. Like I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it was in the inaugural Hall of Fame class. I think he was in the first one.
Oh yeah.
Which is to say that he obviously was a very worthy player.
He was,
yes. Yeah, an iconic player, so no issue there. I don't think there's any problem with that. T206 is one of the most famous sets, one of the biggest sets of that era. Again, no issue there, so no problem with that. But the Plank card probably is just as famous. But it's one of those things. Why the Wagner? And why not one of the other ones? Why not the Ty Cobb with the Ty Cobb back? Ty Cobb was an even bigger star, and the Ty Cobb back's even rarer. Why wasn't that the card that became the iconic card? We don't know.
That was the children, smoking, and he didn't do that. But then that was actually I had discussions on one of our podcasts with Ryan, and he did go over that. First, it was that, and then he said it was disputed by another article that was written. So it was one or the other. And
and also he was in a card later on I think in the 40s as a coach chewing tobacco.
And he's
like
in
tobacco wasn't his objection.
Exactly. So that almost nullifies that, unless he didn't get paid for it, and then maybe that's
that I think is the more plausible. I subscribe to the I wanted money. You're not going to give me money. Pull the card. Yeah. That I subscribe to that theory. It's a simple theory, and I think it's a reasonable theory.
He was quoted as saying, "And I don't like smoking." There you go.
Sure. I think the money is a much simpler explanation for why
I don't even like smoking anyways. That's how it went down.
Yeah. And that's why I said
it became an iconic. Me. No.
Yeah. And I think without the infamy though, it just becomes just another Wagner.
Yeah.
Again, still a valuable card and obviously a famous card, but it loses some of its love. I actually think that Wagner card is the most interesting. Like for the big boys who got nothing better to do and like that whoever holds that card, you have probably the most interesting version.
I wonder why there is so few of them. I mean, I think there's 70 known, 75 known of the Wagners.
Somewhere in the 60s in
the Eddie Plank, same thing. But the other cards around it, not so much. I wonder if a sheet contained one Wagner and like 4 of the other cards, like we have with some of the sheets in the hockey and what have you, where there's extra prints for certain cards. So who knows?
And that's something like that would be something that I think if it was ever found out, I think it would add some additional flavor as to why it ended up the way it was.
The question I did have about it was that if he has the extra pieces, would he not piece them together to see what an uncut sheet would look like? That's the question I really wanted to answer it. I'm sitting there going, well, if you got all the pieces, what's surrounding that? And then all the other pieces too. So I don't know.
Mastro sold the rest of it off for $5,000 and got rid of it. He offloaded it as quick as he could.
But he wouldn't put it together. Wouldn't you put it together? Would anybody here on the panel really? Wouldn't you not put it together?
I think it's just to look at it, just to take a peek at it.
Just to look, just to for hey, that piece. Oh, so this was this row and that was that one.
Yeah, because once you figured out, it was once he suspected that it was coming from the same batch altogether.
Yeah,
well, he put it together like a jigsaw puzzle. You could put it together like a jigsaw puzzle and take a look.
He probably did, but never documented it because he's not a historian. He doesn't give a shit. He just gives a shit about money on it. Whatever, right?
Yeah. So Jeff here. Good evening. Good evening, Orlando. Good evening, Matt. Evening, Paul. It's like evening, gents and Booby. Gotta eat some Blue Moon ice cream and enjoy this. So Paul did send me a picture. He is in fact eating Blue Moon ice cream. It is a real thing. He sent me an image.
Really?
Of the pint of
ice cream.
Sounds pretty good.
Like I think,
from what I understand, I think it's supposed to taste like almonds or something like that.
Almonds.
Yeah, it's not the beer. It's the Blue Moon is the brand, but it's not based on the beer. It's actually separate from the beer.
I think that's when you're having a stroke, isn't it?
Oh, listen, could be
burnt toast and almonds, something. I don't know. Anyways,
listen, Eric has that problem every time.
Smell like burnt toast.
He grabs another lemon. He has that experience constantly.
That's true.
Dufex here is the paper cutter used like the glove from OJ trial. And I did suggest to BG if he ever got the infamous paper cutter, because BG was very excited about this paper cutter. The idea that Mastro still had it. He goes, "Oh my God, you gotta let me have it. Let me buy it from you." And I was like, if he still had Leaf, my suggestion was, it's like, if you still had Leaf, you could totally have made that into a relic card.
But how do you authenticate it, considering where it came from?
Master's probably won one paper cutter since 1986. I don't think he makes a habit of resetting and getting new paper cutters.
Maybe.
Blue marshmallow ice cream without the sweetness.
Blue marshmallow ice cream without the what?
Listen, it's Paul. I don't know what to tell you, man. I have no idea. Can't help you there.
Jesus.
No clue. Can't help you.
So I just want to throw out my opinion on that.
Go ahead. I wanted to give the flavor, but now it's open. Anybody who wants to chime in, please.
So I think, Carlos, you did a really good job analyzing it. And I think, there's definitely a lot of good information that maybe a lot of people hadn't heard before. I know there's stuff that I hadn't heard before. Of course, you can't believe anything this guy says.
Yeah, I'd take it with a good,
Brian Gray, or
I would take it. Yes. Yes, the answer is
yes. The answer is yes. But mostly,
I would take his story with a grain of salt. Just take it as a story. Take it with a grain of salt and just hear it.
Let's just pretend that we're going to go to pretend land, and we're going to pretend that everything that Bill Mastro said on that interview is 100% accurate.
I believe it was.
What
For the most part.
who knows?
Or at least what he believes. By the way, it could just be a case also.
I mean,
Mastro's not a young guy, so he may
just don't-
be the best of his
All-time
recollection.
kicking. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I don't believe
about that. Yeah.
But Carlos made the point that Carlos made that I really agreed with was, it's your car, do what you want. Okay.
Yep.
And I agree with that. You know, he paid money for it. He can do whatever he wants to do with it. He can draw little mustaches on it if he wants to.
That would be apropos for that time period.
Yeah,
Especially
And I would have
early
appreciated that. I would have appreciated that. He could put
those
Bill was
curly
here on the
ones,
back. It
but-
would have been
yeah.
cool, man.
yeah.
Cool.
The issue that I think everyone has with Mastro and that whole situation is, you could have told that entire story at the time for this, before, you know, as you gave it to PSA, as you know, auctioned it off, as you got your millions of dollars out of it, you could have just told the
You
story
didn't get the millions.
time, instead of waiting, you know, how many years it was before the truth started coming out about what happened to it. And it still would have sold for lots of money, but you wouldn't be a scumbag.
Now, question. Let me make sure we get one point here, because I could be mistaken and someone could correct me, because I know some folks saw the video. Again, thanks to everybody who commented. I appreciated the engagement on it and glad to have a little back and forth with folks. I'm trying to remember the chain of custody though. Mastro bought it. I thought that he sold it to someone who then got it graded by PSA.
Did he not say for 30 grand something?
No, he sold another copy he had for 30 grand. That was
Yes.
one.
Yeah, that
And then the
covers
specific
deal.
one-
That
the
covered
specific
the
one.
whole sale.
Yeah. I believe, my understanding, my recollection was based on the timing of the story. So again, if somebody's got the more precise chronology, feel free to fill me in. I forget the timing. It's been a while, but it's been a while for me to remember that one.
Didn't it sell for
I
two?
believe he sold it to someone for like 100,000 or 110 or whatever.
That's
That
right.
was the one sale. And then I remember it got graded by PSA. And then in 90, because remember, PSA didn't come out till 91. So let's remember our timing here. PSA
True.
didn't exist until 91. And then in 91, it was sold to Gretzky McNall. So I think there was Mastro sold the card, buyer gets it graded, sells it, Gretzky McNall get it. I believe there was an in-between. And then based on the conversation, that Mastro's own testimony, so to speak,
Sounds about right.
he didn't exactly say that what he had done to the card. He sold it to the first person. You know, they looked at it. They loved it. I loved it. That, I'm paraphrasing. That's kind of how he phrased it. They loved it. I loved it. And literally Brian Gray, good old BG says, and he didn't ask about it. It's like, oh no, it didn't really come up. Again, I'm paraphrasing, but he basically said, oh, it didn't really come up. So I think there was a buyer in between, Eric. So when it gets to PSA, it's not Mastro delivering it to PSA. It's the person who bought it from Mastro who may not have even known what was done at that point.
Well, Bill likes to plead the fifth, so who knows?
Yeah,
yeah.
But
I mean,
I just want to make
honestly,
sure we included that piece in
Right.
there, because there might have been an in-between.
Thank you. And
you read
thank
the book though, right?
I always
Carlos?
want to.
Oh, years ago. It's been a while.
Okay, well, from the book, I my understanding was that it was 3 cards when Leifson was there, and he said there was 3. When he saw it before it was cut down, it was 3 cards. Now, Bill Mastro's saying it's shaped oval, kind of like, so there's a bunch of cards
Yeah,
around
wide
it.
border. Taking borders from other cards.
Yes, of course, more
Yeah.
than that.
Mhm.
But Leifson said it was, it was part of a 3-card panel almost, and so there's a little disparity in between the two. And I'm quoting a lot of memory because I read a long time ago, but I do remember certain facts. That's actually one thing I'm pretty good at, remembering facts. But my wife would not concur with that. But anyways, we're just who knows what the real truth is, because I think the two. If anybody knows in the comment section, just say something. But I think I read that from the book. So
Yeah.
But then that's on his accord of what he did in the book, opposed to the online being from the
Exactly.
source.
Remember, the Mastro's claim is that the book is bollocks. That's his claim. His claim is that the
of
book
course
is garbage.
he does. 'Cause he
Yeah.
can
So
write it.
the problem is we have someone who went to jail
Yes, sir.
for issues related to an auction house. And then we have someone who wrote a book, but then he says he's got an issue with the guy who wrote a book, so he says it's bollocks. So I'm like, you know what? Right now you got a guy who's known for bollocks saying that something's bollocks, so that's bollocks squared.
Yes, it is. No, cube.
So Eric, go ahead. I just want to make sure that we accounted for the possibility. I believe, from my recollection, I believe chronologically, I don't think it was Master who gave it to PSA. I think there was an in between.
Sure.
Right. And I always want to make sure that
Always.
corrected if I say something that's not accurate. I always want to be as accurate as possible.
Oh, we will.
Shut up. Why don't you go have? Oh, I just learned that you can insult a Quebecer by telling them like, go have a Pepsi. I didn't know that was a thing. I love Pepsi, but I just found out you can insult.
We love Pepsi. We
Are you sure maybe the issue wasn't you liking Pepsi? That was the insult?
I just found out that you want to
insult.
Not
an insult. I don't know where like you should get where.
Did Master tell you this?
No,
Master told you this, didn't
he? Is like the majority of the rest of the country enjoys Coke, but Quebec likes Pepsi, and more Pepsi is sold there than the rest of the country is a Coke product country. So one of the insults, I guess, if you want to like give a Quebecer a hard time, is tell them to go drink a Pepsi.
I guess.
Sure.
I just read that somewhere.
How about you buy me a Pepsi?
How do you read that somewhere? How do you just read that somewhere when you don't read?
You don't know how to read.
Mom read it to me.
Where did she get the magazine for this?
All right, look, I want to get back to insulting Eric, but before we do, can we let Eric make whatever point he's trying to make?
We're trying to. We're getting there.
All right, go ahead, Eric.
I don't know. Just to sum up, everything you said, about him having the right to do what he wants with his property is 100% accurate. As soon as you go to sell it to whoever, and if person B, goes to have it graded and, whatever the situation, if you were holding back information and you're not being honest, then you're a scumbag. So it seems as if he took a paper cutter to this thing. His business, he can do whatever he wants to it. As soon as he decided, I'm going to sell this now, he should have passed that information along. Here's where I got it. This is what I did to it. This is why it looks so nice. This is my thoughts and feelings about it. And now that buyer can say, hey, I completely agree with you. I think you did the right thing. I'm totally in. It looks amazing. I'm all in. Now, when that person sends it to PSA, they should be telling them this was a sheet card. It got cut out, and I want it graded.
It was their first grade. What did they know?
So
it was good old card number one.
What they know, it's about people being honest.
Well, we're living in the world of Kurt's cards, cleaning care, juice. I don't think there's much honesty in disclosure.
So Bobby, I'm going to touch on that in a moment because in the video, like I said, guys, you should watch the video. There was some good commentary.
I agree.
I'm just telling you, there's some good commentary.
I agree.
We'd like to listen.
I totally agree with you. But that doesn't make it right.
Nobody discloses that information ever.
Yeah,
and that's true. That's the underbelly of the hobby is disclosure is everything.
Yeah, and he did
everything,
and that he's wrong. So, I stand by what Carlos said. I agree with what he said. I'll repeat it for the last time. It's your stuff. Do what you want with it. But as soon as you want to make a profit on it, you should be telling people what you know about it while it was in your possession.
God, no. There's a level of disclosure that you're allowed to give in. So if I go up to a guy's booth and he's got a thing that's $5 and I know it's $500 on his table, should I disclose that it's worth $500?
You're the buyer. You're the buyer. I'm saying a seller should be.
Well, he's selling it. He's telling me, hey, that's kind of cool. I said, yeah, it is.
Well, I think so. Eric, I won't get it. I didn't stay at a Holiday Inn Express, so I want to touch on it from this perspective. I didn't stay at a Holiday Inn Express last night.
Damn.
But this is where it gets interesting, because the concept
it gets
of
more interesting.
Yeah, it does, because the concept of disclosure is always a bit of a murky gray area. The honest amongst us, people who appreciate clean sports like cycling, those individuals would lead with we must be honest at all times. However, here's a question. Where I actually didn't have a problem with Mastro's thing was that he said it didn't come up. Now, he's trying after the fact to be like, anyone would have. Now, the problem is he's saying then also saying in the same breath, well, anybody would have done it. It would have been silly to leave it the way it was. And he's like making all these justifications for it after the fact and being like, well, I don't think that's all true. And so he's trying to redefine trimming. And like, this is where you get into really, I'm like, dude, what are we doing here?
That was the best part, actually. That was the best part.
It was hysterical. It was funny watching Abbott and Costello there go back and forth. It's like, is it trimming? What is trimming? What's trimming? I don't know. Trimming? Do you know trimming? I don't know trimming. So it was very funny watching.
That could have been a Seinfeld episode.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, Bobby.
It was hilarious watching them do the back and forth and try to do the whole thing.
What's trimming?
But where it gets kind of almost Bobby's point here, though,
What's
is
the deal with
if
trimming?
as the buyer, here's where it gets a little bit interesting, and I would love a lawyer to properly give us the right citations for this, because if you're doing a transaction and you're buying or selling and you ask the questions, you say, hey, where did you get it? Oh, I bought it from this card shop in Long Island. Accurate. And then blah, blah, blah. Well, how much did you pay for it? Well, I bought a collection for $25,000. You're disclosing all this, right? If at no point do you ask anything about the condition of the card, is it a requirement for you to say anything more about it than what you have the chance to look at the card, handle the card, hold it in your hands, and all these things? What is the seller's requirement at that point beyond that state? Now,
Nothing.
Other side, if you flat out say, hey, these edges are really nice, did you do anything to it? Now it's a direct question. Now, if you say absolutely not, I didn't touch it at all in any way, shape, or form, well, I'm lying.
Okay. Do I have a tape recorder on or not?
Fair enough. But my point is, there's a difference when you're being asked a direct question.
Then we're into
explicitly
hearsay.
stating, and you're explicitly saying, this card is exactly the way I found it. That's inaccurate. That's not true. So you are directly lying to the person that you are then selling the item to. Then they can be like, you said you had nothing to do with the way the condition is. You didn't touch it, whatever. You can't even use like interesting verbiage to try to get around it if you ask a direct question.
Ask direct question, or it's like disclosure when like you're selling your home, which is we don't want to.
Oh, yeah, that's murky too. But realistically, at that time period, I don't really think it came to matter that much at that time. It wasn't really that. I guess that's why PSA came into the marketplace to really help. People with that, being the bridge to divide the gap of a grade or authentication too. So I don't know if their out of the gate stance was that we can tell if it's trimmed or not. But
I'm sure a blatant trimming they could have, but if it was
a blatant, yes. At that time,
I think if it was, it's one of those things. Like it wasn't sophisticated. We got to remember, like there was zero sophisticated. And remember,
but it's the first card.
It was literally
like
the first
00001. It's like,
and then you've got to remember something else. Until the boom happened and the whole pandemic boom and all that happened, when Nat Turner and that group bought it, they talked about this before. It was still kind of a ramshackle basic operation where nothing was automated. Like it was, it looked like it was still 1992. There were elements of it that were still in that state. They hadn't advanced that far.
The gem rate was 3 digits.
Yeah, it was very interesting the way that whole situation worked out. But that's why I say, like, it's not for me. I'll leave it to lawyers to discuss what is appropriate levels of scope. With cards, it's weird because, like, again, bring it down. Forget about the Wagner. Bring it down to a smaller level. Okay, you're talking about somebody. You can have a buyer that says, "Oh, well, you didn't tell me there was a nick on the card." It's like, dude, you had the card in your hand. If you're at a show and you've got a card, you want to buy it, and the dealer hands it to you, or you grab it from the showcase, and you're looking at it for 10 minutes, can you go back after and say, hey, you didn't tell me there was a nick on the corner?
No, because
I'm going to be like, it's in your front. The card was in your hand. You've got it in front of your face. What are you doing?
You'll be punched. Yes.
Yeah, but that's my point, Bobby, is that in this situation, you have an opportunity as the buyer to handle the item, look at the item. If you want to bring somebody in, you're going to spend $100,000. You're not confident. Why don't you bring somebody in who maybe has a little expertise, who could offer, hey, it's kind of suspicious that it would be like this. I've never seen one like this, or that would broach the question. But it is kind of on the buyer at that moment to be like, hey, you should ask some questions. Using the house example, though, why do you think we've got house inspectors?
Yes.
If I just take the seller's word for it, oh yeah, everything's great, everything's perfect. Okay,
and hire a guy
to go look and check for me.
in that period, I really don't think it was a thing. You know, you could tell when it was extra small, but if it was like trimmed, you wouldn't kind of really get
it was
it.
blatant, if it was very obvious.
And he did say it was oversized, which is actually great because those cards are, you know, a little bigger, a little smaller. And some issues in hockey are very much the same. And being oversized, like the 51 Parkhurst, it's just rife for people to trim them down. And how can you tell what's got, you know, especially with a guillotine at that time? It wasn't like it was a slitter, which slitter has a little bit different type of edge finish, where with the guillotine, it's very, very difficult because it's very much a straight edge without any rippling or anything like that. So,
yeah,
like the one thing my friend told me, he says, if you ever want to know if a card's trimmed, just run your finger down the side of it.
Yes.
Just close your eyes, run your finger down. You'll feel here. Yeah. Unless you're deaf or blind. He said, you'll feel the textured edge of it. It'll be so slight, but you'll know the difference. And then he says, take another card, a regular card from that set, and run your finger down to compare, you know, something that's, know, that's not trimmed, you know, a low end card. And then he said, you compare the difference. He says, that's all you really need to know. And if they're suspect, you'll feel it. If not, you know, you're pretty much good. And that's actually the best definition. And that's a long time dealer who's been dealing in cards for 50 years.
Yeah.
That was the best education I got. He said, Bobby, close your eyes. Ran my hand. He goes, feel that? Yeah. He goes, okay, now feel this. Oh, okay. Oh, it's pedophiles. Just kidding.
So anyway, the where it kind of goes off the rails though is that, look, you kind of got away with it. If it wasn't for those meddling kids, you did get away with it. But then you kind of then try to retroactively be like, well, but you know, and my favorite part was when they tried to redefine trimming. Like I mentioned earlier, they're like, oh, well, trimming implies you made it smaller than what was intended. It's like, no, it doesn't. Trimming implies the action. Trimming is a word. It's an action. It is an act of trimming the card.
Does PSA have that defined in their write-up of?
I'm not sure. I don't know. I'll take a look and see if they do.
Does it just say trimmed, no signs of trimming, or does it say anything beyond that? Because trimmed is such a large word, right? You can just say, well, is it trimmed? To what degree is it trimmed? How can you tell it's trimmed?
Yeah, so the verbiage here is evidence of trimming. So
evidence of trimming, that's it. Okay. So it's very wide open actually on that end.
Yeah, exactly. But the point is, it's not a statement.
So what is evidence of trimming technically? I'd like that disclosed, please.
Well, I think for most part, it's usually they try to hide it sometimes underneath the doesn't meet minimum size requirements. A lot of times it kind of gets lumped into that one. That one is where it does get lumped in.
True enough, yeah. So they have two outs or two ends, one of the two.
Yeah, here we go. Paul says, found a major crease across the back of a card I bought at a show. I was in the Valley bin. I had a chance to look. It was on me. If it was a $100 card, the dealer should take a second look.
Yeah. And I think that's the thing. You know, I get a lot of people who buy stuff right away and they don't even look at the pictures. You know, they just said, oh, there's a great deal. I got to buy it. Dang. And they buy it because they're so excited. And then they didn't look or read the description. It's just like, oh, I didn't know. And this happens on Facebook and eBay. It's just like, oh, okay. So let's go through the refund process. Here we go. Just like, honestly, you know, it's like ready, fire, aim. It's just these people with, you know, oh, I didn't look at the pictures. Well, there's 18 pictures I included. Like, you couldn't have looked at number 2 or 3.
I now think later.
Yes. We all do that, though.
Yeah, I think what became kind of funny with it is that he tried to create a definition that wasn't there to therefore justify that what he was saying. So I'm saying that, so if you don't think that's what it is, what do you think it is? And then they tried to get into the preservation. Then they tried to squeeze in the art preservation. That's why when they started getting down that road, I was sitting there like, yeah. Like, when BG started going on that, and then Mastro started going on that, I was sitting there like,
the carburetor of the Chevy 57, is it still?
Oh my God, the worst. Those are the best. I think that was the best part of it. Yeah, because they were diverting the attention, saying, you know, don't look here, look over here. Like the pressing of the cards has been a big issue, but then it's still trimmed. And if they can't tell the difference between trimming and the edge, then there's a problem, obviously.
Yeah. I think where it became fun, though, is once they got down that path, I was like, oh, I can see it right now. BG, Mastro, Kurt, collab.
Oh, that collab would be awesome. I I'd pay to see that one. Yeah.
That was my pitch.
I would
that was, in the
Patreon
video,
that.
I pitched this because I'm like, your arguments you're making are literally the Kurt's card care arguments.
Yes,
Write
exactly.
down.
Well, I don't think
verbatim.
he gets into trimming. It's the other guy who does the trimming. I can't remember the acronym. Anyways, there's him that shows the trimming, and then Kurt's card does the cleaning. You know, you get those two guys together, and BG and Mr. Mastro. Oh, I'd watch that. I'd Patreon that, like I said.
So I'm saying. The part of the reason that it became so funny to me is that when they went from one, Brian Gray kept jumping from one thing to another. He went back and forth, back and forth.
It's sort of like this. It's sort of like this. So, hey, it's nothing. It honestly, it's just like the rhetoric was rife. It was awful.
And then Mastro said the ultimate thing.
What did he say?
The trump card, the ultimate piece de resistance. He said, but if they can't detect it, is it a problem? Again, I'm paraphrasing.
If the tree falls in the forest, did you hear it? Like, honestly,
is it really, like, what's the problem?
Does it make a sound?
If you can't detect it, what's the problem, Eric?
If I steal $10 out of your wallet and you don't know about it or ever find out about it, is it wrong?
I listen. If it's wrong,
Pokemon case, and it doesn't.
If it's wrong, Eric, I don't want to be right about stealing thousands of dollars out of the like button from you. That's all I'm saying.
So Steve Hart authenticates.
We will forgive your transgression this time. We'll just add it into the like button.
He never opens it. There's so many things that can be said. Anyways, it was enjoyable watching your rendition, opposed to I went back to start listening to it, and it's just like, okay, that's enough. Yeah, because there's a lot of rhetoric in there. So it's just like, okay, I don't need that hour and a half. I'll never get back, so I'm not going to go there.
Yeah, it was too long for what it was, really, and the reason why I kind of took the approach that I did, and that's why I made the joke at the beginning of the video. I said, look, if this was the old school situation where there was enough in there, I would totally have milked this for like 2 reaction videos.
And you had some good stuff because you were 37 minutes long. That was like, wow.
There was enough there. But the point is, like, my traditional would have been on a 2-hour video. If there was good stuff, I'm getting like 3 or 4 hours out of it because I'm going to have to break down.
We are right now. Don't worry. The 37 plus
we'll get our mileage after the fact. But I'm saying in the original.
Plus 37. 37 plus 37 right now. My God.
But that would have been in the original reaction. This would have been only part 1, live number 1 on it, Bobby. Like, if there was good stuff in it.
I know. We're not finished.
It would have been like a whole thing. As it was, I had to skip ahead. I didn't start hitting play until 1 hour and 6 minutes. I ignored the entire first hour because it was basically about Mastro started off as a collector, and I'm like, I don't care. And he was buying cards and don't care. So I'm just sitting there skipping through all that. I'm like, here's the thing. I'm glad you're trying to humanize Mastro to make us feel bad for the old man. I don't care.
So Brian Gray set us up.
He spent an hour on it, literally 1 hour and 6 minutes, trying to be like before they actually get to the damn Wagner. And I'm like, dude, we only care about the Wagner. If you're there's 2 things we care about. You want to talk about the auction stuff that got him in jail? That's 1. And the Wagner, number 2. The rest of it, we don't care.
Well, Mastro's story is quite interesting if you get into, well, at least from the book perspective, is that if that is true, that, how Mastro got out of, actually, for the guy who did most of the stuff, he got the least amount of time comparatively speaking to the other 2. And the other 2 were talking to him. He was wearing a microphone. Oh, man, it's just like, this guy's got to go. He cannot come back in the hobby. And I don't know why Probstein and Brian Gray just kind of welcome these guys back into the hobby. And it is very forgiving. It's sort of like Hollywood when you get a drug addict who does something stupid and they just come back to us. That's fine. So it's like, no, that guy should be out, gone, forget it. He should not be dealing in the hobby. He should be out of the hobby. And the reason behind that, this is the key reason why, is because he had the money and he was in the auction business and he's shilling bids, telling people to go and go and go. He didn't need the money. He did it for power. And that's scary. And that kind of people we do not need in the world of the hobby.
Well,
realistically, though, to be honest, it's not the way it works. Mastro was funny as Mastro
in a moral sense it does, but I'm just saying, yeah.
Well, I look forward to when Mastro decides to open some hobby venture and a bunch of people run to go buy shit.
Yeah, they probably will.
Yeah, like listen, I look forward to the sponsorship of Sports Card Live. It's gonna be great.
Pretend, goats have been, 2008, 2009. Yeah, 19. Yeah,
Listen, I bet he and Bry could come up with amazing business sponsor, get sponsored.
it's
on Sports
already
Card
in the
Live,
works.
Buy some ad time. It'd be great.
It's probably already in the works, ready to go
as we speak.
Just remember during the Probstein interview, Probstein said the quiet part out loud and admitted that, he's helping him sell stuff and is doing business with him. So that's why I have not, I used to buy from Probstein all the time off of eBay. He had a lot of hockey stuff. I got a lot of stuff through Probstein. I in my opinion, I never saw any type of shill bidding type stuff because I'm not buying $1,000 cards.
Nobody sees shill bidding.
But as soon as he did that interview and towards the end, they talk about how he's, helping him sell stuff and back in business with him. I have not purchased one thing from Probstein since.
It's been so long ago. I can see why people don't even know who, and most of the people in the industry don't know who, Bill Mastro. Actually, if anything, he has probably a name that people know, but don't know the connotation behind that name.
Why he was infamous. So the point that I was going to make, Bobby, is the Mastro one is interesting because it was long enough ago. He actually didn't get to reap the benefits of the current day where the news cycle is so much faster that if it was today, he could have been back up in business in like 18 months from the original thing. He could have come straight out of jail and been back in hobby business. Yeah. So I'll give you an example. Again, on a smaller scale, but the same general idea. I'll give you an example of this. So by the way, I like to fix this point here. First you get the money, then you get the power, then you get the PSA 10s. I appreciate the Simpsons reference there. So this one is, and I'll remind you guys, just if you don't remember. So here is Shayway Vlogs. So the individual on the left is a person who was caught shilling their own cards. This was maybe about a year ago.
That's like such a nice guy, though.
Such a nice guy. And here he is with Cage Lawyer there. And this is about a month ago. And he's been doing YouTube stuff again, maybe the last couple of months. And I've been kind of monitoring it because he was literally run out and he did a whole thing where like it was too much stress. He was getting all this hate and everything and he ran away. Then he did a conversation with a Kay's lawyer and he was talking, and then Kay's lawyer saying like, you've got friends in this hobby. I'm paraphrasing. But bottom line, it's like, yeah, people are willing to run back in. It's okay. That's why we're waiting the comeback of the sports card therapist. Could be any day now. Any day.
Maybe.
Make him in. Oh, sorry. I can't help but yell it out every time I hear his name. Make him in.
Yeah.
He's in that closet.
So the point is, Shayway over here was caught shilling his own cards. Did the whole mea culpa, ran away, and then came back.
Now he's big. Nope. Is he big again?
Well, he wasn't never really that big, but he was trying to do like a hobby business.
Is anybody really? Anyways,
but even by that standard, he's got 273 subscribers on this man. Like it's not.
Eric.
Yes, Eric.
I'm that big. I got your video even said that I'm a hobby influencer now.
Yes, exactly.
No, you are an influencer.
I'm big time.
You're something.
You're the man.
Don't worry. You're something.
Man.
Don't worry.
Yeah.
There's no doubt in my mind. So anyway, he's got 273 subscribers, and that video with Cage has got 379 views in like a month. So it's not like whatever. Look, I just needed to talk about Big Bry and old Mastro, and I basically have that in about a day.
How many views on that?
Like 300 and change right now.
For Big Bry and Mastro?
Oh no, for Big Bry, I think he's at like 1,000 now. It's actually not too bad.
Wow.
Yeah.
See, everybody loves bad news, right?
It's all about Big Bry, man. I can tell you here, 1,065 views right now. So that's pretty good, actually.
That's pretty good.
But only 8 comments. So I have suspicions about that. Only 8 1,000 views and only 8 comments.
Bots.
Only 8
bots.
But are you the instigator of a lot of those views, Carlos? Because you
I have no idea.
Probably.
I don't have that many. I don't have that many views on mine. But I did well for like one day. Like it's done very well. I'm not complaining.
Certainly. What did you do?
Right now it's like 300 and change.
That's pretty good for one day.
Yeah, for like 24 hours or under 24 hours is pretty good. I'm not complaining. Yeah, I'm not the big highfalutin influencer out in this space. So all things considered, pretty good. Not complaining. It's I got to do the video. Once I saw that I had enough material to make it worth my while, I was like, listen, I would have done this video for a Klondike bar. I'm in. Let's go.
Yeah, I would have done it for half of
Yeah.
a bite. A bite.
Yeah, it's like you guys gave me enough entertainment. I'll make it happen. No worries. That's why I said, and it also gave me a chance to test out that platform because I may be switching off StreamYard. So I need to test the
How
other
did
thing.
that work for you?
It wasn't bad. Setup wasn't too bad. I was impressed with that. I like the fact it's 1080p right out of the box for like the base.
Is there a cost base to it?
Yeah. It's basically the price at the current with 1080p is what I'm paying basically for StreamYard now.
Okay.
Which would be fine. If I get some features and I can do that, that's okay. So for the recording, it seemed all right. I'll have to try for a live stream though. This live stream isn't set up for that. But before the time runs out on StreamYard, I will have to test it on a live stream and see how that works. That's what I want to know. That'll be my next trick. So thank you, Dufex. Appreciated the reference there. Paul says, wait, was Eric the show bidder? Eric is always the show bidder.
Oh, yeah.
How do you think the lemon market has gotten where it's gotten?
Yeah.
It's not organic.
I may have something to do with that. That is true. I may be pushing that market a little bit.
I speak truth. John here says, I was just typing to bring back the sports car therapist. Yes. Listen, as soon as I saw it, so the point, let me shift over the conversation a little bit. If you guys want to talk about anything about the Mastro interview, I'm happy to do it. Obviously I watched the damn thing. So, and I made a video on it. So check out the video on it. I would appreciate it. But otherwise, don't forget to hit the like button. It keeps the lights on at BICHQ. But the other thing is, it was a good reminder of Mastro was away longer because he is from the old age. So when he got exiled, he went away much longer. But realistically, today, the turnaround is way faster. Like, someone can be scandalously scandalous and then, give it a year, if that. And then what happens? As soon as they come back, all you need is a couple of sympathetic ears because you'll have people you'll have Probstein, you'll have Big Bri, you'll have whoever. Obviously, Master's more old school, so Probstein and Big Bri have been around longer. So they're willing to come to his defense in this case. But realistic for the current guys, there's plenty. Cage Lawyer was there for Shayway. And I'm sure if therapists came back, there'd be somebody who'd back him. I'm sure there'd be somebody.
I want to be in a scandal.
You are a scandal.
I want to be in a scandal. I want to be.
Yeah. It's like, you are a scandal.
I want to be banned and then make a comeback. That'd be
from
fun.
the Expo.
Yeah, that'd be great. He's on the outside. Let me in. No.
I want to be in a scandal. Everyone else gets to be in a scandal. I never get to be in a scandal.
I see. Interesting. Yeah, it got me to click through on Break By. There you go. So yeah, I will say that the original interview did not need 2 hours. We didn't need 2 hours on that. Honestly, a lot of it was filler. For me anyway. I didn't, like I said, I don't care about the Abel Mastro, being a swell fella or trying to pitch me on it. I'm not that interested. I was interested in the Wagner story or your version of the Wagner story. Give me that. I'm okay with that. That's all really. If you want to tell me about the auction thing, the auction shilling thing that got you thrown in jail, I'm game to hear about that. If you want to talk about that piece, but outside of that, Eric, I don't really care about his story as a hobbyist or his backstory as a collector. I don't really give a crap. Gotta be honest.
Not interested. Be a liar pants.
Justin Mayer, the Strangler, scandal covered. Hey, that's a good point.
The Hamburglar.
Ooh.
That could be me.
Well, maybe. Hey, listen, if you were the Hamburger, though, I have a thought on this. If you were the Hamburglar, maybe you need to meet up with your associate Grimace, because apparently Grimace has become the unofficial mascot of the New York Mets.
New York Mets.
And right now, they're on the ropes.
He's
the
the comeback
Otanis. The Otanis are about to roll them over, and you need your boy Grimace to get in there and inspire the troops.
First of all, I hate the Mets. They killed baseball for me. So Mets can go eat shit.
Another one. There
so
you
you're going to
go.
have to fight Grimace.
How many people are on that freaking list of yours?
I just added another one, asshole.
Okay, fine.
He wasn't already on there?
Have a Pepsi. How about that?
That'll teach you. Paul says the Mayo Strangler. Man.
Ooh.
They were combining monikers for you. Well, more words from the Mayo Strangler up there in the corner. Brought to you by AMG Collectibles. AMGcollectibles.ca and the AMG Collectibles YouTube channel, which now has a live stream and a podcast episode. So apparently we're going to be doing that for a while here. Going to have some fun with that. And in that situation, then we'll probably be able to get A couple more folks on there, probably from the store, but then also we'll be able to get Brad and some other folks on there. So it'll be kind of fun to get a little bit of contrast there. And if you did watch the episode, you would have seen that Brad gave the prices and everything for the on-site grading for the expo, if you are interested in such things.
I thought Steve and Sherry did a wonderful job on that live broadcast.
Okay. Good.
Bobby he's trying to be very clever, because my great job is already
I'm filling in the blank spaces. That's all.
Yeah, my great job is already assumed.
Yes.
Eric literally heaped endless praise. There's a wall of praise.
Still not getting
It was a lot. It was a lot, man. Staying.
Still not getting a free pass.
Here you go. Haven't seen this name before, but I appreciate the random shot there, man. Yannick, I haven't even seen this name before, and there they are.
I like the name.
Always on the Red Sox. There you go.
Well, I don't know this person, but I can already tell you I don't like them.
Wow.
Already.
Wow.
I can already tell you I don't like them.
You're making friends and influencing people, Eric. You're making friends and influencing people.
I used
You're
to
getting
like
trolled
those-
on a team you don't even acknowledge anymore.
That's
That's how bad it is.
I used to like the baseballs, and then Mookie Wilson happened, and now I don't like the
Mookie.
Okay, can I ask a serious question?
Don't put it
Can I
on
ask a
Mookie.
serious question? Hold on, Bobby, Yannick, I need your help here. I want to ask a serious question. Eric is consistently. This is like the Mastro thing all over again. We heard his side of the story, but I would like to get to the bottom of the truth. So Eric over here is trying to sell us on the idea that the '86 Red Sox, ruined baseball for him. Blah blah blah. How many times have the Boston Bruins failed? How many times have the Boston Bruins been an embarrassment, pathetic, a joke?
Well, it's almost been 100 years since they've been around, and how many cups have they won?
Oh, it's like literally in one hand.
Yes.
Like it's pathetically sad. In reality, by contrast, the Red Sox have been like infinitely more successful.
Oh yeah.
And if we go basically from beyond '86,
Within the
that's when
time,
they
same
started
time
winning
period.
championships.
They took a 90-year break in between,
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yep.
or even
And
more.
while
I
Eric
can't
is
remember.
old, and while Eric is in fact old, we have to take into account that really he didn't benefit from the '70s Stanley Cup, so that doesn't even count.
No.
Can't even talk about it. Nope, has nothing to do with you. Nothing to do with you, sir.
The show is stupid, and I hate it.
Yeah.
I think we're making some valid points. Yannick, am I wrong on this? Like,
No.
it would seem to me that it would probably have been beneficial for him to be a Red Sox fan, because then at least he would have gotten something the last couple of decades.
Mhm.
Instead, he got one Stanley Cup, disputed, questionable, against Vancouver. Like, really, does that even count? And other than that, he has a Hindenburg-like ending.
Pretty much.
That's what we know for? A historic regular season and a Hindenburg-like ending? Yannick, that's
Cool.
pretty sad. That's pretty pathetic.
Peter Clermont too, with like
Yeah, like it's a lot, man.
Yeah.
Paul is able to basically reference Edmonton Oilers' defeats.
they even
At their
had to
hands.
turn the lights off.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And yet, this man
That didn't work.
claims that the '86 Red Sox, they ruined it. Uh-huh.
I don't want to play anymore.
I think the truth hurts. The truth is painful. Mm-hmm.
Very careful, you'll tell mom.
Oh shit.
Ooh. It should probably be like, they're making some good points.
Yep.
Some very solid points here. And then you went to mountain biking? You creepo.
We're on your side, Kathy. Don't worry.
Yeah. So, by the way, also speaking of Eric's creepiness, if you did watch the last podcast episode, you would see that there is a community post on the YouTube channel where you can vote on the silly card of the week. And there were some good ones this week.
On the
A
YouTube.
little debatable and questionable in terms of adult content. However, they are there for your voting enjoyment. And it is a true democracy. All your votes count. So by all means, feel free to vote. You can vote for the first one, which is an Emmanuel Space themed.
No, it's not.
It's 100% Emmanuel Space themed.
It might
100%.
be.
Oh, without a doubt. Not even a
Awesome.
question. I know what Eric was thinking. I know what Eric was watching when he made that selection.
Nope.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe.
Paul says, as a Red Sox fan, we are better off without Eric. Well, that's why.
What?
I think his jumping ship is where the championships came, and the Boston Bruins are like, can we get some of that? Leave us alone. Milt Schmidt is like, leave us alone.
I kid you not. When they
Milt Schmidt
won,
said, leave us alone.
no, well that too. When the Red Sox won their first title in 04, I think it was, or something, I literally found out that they won because I was in bed sleeping, and you started hearing fireworks and car horns and people yelling and screaming.
That's your normal out day, outside your house kind of noises.
Well, okay.
You live on a corner street,
A lot of good points tonight. Yes, true.
Usually it's villagers with pitchforks and torches. Usually it's related to him directly.
Mm-hmm.
But
you were in bed because that was your first concussion, the new millennium, and then basically people were celebrating in joy of like basically you out of commission for a while.
So Yannick, what I'm getting here, we're learning a lot of things tonight. As a doctor, as a hobby doctor, I feel it is my time to diagnose this more thoroughly. What I'm hearing is that Eric secretly hates the Boston Bruins. As much as I make fun of the Boston Bruins, Eric loathes them with like every fiber of his being, because knowing that his abandonment of the Red Sox led to unrivaled success, he continues to back the Boston Bruins and their unrivaled failure, in turn saying, I will keep supporting them so they're eternally doomed. If I was a fan, I would leave them alone so they could win something. No. I'm going to stay right here because I want these fuckers to lose forever. Eric, that's vicious. That's mean.
And he's he's a closet Leaf fan as well.
What would Ray Bork think?
What would
Ray Bork say? Eric, what would Ray Bork say if he was still alive? Ray Bork is rolling in his grave right now.
He's still alive.
Rolling. What?
Yeah.
He's dead on the inside. It's fine. He's rolling in his grave right now. Rolling. What do you have to say for yourself, Eric, as a Boston Bruins hater? As the biggest Boston Bruins hater here, without a doubt.
And
Not
a
even a
Leaf
question.
lover.
I don't hate the Boston Bruins.
It just says you love Reggie here.
We were very clear on this, Eric. That is listen, I got to give you credit. Look, I'm going to give Eric credit. Everyone, I want you to look at this man. This is some 4D chess bullshit here. This is him like, wait a minute, I'm such a jinx. I will doom anything I support. I love the Boston Bruins. The Boston Bruins are the best. Hindenburg-like ending. Damn, I feel so sad. Cycling. I'll pretend it's legitimate. And then drugs. We are the drugs.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm seeing it, Eric. I think I see the evil game. You have been conning people a very long time.
I think he's looking for street cred on his bicycle. Yeah, more than likely.
Yellow
Colorado Avalanche great Ray Bork. True.
Oh yes.
How interesting.
Oh yes. Mm-hmm.
I don't like the direction in which the show has turned.
I think you're upset that we have found the truth. We have overcome your very cleverly hidden lies.
I think
I got to give him credit. He's been fooling us a long time.
I think we need to go back to talking about how Bill Mastro is a poo-poo face. And
well, we already beat that like a dead horse anyway. So
diversionary tactics is what I'm hearing.
Yeah,
very diversionary tactics.
I think so.
All right.
Then we're talking about the White Sox. Then what happens?
Wow, listen, White Sox is a whole different thing. They're record-breaking defeats in a different way.
Well, at least you put the socks on the dryer, but not the shoes. Anyways.
Oh, it's true. The shoe washing is a different thing. So, by the way, apparently, so I know we had the comments earlier. Apparently, our friends at Leaf
how nice and clean these are. These are a few years old. I just washed these the other day in the old washing machine. Look how nice they look. Look at that. They don't even stink.
We don't have smell-o-vision, so don't worry.
Thankfully, we don't have smell-o-vision.
They're all nice and clean now. They went in the washing machine.
I don't know, man. I don't know what to tell you. So anyway, I did notice from the comments the guys were talking about it. Apparently, Leaf has PBA cards.
What's that?
I didn't know.
Professional Bowling Association.
That's right.
No way.
Including our buddy Pete Weber, apparently. It's very exciting. So I
want that rare rookie turkey card. That'll be something.
Listen,
I want that.
I think
who's that old guy who said that quote there? Like
Pete Weber.
Pete Weber.
Who do you think you are?
That's
I am.
Yeah, that's it.
That's the one. I listen. I'm a fan. I'm a fan. I like it. It's no prison bowling though. Like I'm holding out for prison bowling. Prison bowling is what I
I'm
want.
saying.
We all know prison bowling is the thing. That's the ultimate.
Mm.
But in the meantime, I guess we'll have to
Pool.
make do. You know,
How about some?
leave
How
PBA.
about some snooker? Snooker pool cards. That'd be good.
The old Brits guy with the cigarettes when they dart, you know, with the whole arena full and drinking beers. And
Yes. I guess one of the best dart players is some like 16-year-old American kid. He was making a run for it.
of course, you know this.
Yeah.
It's like if it's like the layman. Look, I enjoy darts because when they get the pub and they do the 180, I love it. I gotta say I do enjoy it.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you remember this back in the day. By the way, folks, if you want to chat on anything else, I've got a few other stories. We can touch on them in a couple minutes. But if there's anything else you want to touch on, feel free to throw it in the chat. Otherwise, we'll just talk random
No
nonsense
hot
because that's
topic.
the segment we're on. That's random nonsense. That's the section we're on right now. But what I was gonna say is, I don't know if you remember, TSN used to do like a block where they would combine darts and snooker, so they would actually have them back to back. And
Yeah.
I remember the commercial. Literally, they would just flip back and forth. The commercial was darts, snooker, snooker, darts, darts, snooker, snooker, darts. And I'm sitting there like, what the hell is this? What are we doing right now? What is happening? And that was the way they were trying to promote the block. They would literally put the two back to back. They would have a snooker tournament or something, and then they'd have a dart, event, and they would have the two. And I was like, okay, great, sounds good. I don't think though darts had quite reached that level where like now you go in Europe, there's like a big pub auditorium.
Oh yeah.
Where it's like it's a whole with theme music and girls,
Yeah.
walking the
Crowds,
guys in there. It's
people
like it's a
going
whole production.
crazy.
It's a whole production. And the guys
There's
go up
uniform.
there and they're like, yeah.
There's uniforms.
I know, but Eric. This is what I'm saying. I'm
Yeah.
agreeing with the premise here.
It's
I'm
big time.
just throwing it out there. I'm like, they downright have gimmicks, man. They have gimmicks at this point. I was like, all right, I'm for it, man. Wait until one dart guy is facing the other dart guy and hits him in the back with a steel chair. It's coming. It's coming anytime now. Poll for the panel and chat. What's the probability you're some sort of straggler if you have a profile pic on your PayPal? Oh yes, Paul mentioned this. There are individuals amongst us. Individuals that we may have learned a lot about tonight. And it's like the onion, Yannick. The layers keep being pulled back. And as we pull back more layers, we learn more and more. Paul is asking a valid question. If you have a PayPal profile and you use a profile pic on your PayPal, what is the likelihood that you're a strangler, a serial killer, a deviant, a ne'er-do-well, a hater of the Boston Bruins?
I don't think that immediately confirms any of those suspicions.
I have suspicions, Yannick.
I don't think
I do too, but he keeps
don't
saying
think-
he's got a paper. He says he got tested, so he's got a
Mhm.
snap somewhere.
I don't think one has anything to do with the other. And I think you can put a picture of yourself on your PayPal account so people know for sure that that's you when they either give you money or receive money from you. I think it's a helpful thing, and I think it's very thoughtful to do that. And I don't think that means you're a serial killer at all.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yannick's just trying to help out the people. I don't know. It seems very serial killer-y to me.
Why did they offer that as an option if it's so bad?
So they can out serial killers.
they want to pinpoint you guys.
They're like, I wonder how many of the Joe over at PayPal is like, dude, no one will ever fall for this. Like, there'll be one guy. One guy.
The big control panel. They haven't had the light bulbs. They weren't even sure it still works. And then
The one time when Eric did it, they were like, holy shit, Joe, it worked. Oh my God. I can't believe it.
I'm sure I'm not the only one.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. We might have to get PayPal to run a little report. It's like, PayPal, how many serial killers can be outed this way? So it could be very interesting. Very interesting. I'm just posing questions. All right. Let me shift.
I'm gonna burn Paul's cards.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
Oops.
Let me shift over the conversation a little bit. we'll talk a little bit later. I think I'll save it just in case because we did send an invite, so we may end up talking about the PSA 10 Wilt Chamberlain that was crossed over from the SGC 10. So I'm just mentioning it now because we may come back to it because we want to see if Eric's friend Jeff. We'll check in with him. If he's able to come in and speak on that, then we'll certainly talk about it a little bit more. One thing that I think is kind of interesting is right now with the way things. Actually, you know what? Eric, this is like a perfect opportunity for me. There was actually a different direction I was going to go, but it occurred to me now. Do you want to talk about your boy, Tom Brady? Speaking of serial killers, allegedly.
I think that's
I don't listen. That picture I showed you of him and Tony Dungy, like that's a little serious. That looks like a man who would put that on his PayPal profile.
You mean the new owner of the Las Vegas Raiders?
Yeah, the part owner, yes.
Who decided that of all the teams you could do business with, you want to do business with whatever the hell Al Davis's son's name is, that absolute weirdo.
Do I have to go back to the picture of him and Tony Dungy? You don't think he looks like a weirdo?
Oh my God.
Seems legit to me, man. Seems legit to me. I don't know.
All right. So I talked to my buddy today who was financially harmed by Tom Baby, the new owner of the Las Vegas football team. And come to find out that there's been a couple of things that have gone on with the merchandise that was destroyed. Due to the video of him signing it. Yeah, there you go.
God damn.
Scumbag. Due to the video of him signing that, PSA authenticated it. Beckett refused, and because it's just complete trash. But PSA had video of him doing it, so they authenticated it. The items were sold on Golden for much, much less than valued. And the guys, lost a lot of money. They would have made more just on the merchandise unsigned. And now they are discussing how to move forward in a lawsuit against Tom and probably the promoters and such, but definitely going after Tom Brady for the damages and to get the difference in what they got and the perceived value.
So let's have a little bit of an interesting discussion here. So let me recap a couple of things for a few folks. I showed the picture. I actually pulled an old article from the original conversation when we had it. I was able to find it again. So this was a VIP tickets to a conference thing. It was like a speaking engagement, and then there was supposed to be a signature thing. And based on the idea was, it was $3,600, and for that VIP package, it was a business conference. He would do a speech.
Yeah, you got
like
the
whatever.
3G's auto.
Yeah, give a speech, and then there was going to be potentially a signature, and I believe the signature was going to be like the book or something like that. There was a certain set of items, and there became a bit of a problem where, presumably, again, allegedly, we'll use the word allegedly liberally here just to cover ourselves, but presumably the promoter alluded that you could get other things signed. So the folks that Eric is talking about, his friends there, bought multiple tickets to get multiple items signed, including game used memorabilia and footballs and other stuff. I think it was mostly footballs and like cleats, and there were a few things, I think.
These were things like Brady's last Super Bowl touchdown football, Brady's cleats, Gronk's first Super Bowl touchdown with that Brady obviously threw. These were super, super, super high-end items.
Now, here's kind of a question, and I'll I want to get your take on this, Bobby, because here's where it gets interesting. You've got these items, these game used items, and the whole, if you're going to do a lawsuit here, it's going to hinge on two things. It's going to hinge on what was promised and then the potential damages. So on what was promised, I'm not going to speak to it because I wasn't there. So it's just a matter of what was offered versus what was there, what was written versus what was said, because I think that's going to be important. If the promoter just said it and it wasn't written anywhere, I think they've got a little bit of a defense there, because it's like, well, who told you that? You can say the promoter, but it's like he said, she said at that point. So that's one thing. The other piece is what was actually in writing. That's going to be another component of it. And then the damages piece. The damages piece is the part I want to focus on, because I think this is going to be a little bit interesting. So you've got these items that are associated to these big games, historic items, so to speak. And then they want to get them autographed. Now, in this article, they touch on them here. And I think where it's interesting for me, obviously the result was a terrible autograph that did nothing good to help the value of the item. But what I'm trying to figure out, and this is where I'm a little murky on it, I'm not completely convinced. I don't know where the idea is that the autograph necessarily adds value to it. For those types of items, again, I'm not in the price bracket. If I have that kind of money for these items, I don't want him to sign it. I want the item left the way it is. Unless he signed it during the game, at the end of that game, specifically in that moment, after the fact, I don't want you touching the damn thing. I want you to leave it alone.
Some people, some people have different opinions on that. Like, for example, game used hockey jerseys. I was surprised to find out that the real heavy duty hockey jersey collector are absolutely against having those jerseys autographed. And they need to be exactly like when the player took it off for the last time, and that's it. I always thought, well, if you have somebody's game worn, game used, Stanley Cup, whatever it is, hockey jersey, don't you want that player to just sign it and then say, wore it on this date and game used and
I vote no.
Not me. I vote no.
And a lot of people do. I feel the opposite. If I had a Reggie Lemelin game used jersey, that's real nice, Bobby. Real nice.
I choked.
Real mature.
Yeah.
He's a hobby historian and a doctor. Respect this man.
Both.
If I had one, I very much like the Mastro thing. It belongs to you. Do what you want. I would very much like him to sign it.
So that part, hold on. That part is fine. If it's your item. So the reason why I brought this up, I'm going to take the initial story, Eric. I want to take this in the direction of the discussion. I want to involve the chat. The chat, I want to hear your take on this too. Because the legal piece, we have no idea. We're not lawyers here. We're not going to be able to speak to that. I don't know.
We're doctors, not
Leave it to them
lawyers.
to
Come on, Jim.
Yeah, we're doctors, exactly. So leave it for them to figure that part out.
That was a Star Trek reference. Good job.
Thank you.
Yeah, the discussion that I want to have though is on, does it add value to you? That's an opinion piece. If it's your item, I agree. You can do whatever you want with it. But, and here's the analogy I'll use, kind of, not related, but still the concept here. I want to make sure we talk about this. It's a lot like having a very expensive house, being like a person that can afford these big houses. Well, if you got a lot of money, you can customize the house and do all kinds of wacky things. But again, it's your house. You can do whatever the hell you want to put a bowling alley in your bathroom, knock yourself out. Like, that doesn't make sense to most people, but you're welcome to do it. Obviously, look, the contractor will take the money. The contractor will take the money. They'll do whatever the hell you want. Like, it's fine.
And a box of PBA cards too.
Oh, no doubt. But the point is, in real estate, if you customize a place too much, even in these high tax bracket, big dollar houses, that may actually limit the market for you, because these other people who also have a lot of money want it their way. Yeah. So they're not interested in your customizations. They're interested in theirs. So they would actually be like, yeah, I'm actually going to offer you less. Why? Well, because I got to tear all this stuff down. I got to rip this out and actually do it the way that I want it. Because if I'm going to buy this house, I want it the way that I want it. I have all this money. I want it the way that I want it.
I don't want purple kitchen cupboards.
Yeah, but that's the point. Like, I'm using this analogy for a reason. So bring it back over to cards, though. Eric has had different situations where he's gotten some memorabilia cards where he's gotten players to autograph it. A lot of those memorabilia cards are cards that are, even ones that are numbered. They're not like one of ones. It's a situation where if someone wants to get a copy of this card, they can still get a copy of this card without the autograph. Or Eric has his version with an autograph. It's not harming anybody, because there's enough of them out there that if somebody wants the unautographed version, they can still have it. There's no issue there. In a more one-of-a-kind item, though, it gets a little murky. And in cards, we can talk about the one-of-one. If an item was not a one-of-one, was not an autographed one-of-one in the first place, somebody buys the item, gets it autographed, then the other person who maybe is the buyer on the other end of it, what if they didn't want it to be autographed, but there's only one? Now you've put them in a position where, like, well, now it's take it or leave it. You don't really have a choice in the matter now. Somebody else's, or the person who owned the card was entitled to do whatever they wanted. That's fine. But then when you go to sell it, you may also be limiting your market because you're basically forcing someone to have to take this thing. Again, going back to this, game used football and all that. Maybe I am interested in game used football, but I didn't want, even if he had signed the most pristine, perfect autograph in the world, yeah, I'm not giving you $1 extra. I didn't want it signed. I might offer you less because in my opinion, you've defaced it. But the autograph's good. You've still defaced it. I didn't want it at all.
Some people do see it that way. And
you didn't gain anything. So that's a situation where you didn't, even if the autograph had been perfect, you still didn't gain anything. You still limited it. Other people would be like, oh my God, I want it. It's great. So it kind of depends though on where you stand on it. That's the part that I'm curious about.
I'm kind of with Eric on this one. I don't mind something being signed by. It doesn't matter. I remember there was I was with Josh at the Expo, and he had a Bobby Orr that was coming up, a jersey that was coming up for auction, and it was signed by Bobby Orr. And I looked at it and I said, that just helps it, I think, because it confirms that, hey, Bobby Orr's not going to sign it if it's not his real jersey. So I thought it was great. So it was kind of nice to have that. I don't think it really hurts it. I think that autograph hurts it because it was a horrible autograph. There's been a lot of controversy, especially out there in the blog spaces, where people are saying that, these autographs are sloppy and they're horrible. You guys got to get your shit together and start signing like real autographs, opposed to these little squiggles or little whatever they're doing. And that one hurts it because his real autograph is so much nicer.
Yeah,
and
sure.
To have that little scribble on it, even though it's like, that doesn't help it for me. The other one, the one above, that was really nice. Yeah, that would be great. I'd love to have that on the item itself.
Well,
it doesn't matter if it's post.
Would you pay a
whatever.
Premium? So for an autograph,
Would I
for
pay
a game used item,
Obviously,
yes. Would you pay a premium for the autograph?
Sure. We pay a premium for sports cards that are people do. Because there's two autos on look at that card, the new card that's out, and it's autographed by all three guys or whatever. It's like
no, sure, but I'm talking about a situation where the item originally didn't come with any autograph. The
That's
item
fine.
itself, as designed,
and actually signed by them, actually confirms that they're actually giving you confirmation that is that item. They wouldn't sign it otherwise, would they?
Sure, but what I'm getting at, you mentioned cards. So people do like autograph cards, but then there is a whole segment of folks that will get like a rookie card of a player, whatever, and then they'll go and get them signed at a sign.
That's a big thing.
Some people really like that. Other people would be like, yeah, okay, it's interesting, but I'll actually pay less.
But you can't. But because the grade effect is affected by that. Like if you're in a PSA 1, 2, 3, 5, 10, whatever. But if you add the autograph to it, it actually takes away from the grade because you deface the card in that sense. Understood.
Yeah.
But so many people are collecting signed sets right now that it's actually probably more to your benefit than it is to your detriment.
Sure, it can be, but that's the only reason that I'm drawing the parallels between the two. We're going back and forth between cards and items because, again, you may say okay in cards and not okay in items, or vice versa. You may be the other way around. That's fine. That's why I want to kind of get the temperature of the room here a little bit.
Sure.
For me on an item like that, again, we're talking about a championship game used item, the whole bit. I actually don't want you touching it, especially if I'm in that high tax bracket. Like, if for some reason I want to do it, then I would like to purchase the item without it, and then maybe on my time I'll go get it done if that's my desire.
That's fine.
I don't want you to do it.
So I think, and here's another layer to this onion. It depends on who signs it. Now, anybody on the Patriots' offensive side of the ball, for the Gronk's touchdown, could possibly have signed that. Really, anybody on the field that day could have signed it, right? The Patriots, fourth string linebacker who, didn't even have his shoes on, at the Super Bowl, he could have signed it. But it's Tom Brady who signed it. that makes a difference. You don't want the Tom Baby, I said. So you don't want the fourth, the fourth line linebacker to sign it because he was on the Patriots roster that day. That's really going to damage it. But to have Tom Brady sign it and then have Gronk sign it, which I think was the original plan, was to try to get both of them to sign it. Now it's a different conversation for some. For some others, it's still, nope, I don't want anybody touching that thing.
But I agree with Carlos in this sense that that autograph was horrible.
Oh, yeah.
And I think that hurts it. Even though it's, okay, they had a video of him or picture of him signing it, that's fine. That autograph is actually detrimental to the piece, I think, because it was just it's horrible. It's
and
bad.
That's what the lawsuit's
and this is where that does come in, Carlos. And I think that's the dividing line is that if they sign a nice autograph, it's great. If they don't and they're doing this new scribble that everybody's doing, I think that detaches away from it. It's like, yeah, you didn't even care. You didn't even care enough to spend an extra 1.3 seconds making your real autograph opposed to this scribble thing that you're into for getting things done really fast and making money. So,
well, the real point is that it is believed, and I don't know how you're going to prove this, but I think any common sense person would realize this, is that Brady did it with malice. He didn't want to sign it.
It looked like it.
Do it, and he wanted to be a dick, so he did. And that's why, they're thinking about pursuing this. It isn't like the pen exploded. It isn't like it's
now you gotta prove this,
and he slipped. That's not for me to determine. But I think we all know from
how do you prove his motives? It's impossible.
So I don't want to get too bogged down in that. So let me touch on one thing though. The reason why I don't want to get too bogged down on it is because that is speaking to, what the lawyers will have to figure out amongst themselves and figure out that piece. But the reason I brought up the question about what people feel about items like that when they're autographed is because if you're going to try to find damages, let's say for the sake of argument, you're arguing damages. What you're doing is you're saying this is how much it's sold for with a bad autograph, quote unquote. But then your other point is going to be like, well, we think we could have gotten this. It's like, well, based on what? Based on an auction estimate. It's like, okay, well, whose auction estimate? Who gave you the estimate of what you think it would have been had the autograph been awesome?
I truly believe that with or without autograph, I think with autograph it would sell for more. I don't think it would sell for less. That's my personal feeling.
I think it would depend on because if you're going to auction,
but on that autograph, that's a little different story. That brings a whole new light to the situation.
What I'm not debating that there wouldn't be someone that wouldn't be willing to pay more.
I think majority would appreciate the signature. I don't see that.
That's the part I'm questioning, because I know folks that do collect some of it, and some of them actually like it less with an autograph on it. And all it would take is a handful of folks.
I don't think it's most. I think that added extra piece of maybe authenticity, if anything, cradles it a little bit better than it does without. That's my opinion, but I would prefer that. I think if I had a Johnny Bauer jersey and he hadn't had it signed, but I got it signed before he passed away, I think that would be so much better, having his autograph, that he touched it after the fact. That was his jersey and he signed it. And does it hurt it? No, it doesn't. It's not like it's a card where it hurts the grade value. It's sort of like a Mickey Mantle. A signed mantle better, or well, obviously a signed mantle would be, not rookie, but I mean, you know what I mean, 52. I truly believe with a signature adds a lot to a certain card. If you had Lemon signing, whatever, you just took away from your grade, it doesn't matter.
No, now you just.
I don't know if I give you the price of the blank jersey at that point.
Exactly, yeah, at that point.
Now you're just purposely being mean.
No, I'm just being extreme here, because we have the super low end and then we have the super high end.
You're just being meaner and meaner.
Lemon's on the high end, Mantle's on the low end. How's that?
Oh, I like that. That was better. I like that.
I knew you're coming.
It's a lie. It's a lie, but fair enough.
Now I'm happy again.
Yeah. So I guess my question would be, maybe this would be the way you'd have to figure it out, is maybe you'd have to take like a regular game used jersey and compare it to, I'm using jersey as an example, but a regular game used jersey versus an autograph version of it. again, like I said, it depends. Bobby's saying the majority, and I'm like, well, based on what? I'm still trying to figure like who's this majority? Can we take a poll? Like I'm trying to figure out if it's a game used item, touching it adds no legitimacy to me. All it means is that the player signed it, because the player will sign a replica. They'll sign. I can put 5 jerseys in front of them. They're not examining the jersey unless you tell them, hey, that's one of your game used ones. What do you think? Okay, that's a different thing. But if you just put 5 jerseys, hey, can you sign these 5 jerseys? Yeah, sure, no problem. Boom, 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 boom. The replica.
Well,
the
there's
time
no way
taken
of
for the
proving it
replica was the
either
same.
way, I guess, at this point, because we have to calibrate. The permutations of that is almost impossible.
Yeah,
But I
I'm not
think
assuming the
in
player
general,
gave any extra thought to the specific item when they were signing it versus just in general.
well, I deal with a lot of stuff that isn't cards, and an autograph is definitely better having something on it that opposed to not. I just bought a Bobby Orr fishing rod and reel. The reel is a Bobby Orr made for Bobby Orr. The rod is not, but the rod is signed by Bobby Orr, so it adds actually extra to it opposed to not. Because you send anything to Bobby Orr to get signed, it's $200. So there has to be some value. Although the rod was not a Bobby Orr rod, which they did come with a Bobby Orr rod and reel. This rod was not, but it was signed by Bobby Orr, which is kind of neat on top of that.
He's
So.
not signing anything anymore.
No, I know, because
Unless the deck says so, and it's going to be like $700.
So that adds a little bit of fuel to the fire on top of that. Is people only last so long, and a lot of people regret not getting something signed. And I think jerseys, signed jerseys, are actually a big thing. Actually, they're bigger than not a big thing. I think having a game used signed jersey is probably better than I know it's better than it is not signed. Guaranteed. And that's just jerseys. And now we get into the minutia of the other small items out there. Better if you signed opposed to not.
So do we have any of the for any of the big players, do we have the side by side of the signed and the unsigned?
No, I don't think so. It's hard to compare that. It's like one auction will have it here and this auction, and depends on
that's the problem. So
there's no matching. There's no really going through it, but I'm just going from hobby experience of what I've seen. I'd rather have something signed. I think I can get more money for it than opposed to not being signed. But being signed the way it is right now, like I'd rather have Mitch Marner not signed with his scribble on the back because it's just ugly. And I think that's personal choice, but on the other end of things, it's different.
Sure. So there we go. Curious, Remalice. Any examples of other autos from the event? Was there a significant difference between the game used autos and other attendees? I think that's fair, because presumably he would sign some books and stuff.
I cannot answer that, but I think that is a great question, and I think that's something that they're going to have to investigate. Their lawyer, their investigators, or whatever else they're hiring. I don't know how deep they want to go and how much money they want to spend on this.
Tough call.
I mean, that's a great question. If someone put the book in front of him, right, that he was expecting to sign, what did that autograph look like as opposed to that football?
I'd like to know.
Yeah. And my guess is it was a typical Tom Brady autograph in the books that day.
Could be. I would say most likely. Hobby Champ says I want a signed autograph. I like the cut of your jib. I like what you did there. I think part of the equation, though, to Bobby's point, though, is that because there is no direct comparison. Fine, for the sake of argument, let's say I go with your premise. So the autograph version is worth more. How much more? And that's going to be the question that
it isn't. You cannot calibrate that difference. There's no way of ever doing that, and it's just like
Bobby, that lawsuit, the damages are relying on that. They have to discern.
You can't prove it because the problem is okay. We have a signed jersey of Bobby Orr and one signed the same year of Bobby Orr. Which one is going to sell for more or less? It's so arbitrary at that point.
But that's what I'm touching on here.
It's not like it's a PSA 3 Mantle 52 that's been signed and another PSA 2. But then again, it's going to be different because it's a 2, and the 2s vary, and how the autograph it varies. But I think I would rather have a signed Mantle card, especially in a lower grade, opposed to a higher grade and not have it signed. Big difference.
Yeah, but the issue that they're going to have, or what Eric's buddies are going to have, though, is that they need to establish the difference.
They can't.
If they're trying. And
It's so hard.
that's I think going to be part.
So hard.
And one other factor that we're going to have to play into this is when they did the auction, because they did it. It was through Golden, right? Yeah. Right now, things are not exactly on fire. We're not exactly breaking records. So if you had sold the unsigned when the market was hot, you might have gotten X.
Sure.
And then you got let's say the autograph had been pristine. Let's say you get another 20%. You could, okay, so the difference is 20%. Well, is it though? Because if you had sold it during the boom, you would have actually gotten 50% more.
So
Because,
it comes
in
down
reality,
to personal opinion
it was your
more
timing.
than anything
It was
else.
actually your timing more than the autograph itself determining the value. Because at the moment you're trying it, the buyers do not have the deep pockets that they had a little earlier if you had timed it better. So you would have been better off selling the item as is when the market was hot, as opposed to wait for an autograph that in this case didn't help you, and then sell it into a down market plus an ugly autograph, which actually exacerbated the issue.
It does.
And all the defense would have to be like, is like, guys, look at the average price on these things. In general, it's down X. So your difference that you think you got, actually, it's a smaller difference at best. That's all you'd have to do is just be like, actually, if you guys had just left it as is and just sold it 2 years ago, you would have made way more money.
Yeah.
Autograph be damned.
Yeah, it's a difficult court case to really. I wouldn't want to be on the offense on that one. That one's a real tough one. In the grand scheme of things, it's better to have something signed than not. In general, as I've seen over the last 25, 30 years, it's always better. Doesn't matter what it is. Even cards, that's a different story. But we're talking footballs or whatever, baseballs. It's better to have it signed. It's sort of like you get into some of the baseballs being signed. If you have a single Babe Ruth, it's worth 10,000. If you have more than multiple signs on that, it's 7,000. But you added extra autographs, so a lot of things don't make sense in the hobby going forward. But I think more things have sold better with an autograph than not. That's just an observation. In the away from cards, just saying.
And I think
my experience.
when they sign them and can put, for example, if you find someone who's cooperative and they sign their name well, and then they write down the date of that football was thrown, that puck was scored on, the stick, whatever, you get the date of of the big game.
Yeah.
And and some other type of inscription. I think that enhances the item. But again, there's a whole nother side to this coin that truly believe you don't write on the football, the jersey, the hockey stick, whatever.
Unless it's a player.
Yeah, I only have 2 game used items. People probably think I would have more. I
assumed you had Reggie and Carbonite.
So I have Reggie's game used stick on the wall.
I said Reggie.
And that is signed and inscribed and has stats on it. I made him write a ton on it.
The inscription, now we're talking difference.
And now next to me over here, I have a Derek Sanderson game used stick, which he's also signed and wrote 1970, 72, Stanley Cup champs.
Did he confirm that it was his stick?
Oh yeah, he's like.
Did he confirm that they won the championship?
Did he remember?
Did he confirm that they won the championship and that it actually happened? Was it before or after the moon landing? Was it in a studio?
We'll never know. We'll never know.
I wasn't there. I refuse to accept.
I don't know about that tin can though. That tin can and anyways, lots of things. But yeah, it comes down to personal preference. At that point, do you like? You and Yannick obviously don't want the thing autographed. I would think that why not? I would like it. And I've sold a lot of things, and the things that sell more are with the autograph opposed to not having the autograph on it. It just adds a little something because there's value to the autograph. How much is Brady autograph?
Well, that was in our original. In the original conversation, part of the discussion we had, and this is, by the way, I suspect, guessing, this is something the defense is probably going to bring up.
Yeah,
they're going to be like, okay, so you guys thought that you could finagle an autograph for $3,600 when an autograph signing right before that was for like a football and stuff like that, at least 10,000. So you thought for a $10,000 item that people actually paid $10,000 and up to get memorabilia and bigger items signed, you thought you could finagle for $3,600 plus doing the conference plus all the rest of the stuff, because it was actually for the speech and the book and that stuff was supposed to be what you were getting, and you would get an autograph as part of it. But then you finagled it to get game use memorabilia, which is presumably, again, allegedly, what pissed everybody's favorite guy off. You know, a man of peace, Tom Brady.
Yeah.
That's what pissed him off, and be like, basically gave you the FU to these guys on their items.
Right.
They did. He did do that. And, you know, I think that what skews it a lot is the value difference between an autographed card and a non-autographed card is greatly different. You all know that. Everybody knows that, you know, you have, it's auto too, you know, it's always worth more. So, you know, and that's just a card, just saying.
No, and the big thing, of course, isn't that they went to Dick's Sporting Goods, bought a couple of footballs, and tried to get him to sign it. These items, before he touched them, were already worth an extraordinary amount of money.
Well, he touched them before, obviously, because they were what they were.
Yeah.
Right?
So they were
second touching.
And so it isn't like they got replica jerseys and footballs from Dick's Sporting Goods. No. And he said, well, I'm going to throw a temper tantrum and ruin these because I was only supposed to sign books. I mean,
well, he's an asshole for doing that anyways. That signature should be, that's pretty bad. Yeah. But is it not like the Honus Wagner? Is it not? Is it not controversy? Is it not?
So what Brady should be doing is like, I'd argue it makes it worth more. I need to send you guys a bill. It's infamous now.
It's infamous because I was mad and acted like a big giant baby. So now this should be worth more.
But he should be like, auto. You're welcome, peasants.
Yeah, he's just bad auto. That's actually him disrespecting, and that's not good.
And that's, I think, if they get the right lawyer, who's I don't think
they can't win the case. There's no way they can win the case.
They get somebody that somehow can prove that he did it with malice and he did it to ruin those items because he was mad. And
you know, if I was one of the guys who bought that, I would throw right back in his face and say, fuck you. And that's exactly what you should do to these stars, because they're disrespecting your respect. You're the people who pay to go to see the games that they make the money off of. And if they disrespect, I'm tired of these guys coming first. You guys, the fans, come first. Without the fans, they don't have the stars. I'm sorry.
I agree 100%. And this is why, you know, I get so
Tom, if you're watching, fuck you and your autograph.
Yeah.
Start signing nice and be nice to your fans.
Because you have nothing without them.
You'll have nothing without them. Exactly. You have a great throwing arm. That's it.
Yeah.
2 touchdowns and nobody's watching. There you go.
Wow. And you don't hear of hockey players pulling this shit.
There's been a few. Oh, trust me. There's actually guys who won't sign. Ken Dryden won't sign anything without putting.
Would you rather have him not just say, I don't sign autographs, or, hey, I'll sign that, and he just F's up your game used, 1970 whatever Stanley Cup championship jersey that you paid $10,000 for?
Ken will not sign anything because he doesn't want you making money off his autograph. He will not sign anything without saying your name. Like, so it's, it's to Carlos from Ken Dryden. He will not just do Ken Dryden. He did on his book tour. And when he was running for Parliament, a libertarian, liberal, he was signing fine back then. But now, going forward from that time, he won't sign anything. He won't sign a rookie card. And it'll say, to Eric, Ken Dryden. And that just screws everything up, because that's what people don't like, is the two. So you got to find another fucking Eric, and good luck. And spell it the right way.
Right.
Or the wrong way.
You like the Gordie Howe I'm looking at on my wall. Hi, Eric. All the best, Gordie Howe.
And that's personal, so that's different. But if you want to do it,
I bought that on eBay.
Oh, really? Did he spell it right? Is it spelled right?
I bought it off eBay.
Well, originally, if you look at the image, it's actually a small E because it was originally Derek, and someone went at it with a
Somebody
little
used
item.
some
And
lighter
but just get
fluid,
rid of
got
this
rid of
D. But just get rid of it.
Carlos.
Whatever. Gotta
It
do
says
what you gotta
Eric.
do.
Hobby Chap says, I laughed aloud when BG said the paper cutter Mastro used to cut the Wagner was the second most important collectible artifact, which is why he should cut it up and put it on a card.
Yes,
Do it.
he
Do
would
it,
do that.
BG.
Oh yeah.
Would you
Listen,
buy?
I'm
Would you buy
encouraging.
into that?
I think he should do it.
I think I'd buy it. I'd buy a pack.
Look, I just want to figure out how he would like. You got to think of a paper cutter. So you'd have these jagged, weird pieces, and you'd be like, how thick does the card need to be to hold it without creating a problem? Like,
Yeah.
you have to figure that out. There's some.
Well, the wood
logistics
can be
involved.
shaved down because the top of the wood would
Sure,
matter.
that
but
part's
then
fine. That'll
the
be fine.
the blade would
Yeah,
be
the metal part. The metal
Just
part.
melt it all
and
down.
then
You
we
would-
get him to sign it, sign the blade. Oh my god!
And then you would think like you would actually get the Honus with the machine all in
Oh my
one
god!
actually like combo. That would be
Yannick's
great.
got it. He knows.
I want to know what happened to the leftover. They sliced.
That's what I'm talking about. He didn't.
Where's that leftover piece?
You would
He still
probably
has
sell
it.
that too.
He still has all the pieces. He said
I
in the
want
interview. He has all those
Well,
pieces that he cut off.
Well, I guess that's I'd have to see if that's the case. Paul here says finding personalized autos is awesome if you're the name. That's true.
Oh,
I
yeah.
think with a name like Paul though, you probably have a pretty good shot at getting
Yeah,
at getting
Bob,
something like
Paul,
that. You
Carlos,
Joe. Joe's probably fine. Joe's probably
Eric's
fine.
good.
John.
Yannick,
John
good
will probably
luck.
be okay. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Especially if it's spelt right.
Even like every time you had those like tower with all the keychains and the names everywhere you go and travel, and everyone gets to pick their name. Like there's never my name on it.
No. There's no such thing.
So I knew for a tiny little fraction of time how it felt to be like Eric when no one likes you.
Well, in today's world, you wouldn't even get one at all because everybody spells like Lisa is Lizza. It's Lissa. It's like you can't even spell the name. So that's actually gone. There's no more of those because they have to house 475 of them just to hit the odd sale. And the permutations behind that of how many different spellings are there of that name. Eric, ERICK, ERIK, AIRK, ARC, because it's Eric.
Yeah. Ich. You
Yeah,
can't
Well,
spell
that's why I said.
Eric
That's why I
without-
said. I know this man had a Derek auto, and he just a little removal there.
That's it.
We just
Actually,
pretend that never happened.
so that's good for you because you can do that. Take
True.
the V out and goodbye.
Well, this one's spelled ERIC with a capital E. So I found it on the eBays and I was like, and it was cheap.
Right on the eBay.
What else
Nice,
is there?
nice. Hobby Champ says, I always find it strange when athletes, celebrities attempt to micromanage, control what happens to their autographs or they sign. Like, yeah. I think I get it more for the ones who are being hassled at the airport. And then the person who's
understand
hassling them at
that.
the airport has like 20 items for them to sign. It's like, dude, leave me alone. Like, we know it's like to eBay.
Yes.
Like, you may as well at that point personalize it to eBay and be done with it.
Right.
Well, I think a lot of people go up with the presumption that, hey, listen, I'm here. I'm a fan. You need to give me your autograph. You know, if you go up in the nicest way possible, I'm sure they would sign. I hate to disturb you. I'm such a big fan. You know, if you could sign this, great. If you can't, I understand. Give them that, you know, kind of spiel. I think that they would have no problem. But so many people are selfish. So they, hey, dude, you're here. Sign this. Hey, man. Like, no.
Yeah,
Get out.
Eric.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know.
And we've seen what
Well-
happens. We saw what happened the one time somebody went for Eric's autograph, Yannick. The one time he's like, absolutely, Billy Cilio.
Bang. Yeah. With a big
So-
face. No.
Go back to names first comment, would you, for a second? One more. First one. There we go. So back when Name and I were friends. All right.
When?
While you're
We're
telling
not-
the story, I'll be right back.
We're not now.
Me too.
You know, we're mortal enemies, and I wish nothing but sadness for him. But back when he and I were friends, long time ago, I was with Stan Jonathan, and Stan Jonathan is an Indigenous hockey player. Played in the NHL for a long time for the Boston Bruins and is a Bruin legend. And I thought it would be nice to have Stan write, a personalization on an 8x10 that I could then send to name. And even though Stan is of Indigenous heritage and lives on a reservation in Canada, it took several minutes for me to explain to him what Name's name was. And I had to throw away the first 8x10, threw that right in the trash, and have him start again on a second one because he just wasn't understanding what I was trying to get across to him. But finally we got it done, and it came out nice, and we sent it, up to the western northern parts of the Canadians, and
Alberta.
And Name received it, and he was very ungrateful. I'm very extremely ungrateful, and that's what killed our friendship.
Sure, that's why.
So what I'm hearing. So Yannick, remember how earlier we're learning a lot of things about Eric tonight?
Every time.
I feel that we have learned something else. So I think, according to Eric, this was his villain arc. This was the story that made Eric the ungrateful swine that he is to this very day.
Mm-hmm.
I did not even get an 8x10 signed for me that day because I had stressed Stan out so much in trying to get Name 8x10 done. I was just like, I'm not gonna no, just.
I'm sure he was stressed just because of the 8x10 situation.
Yes, it wasn't that I was sitting really, really close to him and telling him how awesome he was. And
do
asked
you think that you tried to sit on his lap may have been problematic?
I didn't think so at the time.
It wasn't said.
Just
I
throw it
didn't
in and
think
listen.
so at the time.
I'm a man of Yannick. I am a man of peace. I'm a man of truths.
Always.
And I am a man of theories. I have theories. Zach says, Eric's stories are so long. He starts talking so slow. I couldn't follow a story even if I wanted to. Hey, it was great for me to get a refill. So it served its purpose. Everybody won.
It was bathroom break.
That's actually pretty funny, Eric. I'm just imagining you fumbling around trying to explain it to him. I was actually envisioning, because again, I got the wireless headphones so I can hear the story. So what I was envisioning was like a who's on first situation. It's like, oh, can you put my buddy's name on there? And he's like, what's your buddy's name? Well, name. No, yeah.
Name.
What's his name? Name. What is his name that you want me to put on it?
Name. His name is Name.
No, I'm telling you. I tried to explain. I'm like, Stan, he's Indigenous. He's like you. His last name is Cardinal. You
could have just spelled it out for him. It would have saved
a
lot of work.
I did. He wasn't getting it.
Why you didn't write it down?
I should have. That's what I should have done.
Name, seriously, name one time. Abandon your goddamn family and your 457 children. Come down to Toronto and the jokes will flow like wine in the river. Get on it, man. Get on the goddamn plane. Let's go. We will throw frozen mayo packets at this man as God intended. Get on it. Zach says, did you three all know when you were off screen when Eric started topic? That was pretty epic. I caught that from Jeff's comment. I did catch the tail end of that real quick when I grabbed the infamous mug and I had my.
Why do you think I started talking so slow? I'm like, all right, I gotta drag this out till these idiots get back.
Yeah, I don't know where Yannick went. I was specifically getting refill. I had a strategic
bathroom break. I told you, bathroom.
There
break.
You go. Eric is a hobby legend, and every woman in the hobby wants him, possibly.
Okay, so that's like one. Okay.
There's one.
Yeah.
Works out. It's all right.
Send me your number.
Your number?
I was actually planning on it, but it's my wife's convocation night weekend. Come on, man.
It's
There's always an
74309.
excuse. You tell them to reschedule the convocation.
Now I gotta look up that word.
It's something you never experienced. Yes. So yes, good stuff. By the way, in the spirit of multitasking, I was also able to reach out. I reached out to somebody on the Instagrams because apparently someone pulled a Dennis PC card that I must acquire. But unfortunately, it's a breaker who's bragging about the pull. So now I need to reach out to the breaker and go, hey, can you tell me who got the card? Because I want to reach out to them and try to strike a deal. So it's a pain in the ass when you have to go that route. It's annoying.
Yeah.
But when you see something you're looking for, I'm like, wait, I actually want that thing.
But then the breaker's going to go, what's in it for me?
But breakers, a lot of these guys, especially because this one I know from some of the Facebook groups that I follow, they're used to brokering deals. You know, sometimes maybe they'll work out something for themselves. It's good for the buyers too, because for the buyers, if they're able to broker a deal, it brings more business because then they'll go into more breaks. Because if you facilitate, sometimes it's like, hey, you know, you did so good. Yeah, let me buy into more of your breaks, and in turn, they make more money down the road.
From the videos I see, every breaker is a scammer. I don't know.
There are a lot of them. Let's be realistic. There are a lot of the ones that want to have consistent business. Though it's not a bad idea to be willing to be like, because the smart ones will be like, let me reach out to them and see what they want to do. You reach out and say, hey, there's somebody who might be interested in doing this. Do you want me to give them your contact? Sure. If they say yes, then great. If they say no, then done deal. Can't do it.
I did that one time on eBay where, you know, I missed an item. And it was a really rare, tough item. And maybe the guy who bought it didn't realize it. It didn't go for very much. And I said, tell the guy that I will pay 3 times as much. I said, you can keep the 1 times and he can keep the double. And the guy says, okay, I'll ask him. And the guy goes, sure. And I ended up getting the item. So it actually worked out really well. And I made 10 times on the item. So anyways, just saying.
Sometimes it works out. Look, I've been monitoring. So this specific item, I'm not going to say too much. But this specific item is something that I've been waiting for someone to pull for a little bit. There are other ways that I can get at it, but it's something that I wanted to avoid. So I've got a couple of avenues. Oh yes, it's all about my wrestling. Right. Look, I actually this might be.
I didn't know if it was Medano or wrestling, so I was just asking.
Yeah, no, it's my Dennis PC. It's the Dennis PC. Good evening, Dom. So yeah, right now actually, so this will be kind of a good topic for me to shift over to for a little bit. I talked about it a little bit on the podcast. And lately, for me, it's been a lot of the wrestling. But the biggest reason for that is I just have not been finding too many things that are worthwhile for me to extend myself to get. It's not that I can't find anything. It's got to be something that I feel like
it's nothing against Billy.
Listen, he's a sensitive soul. What do you want? But I'm not seeing things that are worthwhile. Like I can go to the save search and I'll find stuff on there. But it's like, yeah, I could buy it. And even the price could be reasonable. But do I want it enough to spend the money on that when I could hold it in reserve and then wait for the specific thing that I want? Or something much more compelling or interesting. With the wrestling, it's been fun right now because honestly, I've got my checklist and I'm trying to track down these items and I'm making progress. And the cost isn't too great on most of them. So I can get these items and I still got the project. I'm still making progress and I'm enjoying the progress. But for the sport, right now for the Medano collection, we're kind of stalled a little bit. I do have a couple of items that are coming in, but right now it's got to be something special. I need something that a little bit of pizzazz. I need a little bit of, I can't have 15 copies of something similar. It can't just be another one. Otherwise it's like, this isn't interesting for me. You got to give me something more.
Yeah. You always need something. You always need something to look forward to. And, you know, usually when you're looking for something like, let's say display box. Well, the last 65 display box came up. The guy wants 20 grand. It's like, okay. You know, it's probably worth about 8 or 9. Whatever. And, you know, I'm out. But realistically, when you run out of that, you got to have a bunch of other things that you're collecting because otherwise either you're at the top end or you're just hitting a few of the middle ends. And, you know, usually that'll suffice because as collectors, we do want to add to our collection. It's sort of, you know, it's the fun of it, everything, you know, it's not the kill, it's the thrill of the chase. And we have to have multiple things to chase. And obviously wrestling is something that it sidelines you from the Medano, you know, and waiting for the Medanos to come up at the right price is tough. So I get it.
Yeah, it's just basically it keeps things interesting, keeps the flow going. It also keeps it worthwhile looking into it. I'll still check every day. I'm checking. You
Yeah.
never know. Anything stuff. The stuff.
But wrestling has more potential for you. It's just
right now there is simply more stuff. There's simply more stuff that I can be keeping an eye out for. There's been more of that, and even some of the vintage projects I'm working on now. The vintage projects are a different problem. Realistically, I could pretty much pull the trigger on those anytime, so it kind of removes any urgency. It's like, no, I could get them. Like they're there. The question is, okay, so do you want to spend the money today or tomorrow?
That's right.
That's the only question. It's like it's there. If you want to get one, or even if you want to be a little bit picky and find a cup, you can still find it. It's there. So that hasn't been too compelling for me personally, but to each their own. But I'd be curious if there's anything you guys, anybody in the chat there too, is there anything that you have been out there looking at? Are you kind of sitting back and waiting? Are you chasing after stuff? I'm still picking up stuff all the time, but again, right now it's focusing on the specific genre because right now that's where I'm finding the stuff I'm interested in. Doesn't mean I won't buy anything else again. There's actually one Medano I will say that is not an inexpensive one. It's an expensive one. So if I do want to commit to it, it's a spicy meatball. But it's still there. It's been there at that price for a while. So realistically, I'll probably have to make an offer on it because it's not moving at that price. So I'll be like, no, I'll offer you less. If you want to make a deal, we can make a deal. But right now with Expo coming up, I want to kind of sit back and wait. Let's see how Expo goes. And if it's still there afterwards, I've bought cards at Expo, big cards, on eBay while Expo's going on. Would be the first time.
I'm keeping ammo for the Expo, basically.
Yeah, basically, I'm just holding back right now. I don't want to commit myself too much to any one specific thing before the show, because I might walk around and see something that's interesting.
For me, in a way, for what I'm looking for now, as the C57s or other stuff of that kind, the Expo will be the mecca to find that anyway, and without fees, taxes.
Listen,
mailing, all that.
I got to go out there and I got to find the grail of grails. I got to be looking for my Chicago Blackhawks Boubior, like
the real one.
That like imagine all these peasants, all these years have been wasting time on these Boston Bruins Boubiors. Fake. The real deal, Holyfield, Chicago Blackhawks Boubior. Grails.
The holy grails.
Amazing, sensational. It brings a tear to my eye. It really does.
It does. I'm sympathetic to that. So
it's inspiring. But yeah. Zach says, "Are you all superseded?"
What's that, Eric?
Why don't you go on my Instagrams and take a look and see it and see maybe
I don't even know how to use Instagram. It's so
and see if somebody gave somebody else credit. See if somebody else gave someone else credit for finding it and helping them get it. Why don't you go look at that?
I'm not going to do that. I don't.
You realize that Bobby's on the phone right now. That would require him to go off the phone to look at the thing.
Yeah. And Instagram, I can't find anything on there.
Well, if you were to find my page that I did tonight, my post that I put on tonight, you might find your name there and maybe getting a thank you.
Yeah. Well, no thank you.
Did you use the hashtag Eric Sucks?
Are you going to get that signed?
No.
Well, you know Bobby Orr.
No, I don't.
Well, according to Eric, he knows everybody.
He walked by me once. I said hello to him.
He still thinks
he walked by you once. Your ultimate fan. And everybody else you've met, but not Bobby Orr.
Nope.
You're not going to live forever, and neither is he. You better get it done.
I was under the impression that Eric
said hello to me.
That he spent time with.
He said hello to me too.
That's all I got.
Hogan said hello to me. Gave me the fist bump. I've been around.
I know you have.
Yeah.
So anyway, so Zach's saying, "Are you all surprised?" I got where you're going with it, but superseded, I was kind of having some fun. I kind of enjoyed superseded. So you're surprised that the top's now triple auto. Everyone has been pulled. Well, Yannick doesn't want to reveal his sources. He doesn't want people to know. He's waiting for Geoff to raise his bounty.
Oh yeah.
He's like, "You peasant, pay real money."
Would you sit on it and raise the bounty? Would you make a couple videos so you could bump it up a little bit more? That would be smart.
If I had because I did, obviously I did buy a couple lotto tickets to that one. If I had the damn thing, I would have sold the damn thing already. It would be done. It'd be over. Like
Yeah,
your maximum value was while strike while the iron's hot. It's not an item that necessarily people are going to care about that much later on. Now there will still be a collector base for it, but like the maximum value is while the iron is hot. That's the best time. Will still be value down the road, sure. It just won't be as much. Because it's like, yeah, it's a triple auto. It's these guys. Again, they're all like 3 Hall of Fame caliber guys who eventually end up there. It's a cool card, but it's a very specific item for a very specific time. And the Olympics is further and further and further in a rearview mirror.
What's it worth if it doesn't have the autos on it? Interesting.
Like the $5 I got at the show. That's what it's worth. It's the $5. I was happy to get the $5, Bobby. I was thrilled. $5 cash in my pocket. It was fine. Like, it was all right.
Listen,
I took my shot and I was able to sell the card, and the other person enjoyed the card. Win-win. As far as I'm concerned, win-win.
That's great.
So Davir says, I'm the same way, Carlos. So it has to be a no-brainer deal for me to plunge. Readily available stuff. My fun budget friendly focus lately has been targeting players outside of the Hall of Fame and the tougher sets. I think that's fair. I'm curious if any of the rest of you have been making any tweaks. Like I said, for me, I'm searching consistently, still doing my checks on the save searches every day, just checking in. I'm still finding stuff, but again, it's been really wrestling heavy just because that's where I'm finding stuff. If I was finding it in the hockey stuff, I'd be buying the hockey stuff. It's just where I find it right now.
I'm finding less and less on eBay right now, maybe because of Burbank Sports Cards is no longer there. Just saying.
Well, I don't think they've pulled most of the stuff yet. It's interesting. I actually think
that was tongue in cheek anyway. So
I know it was, but I actually want to bring up the Spurbank thing since you mentioned it. I actually am curious to see how long it's going to take before they actually start pulling real numbers off.
That's a lot of cards to ship.
That's what I mean. But if you remember when we originally were discussing, I said it wasn't going to be an overnight thing. It was going to take time, and no matter what, it was going to take time because
a year. It's got to take.
It takes for it. It literally you have to take the pictures, you have to take the description, and then boom. It's not like a smooth, push a button. That's not how it's going to work.
No,
it's going to take a lot of work.
Shift over. It's just like
you have to reestablish everything. Stuff.
Yeah,
a lot of
different formats. So it's going to take time, and to find those pictures online, I guess you can import, but to save that and to reestablish.
Hope you had a good filing system.
Yeah, that's where I'm thinking a lot of the effort is going right now. I wouldn't be shocked if they have to rescan a ton of the items.
I think
obviously the original pictures are long gone, but they have these industrial scanners. They have industrial scanners that can actually do a volume, but you have to run all that stuff through the volume.
You still have to load them, and they still have to be straight, and that's tough. That takes a long time. And that they use a scanner opposed to, even still, if you use their phone, it's still even worse because you can't get the right angle. You can't get the, reflection out or the shadow out. It's just, scanning is actually your best bet for most cards. Not the shiny ones.
They got in league with, I want to say it was a Japanese scanning company, and they've actually got scanners that they can run through in a feeder. It'll actually scan front and back, and it'll do them in a feeder. Yeah, that's how they do so much volume. That's how they will do so many.
So the handling of that through the feeder, that would make you question the grade afterwards.
It actually, so the reason why they're using that one is because it doesn't really touch the card. They're able to put it in penny sleeves and run it through, and it doesn't mess with it. I bought cards from Burbank. It hasn't created a problem. It's been fine.
I bought tons of stuff from Burbank.
Yeah, they're able to do it in volume, which is what saves them a ton of time. The fact they're able to put it through a feeder and do front and back scans all at the same shot.
That's amazing. Yeah, that'd be great. And to think that that's not out there is kind of silly considering.
That's where Rob Veras was very smart, because as soon as he realized that was a thing, he bought a ton of them. He was like, "Oh my God, I need this. This is what I need," because that way we can do it in volume for these items and be able to get them scanned in volume so that we can do what we need to do.
Well, he was very smart in that regard, but very stupid taking everything off eBay. I think for his customer's sake, not for his own benefit. I'm sure he made some great money.
He's getting a kickback. He's getting a chunk of change.
Oh, he's making good money. But I think that does a disservice to the customer base, that you can't find on eBay, because a lot of people won't join the Fanatics /PWCC website or whatever. They're just, because people are challenged with having too many different things to search. You have eBay, you have Facebook, you have Instagram, obviously, that people don't even look at, like me, and all these other formats. So
I'm gonna take your name off. I'm not gonna thank you now. I'm
what?
not gonna thank you now.
I won't see it anyway, so it doesn't matter.
I'm gonna go back to my Instagram account and just take you right out of there.
So Will says, I'm buying everything except Favre. And Medano, I don't know who Favre is. I only
don't know.
Favre.
Far away.
Spell it correctly, Will.
Farbe.
Zach says, 100% agree, Carlos. I thought it would be pulled quick with the CT scanner. So in terms of the triple auto. And I don't disagree. Like, Geoff is wrong in basically everything he says. However,
Really?
he did bring up, basically everything. He and Master Shang. It'd be great. So anyway, one thing,
is it
though, that is a real
wrong
possibility.
too?
What's that?
Is Atlanta wrong too?
Listen, Bobby, I leave that to you. Your ongoing war with Atlanta
on.
is its own
I need
thing.
some collaboration here.
Look, Bobby, we can discuss this. I have terms. I'm already warring with the Dutch. If you want me to open up a second front on this war, then we can discuss it. But like, those Dutch are not. I can't take my eyes off the Dutch too far. Bert Blyleven is over there. I'm watching that guy. Like,
Okay.
Eric,
If
I'm
my
watching
mother,
that Bert Blyleven guy. Xander Bogarts, I'm watching that
Just
shit. I'm
saying.
watching.
I bought you breakfast at the last show there.
I get it, Bobby, but you know what? Look, listen, history will tell you.
Breakfast
Fighting a
doesn't go as
two-front
far as
war.
it used to, I guess. So
The last show I paid for breakfast. It's a two-front war.
well,
It's
no,
a very dangerous.
okay. Anyways,
Yeah. So anyway, fighting a two-front war historically as a history major is a very dangerous proposition. Let me tell you, it doesn't work out well for a lot of the guys that try it. Historically, it hasn't. Thoughts on SCR trying to have a longer live stream episode than you? So I actually don't know the context of that. I actually be curious about it because I saw that Sports Car Radio did a 9-hour live stream.
Yes.
And I'm not sure why.
who?
Last
Sports
night
Car Radio. Yeah.
they went
I know they had a live
7+ hours.
Yeah. Now,
I didn't.
I'm wondering, did they actually have a 9-hour live stream or did they have because by the way, I've actually seen this. Did they have the issue where they turned it off and it didn't turn off? Because I've seen that too, where sometimes depending on your platform, you can try to turn it off and sometimes it stays on.
I did.
So did they actually go the whole 9 hours or did they cut it off?
I can't see them going 9 hours. That's
And I would also ask why.
Just to beat you.
Well, Dakota did that and he ran away and retired.
It's kind of funny. I was talking to Rich Klein. Actually, we were on this thing, and he goes, "You're on Carlos's show. You guys go like 4, 5, 6 hours." And I go, "Yeah, just guys hanging out, talking."
That was Rich.
He knows. Even Rich Klein.
Wait,
knows.
so I demand, if Uncle Rich is watching, I demand acknowledgement, Rich. Acknowledge me.
Yeah, this was on a private chat away from the
I
Hobby News Daily kind of.
I got it. I got it.
I didn't know that Uncle Rich was watching.
I was gonna say, listen, show some
That he knew. I was sitting there going, I didn't even know how to respond. I'm going, yeah. You're right. Like Rich is watching, sitting in his chair like this.
Bobby, the concern that I have, Bobby, the worry that I have. Let me tell you what my concern is. My worry is that we're starting to learn deeply. We're starting to learn quickly. And Eric can attest to the horror, the abject horror we can all have on this. I am starting to think, Yannick, I am starting to worry that these comments that I'm showing in the chat are actual people and not the robots I programmed. There might actually be viewers.
They're not bots.
Get the hell out of here.
They're not bots.
I'm worrying, Eric. I am deeply concerned. I am very worried that the longest running episodic, whatever the hell this is, that people are watching. They're watching us. They're watching us.
No, real people would never watch this crap. Human beings would
Eric,
never...
we've already established this. I'm not convinced you're a real person. Who are you to judge?
I'm not convinced I'm a real person.
Like I said, there may be a second podcast episode that may appear down the road that questions if Eric is real or AI.
Huh?
Unfortunately, it's all real.
The disappointment, the sound of exhaling disappointment.
Yeah.
Hey, Eric,
Really
have a
added to it.
Pepsi.
I felt good about it. Fujitsu 8170. So I think that may be a model that they use.
Oh.
They I know they use Fujitsu. It's like, but they
Keep
have
it
a
up,
cool
Yannick.
model.
Keep it up. No more No more chocolate sticks for you when you visit. All right, screw you.
Whoa.
Keep it
Oh,
up.
I got
Man.
chocolates. I got chocolates for the show, guys.
There you go.
Have you ever done the President's Choice, the chocolate covered raisins or peanuts?
I think I might have years ago.
They're,
Like at one
I used to bring them to the
It's been a
show all the
while.
time, and guys used to gobble them up because we're all used
Are
to
they
those
like in a box or in like little or like
the
packages?
bags.
Yeah,
The
the bags.
glossettes that you used to get, those little dicky ass raisins and stuff like this. These are monstrosities.
Yes.
So
Okay.
I went to this one Shoppers Drug Mart, and I'm just pulling one out here. Like they're these big bags.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Sure. Yeah.
And
These are like the white label President's
the
Choice.
PC, they're actually
Yeah.
really good. Most of them are this big, for
Sure.
chocolate covered raisins. They're not little dinky ass like little box that you used to get. So I've been buying them for many, many years. They come in large and small. Now they're just one size, and they're actually now they're $10. $10 for 400 grams. Which is kind of pricey. But I went to the store and this one this one Shoppers Drug Mart. And I said, okay, I'm going to buy these. And I went beep. The guy went beep. And I went, rather than using self checkout, I went through the thing and $4.99. I said, oh yeah, I wanted to get a couple more. Because sometimes when they program things, the guys, they're, the caliber of people that they hire at anyways to program regardless. So I thought they screwed up, and it's still screwed up there. They're $4.99. They're like half the price.
That was a good deal. And basically, there's two options. You could have just, like you did, go and get some more, which is even better. Or you could have claimed the wrong price, and then below the $10, then you get it all for free. But now you only get one bag.
You don't want it. Yeah, you don't want to tell them, right? So I went back after 2 to 3 weeks, and they're still $4.99. They haven't screwed up the price, so haven't fixed the price. So I'm sitting there going, okay. So I think I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 or 8 different, and then there was the peanuts too. So I got 2 of those and about 8 of these. I said, get them all you can.
So you go to the Facebook page and you see those influencers who have all those like retail boxes, and Bobby's there with his white label like Raisinets and chocolate covered this. He's got a whole stack of them.
Yeah. Well, you have to
hold
buy
on, Eric, before you make your comment. Remember the thought? Let me read these comments real quick. Hang on. Hobby Champ says, has one single person bought a car from Burbank on Fanatics Connect? Not that I'm aware of. Zach says, Carlos, the grammar police tonight? Always, Zach, always. Will says, speaking CT scanners, I should know this, but are cases just as susceptible to virtual searching as the boxes? Yes.
I'm going to open
Yes,
it.
they are.
I don't care.
Don here says, the hobby president elections coming up. Got to put in those overtime hours to keep the people updating results. Is that still going on? Really? I would say, other than the allusion to the other election,
When is
I would love to
election night?
know. I would love to know what prompted this entire thing in the first place. Like, why? Other than the thematic obvious parallel that but I'm like, what is even the point of the hobby president thing? I heard about it and I don't get it. I haven't watched any of it, mind you. I haven't paid too close attention. I know Mangini is doing his thing and he's made videos on it. I know this. I know that they've got their form and people put in their votes on it and they've tallied votes. I get that part. But what is the point? Why is there a hobby president thing at all, other than, again, the allusion to the election? It's not as legitimate, by the way, as the silly card of the week, because I know we count every vote on that. I know for a fact.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
But you can
That's
see the
facts.
size of these raisins. They're massive. They're not those little dinky ass ones.
No dinky ass.
That's about an inch and a quarter. Amazing. So you got to buy them. They're actually really good. The chocolate is very good quality. It's kind of nice because, well, maybe not. You can have a couple after dinner and no big deal. Problem is, a couple turns into a couple more.
There you go. Stu says, hey guys, Lynx win. Play Liberty on Sunday for a WNBA championship. There you go. Live the dream.
I'd rather talk about raisins.
Is that a segue into talking about politics? Sure will. Hold on. I got a button. Go ahead. Go for it.
I would also like to rather talk about raisins.
Chocolate covered raisins, not just raisins.
Yeah. But I am actually legitimately curious why there was, again, aside from the obvious illusion, Was there a specific prompting for the whole hobby president thing? Like, why are we even doing it? Like, I know Dustin did a video on it, and I'm sitting there like, man, Genie's done a couple of things. I'm like, really, guys?
I actually
Okay.
don't get who's in first because you have Mangini, which is he's got a great collection. Those good videos. But then you have Brian Gray in there, and you have these other people. You know, Jeff Wilson. I'm sitting there going, is this a ruse or is it real?
Can
I
we
just appreciate.
add?
Look, I want to appreciate Dom referencing rule number 1, which, by the way, has been on fire on the Discord. I know you guys aren't on the Discord, so I'm just letting you know. For folks that know, Bobbles, myself, Dustin, Neo, and folks that are on the Discord, they've been Eric. I'm so proud. They have been referencing rule number 1 all on their own.
Oh, good.
Wow.
I am so proud. The people are learning about rule number 1. Like, I am, Eric. I am this close to making a fucking shirt.
Wow.
This close.
I'd do it
Because
for
rule
sure.
number 1 is that important.
It is pretty important.
Have
And it's
on the
become more
front, rule
important
number 1
every
and
day
rule
that
number
goes
2.
by. Every day that goes by. We are this close.
Do a shirt. Rule number 1 on the
Don't
front.
make me. It's like,
Rule number
I
2
will
on the back.
merge the hell out of this shit. Because we are this close.
Can
And it
you
applies to so many things.
can you refresh people's mind, Eric, please, on rule number 1?
We're getting there. We're getting there. Hold on. I had no idea they went for 9 hours. What in the world did they do? That's what I don't know. I genuinely have no idea. Like, I'm not pretending. I saw the runtime. I was perplexed. I was confused. But I also have no idea what they did. So
Rich,
if you guys
Rich
watch
Klein
it,
might be out looking, and we need to show him.
Yeah. Eric, read rule number 1 and rule number 2, please. Refresh the people. Rule number 1 and rule number 2. Just read it right off the page.
Rule number 1: people are stupid.
It applies in too many places. Yes.
So this
Go
is
on.
stupid in sign language. It's an S to your head. That's a letter
Wow.
S, and that's to your head. I'm doing sign language like they do on all the programs.
Oh, good.
Oh,
Okay.
great.
Rule number dos many.
Mm.
See rule number 1.
Now
Amazing.
we have the option of using a D, which is dummy, or put a D on your head. That's the letter D.
How about a big giant L?
Well, that's a loser. Yeah, actually, that is L
Mm.
in sign language. Actually, I do know sign language. My aunt was deaf, so I learned it when I was very young. So I understand sign language.
Nice.
People. Just to let you
Stucker
know,
says on the radio today.
the Burrell does not stop at just one language.
Amazing. So Stuke says on the radio today they talked about using mayo instead of butter on grilled cheese sandwiches. Said the mayo taste goes away. The sandwich is golden brown.
You know, actually, I've heard of that. I'm going to have to try that because Lord knows I have enough mayo.
Philly Joe says, what is rule number 1? We have answered that question. Thank you for asking. Mayo is clutch. It is true. I got a new jar of mayo. Eric would be very proud.
And what kind of mayo did you get, Carlos? What is the brand?
I get the I can't believe it's real mayo.
I'm sure you do.
I just get the Miracle Whip, the light version of it. It's just
So you're a Miracle Whip, so that's a little different. It's made with
but that's why I say I can't believe it's not mayo. That's why I make the joke.
Salad dressing.
Yeah, more so because it has malt vinegar in the.
Actually, it says
Miracle
on
Whip?
the label. Like it literally doesn't say it's mayonnaise. It's
So they've
salad
got
dressing.
so they've actually got that version of it as well. They've got one that is mayonnaise and they just made it a lighter version of it. But yeah, basically, I basically put it in with tuna and make like a tuna salad kind of thing,
Tuna salad sandwich. Yeah.
which works. It works.
Do you know if you put a half a teaspoon of malt vinegar in it, it'll actually bump up the flavor? Just saying. We're in the food. I do that with the salmon, and everyone goes, "What's the secret?" It's a half a cup of malt vinegar, and actually, Miracle Whip has malt vinegar in it,
The secret-
opposed to regular vinegar in regular meal.
You're supposed to tell them the secret is love.
Eric knows nothing of love. Dom here says OJ Mayo is a better shooter than Chris Ford. That's true. It's true.
OJ Mayo. Oh my God.
I'm not coming back until you guys just knock this shit off.
That was Dom. What do you want from me?
It's Mayo talk. You know, there are other people who, you know, some like autographs, some like Mayo, some like, you know.
Yeah, and your head coach is a Mayo. So what are you complaining about?
Oh my God, isn't that true? Right?
Yeah, it is. These New England Patriots coaches.
And
Coach
he's not
Mayo.
even white.
No, he's not.
Huh.
Zach says Eric can't go off camera like that. He has to go against his contract. I know. Eric is trying to hide over there. I see what's going on.
He is. He's hiding
Stu says
behind.
Mayo Clinic with real doctors sponsors the Minnesota Lynx. Amazing.
Well, we are
Sensational.
real doctors here. Well, actually,
Yeah, we're hobby doctors. So we got to remember, guys, just so we're clear, so there's no confusion. I don't want anyone to get confused, because on the video that I did on the Mastro, Big Bri thing, I did make emphasis. I made clear I am a doctor, but in the hobby, the standards are a little different. If you're in the hobby, you can simply call yourself a doctor.
Mhm.
You do not need an MD. This is a fact. Don't need it.
Well,
I took my prerogative. I have the right in this hobby to call myself a doctor. So, God damn it, I am a doctor.
Yep, and I am a doctor of vintage hockey collectibles.
Indeed.
I could go for that doctorate. I'd like to know who would study me on that. That would be interesting. What would be my dissertation? Interesting.
The dissertation would be like, why Bobby Orr's career started in 76, 77. Because we
The
all know
answer?
it did.
Chicago. There you go.
Chicago. We all know it did.
The Windy City.
Mm-hmm. Chocolate mayo.
Lowe's.
True.
What are you doing? You on Instagram? Taking my name off again?
No, I'm gonna.
Oh, yeah. Threats. My father used to tell me. Yeah, okay, whatever.
Yeah.
I'll give you a backhander. Yeah, okay. Mm-hmm. How many
So
know
any word
that?
from your buddy Jeff, Eric, or no dice?
I'm working on that. I'm trying to send you something right now.
All right. Fair enough. So, question for you guys. Anything in particular you guys want to chat on? Like I said, I can't say anything about the hobby president thing. I vote for none of the above. That's my vote.
Yeah,
I
I
didn't
think
look at the
it's.
list. My answer is still none of the above. That's what I'm going with.
I think I don't understand the premise properly. Like I
That's
said,
that was the thing. Like, I legitimately said outside of the parallel,
yeah,
I don't understand what the purpose is. Although Dom said rule number one, so
I
I'm
get
willing to
what
go
they're
behind
doing.
that.
I just don't
I'm
get
fine.
what they're doing.
Yeah. Because as far as I'm concerned, doesn't mean anything.
How does Jeff Wilson and Mangini click in there? It doesn't make any sense. Like Mangini, he's got amazing collection. He's got great stuff. I'm just saying, so why does he fit in there? And actually, he's number one for a reason, obviously. But you got Jeff Wilson in there.
Well, look, one thing that's kind of
Brian
important.
Gray's in there.
Like, look,
Honestly.
I'm not going to pretend to take this seriously. But even if I did want to take it seriously, for the sake of it, even if I wanted to,
let's have fun.
I'm going to remind everybody: number one, Mangini has a following. Number two, he's actually made videos on it.
Yeah.
And Jeff Wilson has a following too, but like he doesn't pay attention to it. He hasn't done anything related to it. What do you think would happen? Again, it's a website, right? I know Sports Car Radar has a website, and I know you can click on it and vote, right? What do you think would happen if Jeff Wilson said, "Hey guys, go to this website and click my name"?
He might win.
Yeah, you just stuff the
And
ballot box.
that
and
would
done.
be apropos.
Yeah, it would take almost nothing. Like it would only take a fraction. Like in the amount of votes that you get in it would only take a fraction of his audience saying, "Hey guys, do me a favor, do that. Let me know you did that, and I'll give you a box or something. I'll do a drawing and I'll give somebody a box."
Yeah.
Okay, sure. Yeah, for a free box, click, done.
Yep.
There's nothing to stop you from stuffing the ballot box if that's what you wanted to do.
True.
That's why I say like a lot of the stuff becomes like it becomes a popularity contest and who wants to leverage their audience for it. That's it.
I want to be hobby president.
You actually
Can I vote?
Realize.
Can I vote for the assassination of the president?
Oh,
unrelated to Eric's question.
That's another. That's another category.
Related to Eric's question.
We could accommodate that.
Mm-hmm. What's that? Death
subcategory. Yeah.
Death by mayo.
Very nice.
Hobby Champ says Dr. Burrell is right about the Instagram, though. It is the most clunky and inefficient user interface on the planet. It is true. So I will say this. If your objective is to find something, it is extremely difficult. It doesn't work very well. My algorithm on mine is actually very well tuned with the people that I follow. It's actually very well calibrated. So I do tend to, that's why I was able to see that specific thing that actually was useful to me. So I do follow just enough people that fit in the genre that I'm looking for that I was able to see that and I was able to then respond. I like the fact the instant messages, the DMs actually work really well. It is useful. It is a good communication device for that because look, I put this here all the time and people reach out.
Messenger, same thing.
Yeah, so it allows.
They're equal.
Yeah, but I'm very rarely on Facebook unless someone pings me. If someone pings me, then I get a message. Otherwise, I'm not checking it. So it takes longer for me to respond to a messenger thing.
But they're both the same way. They both work equally in the messaging department. It's just Instagram. The format is just not for, I can only post one picture. I can't post another picture. I can't post a link. I can't post, you're just so limited. So limited.
You are limited. Yes, that is true.
And actually, if you use your computer, your PC, you have half the things that you can do on your phone. Like there's not even the choices
Well,
aren't even on the
it's not
PC.
meant for PC, so that's why they want you to use your
Exactly.
Mhm.
Where actually, Facebook is actually meant for PC or your phone, both. I do find that there is a difference between eBay and using your PC and your phone. There's certain attributes that you can access through your phone. Actually, it seems like it's better for the phone than it is for your PC at times. But just saying.
I'd agree with that.
He's
how about
sharpening a knife. Why would you do that during a show?
because the guy has
Was it not sharp enough at that time when you
the
came?
guy has the profile picture on his fucking PayPal.
Yeah,
That's-
yeah, that's a bit of a profile
Oh.
picture on PayPal kind of move.
Yeah.
No question.
Mhm.
Hobby Champ says, I voted for Eric by mind. Not sure if it worked, but I heard he's in the lead now for Marcel Dion. Man.
Oh. Mhm.
If you guys don't really know, it's pretty much just a joke. Yeah, I kind of what we figured. Given where it started, I kind of figured that.
Yeah.
Are Beck employees eligible for hobby president? Valid question. A fair and valid question.
I think
it started
they'd
off
be
as
top of the line. Yeah.
Oh, no doubt. That's the first people I'd vote for. It started as a joke so they could start listing off and talking about the women in the hobby, and they started talking about the men. There
Is
you go.
Eagle Eye still working there?
I don't know. Maybe. Hobby president / first lady. I vote for Eric for first lady.
Oh, yeah.
Paul
Or Lady
says,
Bing.
Eric. Paul says, Eric, don't ride a convertible in Dallas. Truth.
Please.
Didn't work out well for the other guy.
Nope.
Especially in November.
Historically accurate. Facts.
Yes.
Facts. But yeah, so bottom line though on the Instagram thing, yeah, it's a very specific thing. I like it because again, I have a list of people in the message and the DMs where I go back and forth. So it's pretty handy from that perspective. It's nice. So it does work. And again, it's a good contact point for people to reach out because then I can respond to it a little quicker. It's nice for me because I usually have the tab open and I'm pretty consistently checking it.
And your picture
Facebook
size doesn't go in properly unless it's taken with a phone. It just doesn't work. You have to almost shrink it down and put extra white border just to get the picture in properly for that. And then I get people who are liking, my stuff. Like you got, Dave and Steve and, from the IRP. And I'm going, they don't give a fuck. It's just like, okay, everybody, hit the heart button and that's good. Yeah. It's almost faux. It's just whatever,
Oh, it's just
I want people to,
yeah.
to like things who like things. And I don't like everything. I like certain things,
You
but
don't
it just
like
seems
ice
like,
cream.
hey, I got to respond back to him because he's following me and he's got to do this for me and I got to do that for him and everybody's blah, 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 whatever. So it's a very faux platform to me.
The engagement is very specific. Yes.
It is quite so. And then you see videos come up and then, oh, he's live right now. And then, oh, this is time sensitive. Oh, well, okay. Well, I'm not on all day. Can't even see the past one that went by. It's just like, it's frustrating. I try to keep up with it. It's just like, oh, if I'm not online and you miss that whole video and it doesn't stay in the history, it just goes, what's that? Oh, Carvel, we like to have the ice cream cakes that you enjoy.
Eric, you're muted.
I was wondering if Bobby would give me a like on that. Bobby, can I get a like on that?
You will not. Actually, I wish there was a thumbs down.
A dislike?
I hit that
Dislike
5
button?
times. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. An upside down heart or something. Maybe they got to do that. I don't know. Just change it up a little bit.
There you go. I like it. Makes sense.
Are you getting any type of response from him?
Let's see. I have not seen anything yet. Let me make sure. Yeah, I did send it. Haven't seen anything. So we'll see. We shall see. Hey, how you can't click on a picture and then pinch and zoom, but you can pinch and zoom, but it automatically reverts back when you let it go. Yes. Yes. Mm-hmm. It is true.
So there's a lot of things that it lacks, but it's, direct communication, great. Otherwise,
well, I think that's the big, for me, honestly, that's the biggest feature it has going for it. I like the fact that, because I use it pretty regularly I've got a whole list of folks that I go through that we're usually chatting off and on. So it allows me to kind of flip back and forth. On Facebook, I've used it. It's okay. But I honestly find it a bit annoying when it's like pings me randomly at certain things. Or there'll be the little notification if somebody adds in like everyone in a Facebook group. And I'm like, this isn't for me. I don't care.
Yeah.
Like whatever.
Yeah, I get those breakers doing that. Hey, join my group. Join the group. And you go, okay, I'll just support you. And then it's all of a sudden you're getting, hey, we're doing a Raz. We're doing a break. Let's see, and it's to everybody. It's like, I clicked on it. Damn. The one thing you can adjust on Facebook, you can adjust in Messenger. If you send the wrong message to the wrong person, you can actually delete it where you can't, Instagram, you're screwed. Like you fucked up if you fucked up.
True.
Yeah. So there is benefits, and so I find that Facebook is better for me.
Well, I
Oh,
think
it
that's
didn't
fine.
even cut through. You don't know how to sharpen
Shame.
shit.
Shame.
You can't sharpen shit. Look at that. Doesn't do nothing.
Showing off.
What are you cutting? It's not even going through.
Disgraceful.
You're gonna have to get.
Yeah, like all this effort, all this work, and what happens? The man in the end gets ended by frozen mayo
We
packets.
cut down fucking trees for this shit.
Jeff, if you're good, give me a thumbs up.
I'll be right.
So, Jeff, how do you feel? So, first of all, hello, how are you? Secondly, how do you feel about the fact that as you come on, Eric is here sharpening a knife and playing with paper?
I was just gonna say, what did I come into?
Well, this is Eric's standard behavior, so I actually would like to pretend this is unusual. It really isn't.
It's not unusual.
It's not.
I got
Did
4
Did you know
hours.
that Eric was this strange individual? Hold on, I'm muting you because I'm not paying attention to you. So, Jeff, did you know that Eric was this strange individual? By the way, I've heard rumors that he actually has a profile picture on PayPal, which earlier tonight we established possibly makes him a serial killer. The knife sharpening thing might also play into that.
Interesting. Yeah, I think I've given him a couple of payments here and there.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I'd be a little worried. Listen, there are certain types of people that have actual pictures in their profile on PayPal payments. It's a little strange. But anyway, how are you? How are you otherwise?
Very good. Very good. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. So part of the reason I wanted to have you on here, obviously, of course, thank you for popping on again. And we enjoyed having you join us for conversation last time. But one thing we wanted to chat on is kind of a thing that we chatted on last time, but something has changed. We talked about the SGC 10 Wilt Chamberlain rookie card that was graded. And now there is a brand new PSA 10 Wilt Chamberlain rookie card. So do you want to give us a little flavor on that? I'll share an article while we're talking, but do you want to give a little flavor, any thoughts or whatever you'd like to share relating to that?
Yeah. Have you guys talked a little bit about it already, or
we were basically waiting. I was sitting back to touch on it a little bit. I did reference it a couple of times briefly, but for the most part, we haven't touched on it yet.
Okay. Well, I mean, basically, I think I know as much as you guys have seen. I mean, it essentially appears in a new holder. I think it looks pretty good in the PSA holder myself. And my opinion has been from the beginning, I think it is deservedly so in that holder. I don't think it shouldn't be there. From my understanding, that's the fourth one now, right? In the population.
That's my understanding. Yeah.
And from what I understand, I there's probably 2 of them that probably shouldn't even be PSA 9s. Honestly, they're graded probably in the first 3, 4, 5 years of PSA graded cards, and then there's one that's maybe deserves to be a 10. And so either way, this is probably or is definitely the nicest out of the 4.
Sure.
So I think I think it was a good move by PSA. I'm sure it didn't hurt that they got paid some nice revenue to flip it into that holder. But here it is, and it doesn't surprise me.
For sure. Now, one thing that I kind of wanted to ask, so I'm obviously sharing it here, and what I'll do is I'll link to the Sports Collector Daily article that references this. I'll include that in the description for folks to check out on their own. Part of the reason we wanted to chat on a little bit is kind of the motivation of it. Obviously, the SGC one was purchased for a pretty penny to begin with. So that was already, good money was spent on that. At the end of the day, for vintage collectors, so I want to give a little context here. For vintage collectors in basketball and baseball and whatever, SGC is perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with SGC for vintage. But I guess my first initial thought would be like, first of all, it's kind of an interesting move. I know that PSA will not crack it out unless they are confident that they can.
That's right.
You know, you're not going to a 10 unless they're confident it crosses over to 10, and they're not even going to even attempt it unless they're that confident. But so that part I have no issue with. But I guess my question is, so is it a set registry move? Like, I'd be curious what the motivation would be when you already have it in a holder. It's there and it looks good.
Mm-hmm.
What are you moving into this holder for?
Yeah, I think there's two reasons to do it. One, I guess, is first of all, is do you plan on keeping the card or selling the card?
Mm-hmm.
And to your point, the registry is obviously a big incentive if someone wants to have everything in all the holders in the same holder.
Yep.
And I think it's driven partly by that. The person that has it, I don't know if what I do know is they are building the set currently. But what I don't know is if they're putting the set on the registry or not. But I think either way, there was some motivation there to have everything in the same slab.
Yep.
So that's
share
definitely
here the Instagram post as well, just so that we've got all on the same page here. We got it.
Yep. So that's definitely part of it. And I think as we all know, things do sell for the most part in the same grade, more in a PSA slab than SGC. And, I do know that at the high end, right, the Wagners and the Mantles and other stuff like that, often the sales prices are pretty comparable. Mm-hmm. But I would say in this case, it's definitely, I believe it would sell for probably between 500,000 to $1 million plus more in this holder than it does in SGC.
Sure. I think it's certainly a possibility. It's one of those things where obviously we wouldn't know until we tested it. But I could imagine there would be a premium, especially for certain buyer that would be interested in that. And again, being that the set registry is a good incentive. And as you're saying, they're building a set. So do you think that maybe the primary driver is that they're building a set? Or is there some thought maybe to flipping it again down the road?
I would say the thought to flipping it down the road is not in his mind, not on his mind at this point. He told me that he was offered over $3 million for it when it was done, which he turned down. So
that's usually the kind of offer that only Eric turns down. That's crazy.
It's clearly not motivated by financially, at least right now, anyway.
Sure.
But I'm sure he wants to enjoy the card for a while and have it. I don't see him selling it anytime soon, but hey, if you ever need $1 million bucks, he's got a place to go, I guess. So,
Jeff, good to see you again. Glad you're back. Quick question. Now, I'm going to play the devil's advocate on this one. Was this a case of maybe because PSA has bought SGC, was it the ultimate time to do this?
To do what? To cross it over?
Yes.
I think
at this point, you have one in the same company at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Do they want to drop the SGC reputation through PSA when PSA owns SGC at this point? So is there some, I don't know. I'm not going to say it, but I'll just go without saying. You know where I'm going.
Yeah. I don't think yes, obviously they're owned by the same company, and obviously they probably have more conversations within management or leadership than they did before.
Yes.
But they still like to act independently, even if they just say it on the surface. I mean, obviously I'm not an employee, so I don't know. Yeah. But my inclination would be is that they had more insight on the opinions of the card, from the other side than they may have had before. And that may have potentially helped a little bit. But from what I was told is that it was not a slam dunk. So it wasn't just like the person walked in there and was be like, here you go. You know, sent it in the back. 5 minutes later, they come out. All right, thumbs up, good to go. Give me the money. Let's do this. It wasn't like that at all. It was a sort of a drawn out process, and it took a lot longer, and it was a lot more difficult for the person to get that done than they were expecting. So, you know, with that being said, I think that to me says, you know, they stood by the grade, and you know, it wasn't just like a streamlined process because they're both owned by the same company.
When was that graded then by SGC?
It was graded by SGC. When was it? The summertime, right? So
Yeah, it would have been around the time that we were discussing
recently,
it, because it wasn't that long ago. Yeah,
it wasn't that long ago at all. No, I mean,
okay, that's good.
The you know, the person that bought it, they didn't get it until right after it was done. And what was that? It was at August, right? So it was only
so that's
a couple months.
Yeah, so I'll get
After the fact.
I've got the general here timeline, so we can look at it here.
But we can see the motivation of that being going forward. That might be a factor. It actually
this
be a
right now
great
is listed
factor
at
for
about
somebody to
6
utilize.
weeks ago.
Yeah.
So this is listed as about 6 weeks ago, give or take.
Yeah. But it's a great way of doing it now, especially when, you know, they're almost one and the same.
Right.
It's ideal. In a certain sense, if you're looking from the outside in, I would say that I would do that too.
Mm-hmm.
Prior to it's a risk, but during this time, it's maybe not so much of a risk. I would say that reduces by 50%.
Agree. Yeah, I mean it was still a risk. I mean, I guess it depends how you look at it. Like if they didn't do it and it still ended up it stayed in the SGC holder, like are you okay with that as a collector? I'm sure he would have been, right? You know, it wasn't the be all end all, I don't think, but it was a hope, and you know, it panned out and paid off. So
it's hard to get a 10 in that card.
Impossible. Yeah.
Not impossible, obviously.
Pretty much.
What I'll say, and I'll just add here is that I think I generally don't have any disagreement with what you guys are saying. The only thing I would say though is like, it's not really a risk, because PSA's job at that point is only to crack it out if they're good with turning it. Because if they're not, you leave it in the holder. And that's the reason why they turn down a bunch of cards that may otherwise, like if you took it out of the holder, there's a bunch of cards that might cross fine. But if you're the job is, if you're borderline, don't touch it. Basically leave it alone, unless you're like, yeah, okay, we don't see anything here that should be a problem. Yeah, we'll cross it. Because as soon as you take it out of the holder, you've then created a problem.
It's a raw card again. So yeah.
So then if you suddenly find something, you're like, hey man, sorry, best we can do is a 9. Uh-oh. You know, then you've got your guarantees in place. Yeah, the problem is you can't. You're taking the toothpaste out of the tube. You've already done it. So that's why they would err on the side of don't do it unless there's a damn good reason. The fact it was graded so recently and it was looked at,
that helps.
Maybe,
for sure.
Yeah, maybe the fact that you can go, hey, you're sure you didn't see anything? You're good. Like there's nothing hidden here that we didn't see, that because I'm looking through a holder. Because in a holder, surface things can be missed. So it's like, you guys, when you looked at it, did you see anything you're even remotely worried about?
Right.
We're good? Okay. And vintage SGC is generally pretty good. So I don't think that. So if they're
crossing
giving
over a 7 or 8 here, I get it.
Exactly.
It's a 10. 10 is tough, and that's
Yannick,
and it's
have
hard
yourself
to
a
get
good
a
evening.
10
Thanks for
from
popping in
PSA,
as always.
So.
Thanks for having me, chat, everyone.
later,
Doctor.
Doctor. Not doctor.
Have a Pepsi, Eric.
Yeah. There you go. Perfect. Comes
Take
full
it
circle.
easy.
Have a good night, Yannick. Take it easy.
See ya.
But yeah, that's the reason why I wanted to say though, is that normally when it comes to crossing over, look, this is where a conversation we had on the podcast this past week. Like PSA, it's free money for PSA if they just cross over everything, especially something at that dollar amount. Like that's free money. You basically just flip the switch. Here you go. Here's the upcharge. Here's the bill.
Thank you much. Yes, let's go.
But they say no more often. They say yes. Because they would rather not have to deal with the consequences, because the moment you say yes, then you crack it out of the one holder and you put it in the other holder, And you're basically saying, yeah, cool, because now we're looking at it again and we're saying, yeah, we're comfortable. Because if they suddenly find some random crease that they completely couldn't see, it creates a bit of a problem, because then you're like, well, we can't put it in the other holder then.
Yeah.
And there's where your problem lies.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But it is subject to that being the fact that, you know, prior to and now that they're one and the same almost, kind of skirts the truth of, is it really or is it not? I will never know. But as it stands, looks like a great card. So, you know, and who are we? You know, we're just people on a podcast talking. So, whatever.
Well, I have a couple of questions
Oh.
for Jeff. So,
Ooh,
Jeff, just real quick. Have you been in the presence of this card at all?
No, not yet.
Okay.
I hope to at some point.
Oh, I hope you can too. And get back to us and what you think on this follow-up question.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure you have done what many of us have done. You know, you've seen it on Instagram or other social media, and you're expanding and you're looking and, you know, you're checking it out the best you can, you know, through your phone or your computer screen. Obviously, that's much different than being in the presence of it. And just looking through it on your telephone or your computer screen,
Mm-hmm.
and being the expert you are in vintage basketball and PSA, because you do so much with them, would you give, in your opinion, with what you've been able to see, would you give this thing a PSA 10?
That's a loaded question.
1,000%. I was going to give it a PSA 10 right when I saw it raw and in the SGC holder. I'm like, this is not going to last long in the SGC holder. I knew it. When it happened, and I'm like, to me, this is a no-brainer for them, you know, to switch over if it presented itself.
It's kind of sad in the sense that, you know, SGC doesn't hold the water that PSA does.
Yeah, in terms of
one bought the other. And...
Yeah. I mean, like, I remember, you know, Peter did the video with the card. Peter Steinberg from SGC, you know, saying, hey, look at we graded, you know, everything, and the fact that, you know, hey, that really doesn't hold the water, and they weren't able to keep it in the holder. I mean, yeah, that is unfortunate. But
and only a couple of months later,
what are you going to do? Yeah.
So just so I make sure my question was clear, if you were a grader for a PSA,
mm-hmm.
with what you've been able to see, you know, understand that you haven't held it in your hand, would you say that you would grade that a PSA 10?
From every copy that I've seen, this is by far and above the absolute nicest. Absolutely.
Okay, so that's a different answer. Not to put your feet to the fire. Saying it's the absolute nicest doesn't mean it's a PSA 10.
True. I would say it's a 10. Yes.
So, okay. And I respect your knowledge on vintage basketball and all the work you've done with PSA over the years. So, you know, I just want to make sure I asked the question correctly. And
I put my opinion out there too, you know, on some of the posts that were on the Instagram and stuff. And like, I got a little bit of backlash of people like, oh, it's got a little, you know, rough cut on the side. And, you know, there's no way that's a 10. Like, I have 6s better than that. And like, these people have no freaking clue what they're talking about.
Right.
Yeah, that's half the internet, so don't worry about it.
Yeah, right.
But I'm just saying, like, you know, that like there was a lot of you know stuff being thrown around on all sides about why this isn't even close to a mint copy, let alone gem mint. And you know, it was kind of funny to read and stuff.
But in another opinion of yours is, and I think you said it a minute ago, is that without a doubt in your mind, no matter what the grade number is, you believe this is the best copy you've ever seen.
Yes.
Well, that says a lot right there.
That's 3 times, Eric. Yes. It's a 10.
Yeah.
And it's okay to
So-
be a 10, and
Yeah.
it's very hard to get a 10 in any
It
card
is.
pre 1970, let alone, you know, in the 50s. So it's just amazing.
And apparently,
And
what's
for
the most
that to
amazing?
survive,
Yeah.
even the pack opening, even putting it away without a top loader back in the day, like that's almost
Yeah.
impossible. Maybe somebody opened a pack recently. I wonder
I
where
think
it
you're
came
right about that.
from. Yeah, because it's just hard to survive that.
The other thing about I think the most amazing thing about it, you know, you take the four qualities of a card, right? I think
Surface, edge, corner, centering. Yeah.
exactly. And like this is one that's almost the most underrated, which doesn't appear on those four qualities, is like the registration and the color.
Mhm.
You know, and they don't grade that. I mean, technically, you can probably grade some
Oh,
of that
it's
through
part
surface.
of the grade. It is certainly.
Yeah. But like, you know, there's no grade for subgrade for registration or color. And like,
Really?
in fact,
Oh no, no subgrade. Yes, yes.
yeah. And so
Unless
the
you're
fact
Beckett.
that that this one, you know, survived like it did, I think is because they said it was in a closet, so not exposed to light. I think helped it, you know, along the way. And it's supposedly like that's the most stunning thing about
It's
it is
black
just
and white.
it's just the color of the
yeah, stock.
you know, the sharpness and color of the card.
Yeah, registration tends to be a big issue with stuff, especially from the early 60s, 50s, and those ones. Some of those sets are more prone. Even a black and white picture can have bad registration. It still can have a registration issue. So I'll touch on Ham's comment here. No way anyone's giving this 10. Certain cards get graded differently. They do get graded differently. Fantasy copy, no way 5 years ago, this is 10. Here's the funny thing, though. Ham's kind of working in reverse.
Mm-hmm.
The early ones were graded easier.
That's true.
So they say. Yeah.
Well, there are some ones that like look. May I remind you, the first PSA card is a trimmed card. It's still
No,
late.
stop. We should talk
Authentic
about
cultured is what it
Did you
should be.
guys, hey, speaking on that, did anybody watch the interview?
Oh, not only did I watch the interview, Jeff, I made a reaction video on the interview, and I
Oh,
enjoyed
okay.
it.
I have to see that then. Okay.
Oh, it's wow. I'm very proud of my work. Very proud of my work.
Yeah.
So I made a reaction video on it. Wow, chef's kiss. So anyway, so yes, we did indeed. We did
We
indeed
spent
watch
some
it.
time tonight discussing it.
Yes, we did. So no, I can say that some of the old PSA ones, for some of the vintage cards, they were generous on some of those grades back in the day.
There's no doubt about that.
You crack it out, put it back in, and it'll drop like a grade or two.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I was saying about the couple, probably two of the other 10s out there that were graded a long time ago. Definitely wouldn't be 10s today.
And by the way, just so we're all on the same page, because I love to give this context because it's a good reminder. It's a constant reminder, but I have to consistently bring this up again. It was the same thing in coins. Coins were doing third-party grading years before PSA was a glimmer in anybody's eye. They were doing it back then. And a very common strategy in the coin space is to go back and find those old PCGS slabs from the 80s. That they call them rattlers because they basically would literally let the coin rattle around. But they were very, very strict on their grading in the early days. So they would literally go find these rattlers. They would get the coin. If the coin looked like it had good eye appeal, you know, talking about an eye appeal thing, as long as they felt like it had good eye appeal, they crack them out and put it in the new one, and it would suddenly go up 2, 3, 4 grades.
Wow.
And it was simply the fact that they were that much stingy. So if it's an MS64 from the 80s, it could be an MS66, which could make a big difference in coins. Those 2 grade bumps is massive on some of
money.
these issues.
Yeah.
Big money. So they would go and intentionally go and look for these old holders. Now, some people took it to the extreme where they would just assume every single example would do that. No, there are some that are like, no, that's probably the proper grade. It depends on what was going on. But there are some exceptional examples where, no, actually, that one's really nice for the grade. Crack it out, you'll get a 2 grade bump. Almost automatically like clockwork.
That happened, or it was like that for a little bit with BVG.
Yeah.
Where there was a
It's
period of,
great.
I mean, there's some crap in BVG holders, no doubt, that wouldn't get 2 or 3 grades, you know, probably lower. But there was a time early on in BVG where they graded impossible and just stuff was just way lower than it should have been. So like, I'm sure so much of that has already been picked over and exploited, but that was a thing for a while.
It was. I didn't
And-
like that they brought that out. I thought it was, separating, card stock, different ways of cutting. It shouldn't really be any different. The rough cuts are natural, so we accept those. We understand those. I don't think there's really any difference between the two. I don't think they should have went the vintage grade. It seemed like it brought too much conspiracy into the hobby. It was just like, oh well, it's vintage. It's like, well, that's an excuse. So we, going forward, they should just it kept it at one grade. I guess that's one of the downfalls of Beckett and doing sheet cut cards and doing the BBG. It just hurt them. The moves that they made were not calculated very well.
Yeah.
I think it's one of those things where, and we touched on this a little bit on that podcast, most recent podcast episode, because Eric brought it up. I enjoy the conversation, but it's always kind of fun watching. It's fun watching the dynamic because what we have, and just so that we're all on the same page, so we level set here properly. Eric is what I'll call the grading skeptic, because he's basically the guy who never sends anything for grading. So like, Bobbles Brandon is an SGC bulk submitter. But of course, he's got his issues with it. But he's an SEC Bowl submitter, so like he obviously participates in it. I'm kind of in the middle because I send in cards to grade myself. Not a ton of them, but I do have some that I send in. And obviously, I'm friends with Brad and PSA Canada, so like we've got that. So we have a connection to it as well. But I'll only send in stuff that I feel is worthwhile. Most of the stuff that I'm sending in, honestly, is stuff for me. So I'm not as super concerned about it. And I'll get some stuff sent in with CGC through ComC. When I go buy items in ComC, I'll send a couple of those. But again, it's for my purposes. ComC is not the best value for resale and all that. I'm doing it because I like the holder and I like the card in that holder. So that's the only reason I'm doing it. So from that perspective, I'm very comfortable with what I send in and why I send it in. So but I also understand when I do send something in, if for some reason I do want to try to resell it and I send it a PSA, well, then I give the card a good look over. Then it's my job to make sure that I've given a quality control check. I find very rarely that I am completely surprised with the result. I find the people that have like a complete shock on a result, it's like, are you sure you didn't miss something? Because I've watched a lot of situations where, like, again, I'm watching a recording. I'm watching you recording your break. I can see the flaw from the processed YouTube recording of you showing the card in the slab, and I can still see the flaw. So are you sure that, PSA or whoever got it wrong? If the fact that it's a processed video, when you watch YouTube, you're not getting, even if you do 1080, 4K, whatever, it's still a processed video. It's still not as clean as it would be in real life. And I can still see the flaw in a slab from here.
It's still a personal opinion at the end of the day. And professionals are not perfectionists. And we have to discern those two different things. People are wrong. You have great plumbers, you have horrible plumbers. They both do the same job, but one does it a little better than the other, but they both function. So what is right? What is wrong? That's the big question.
Now, Bobby, since you bring it up, actually, can I pose a question?
Plumbers?
Look, not about that. Listen, Eric already gets excited about Emmanuel Space. Don't give him plumbers. We need calmness. We need calmness.
Course. Yeah.
Do not.
We need a little bit of calmness here.
Space.
Just throwing it out there. Listen, we saw your card. Okay. We need calmness right now. But let me ask a serious question. I want to pose, and I promise I'll expand on this. Maybe I'll just do a video where I'll just talk about this in a minute. But I want to workshop it with all of you because I think it's worthwhile having this discussion for a moment. So we always talk about objective versus subjective, and obviously there's a lot of allusions to how that plays. Here's the thing. I'm going to posit the theory and the suggestion that all grading is always subjective and will always be subjective if you're doing it properly. Yeah. And I'll explain why. But I'll say a specific reason why. I'm not just putting that out there in the ether. I will actually explain what I mean.
I think that's understood anyways for anybody with a sensible mind.
Rule number one indicates that most people do not understand.
Away from rule number 1 and 2. I'm just saying, amongst those who know.
Sure. But the problem is the amount of people that know I can fit in a room at this point. Like, it's bad.
Well, we're
it's
in this
gotten
room.
real bad.
Minus one guy. Yeah.
Oh. Yeah. So, but let me use this as a point here. All right. So here's PSA's grading standards, and I don't care what you think about them. That's not my point. I want to focus in on a few specific things, but I'm using this as an example to make a point. So stick with me on this. So here it is. For PSA 9, I'm using one of the lower grades. I'm not worrying about a 10 right now. I'm focusing on 9. So here it says, superb condition card that exhibits only one of the following minor flaws. So again, this is the grading standard, quote unquote, but I want you to pay attention to a very specific flaw. That's what I'm going to get at. Exactly. So very slight wax in reverse, a minor printing into perfection, or slightly off center, off white borders.
So
Centering,
registry comes in there. Yeah.
yeah, but centering is the only one. So I want to remind everybody the difference between objective and subjective. Centering is objective. We can measure that. We can grab a ruler and we can measure that. That's 60-40 versus 65-35. That's a measurement. We can actually grab a ruler and figure that out. That's one. That's an objective measurement. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. But here's what isn't. A very slight wax stain on reverse. Okay, if you've got a wax stain, what is very slight? A minor printing imperfection. What does that mean to you?
Is that fish-eyed? And how many fish-eyes does that encapsulate?
That's my point, Bobby.
Right, yeah.
When we do something where we're counting, if we do something where we're counting, that's objective.
Anything measurable.
Yes, if we can do that. If physically, we can sit there and count, and that's how we're doing it, it's measurable, that's objective. That's great. That's no problem.
It's like the PSA 10 Gretzky. There is, I think I counted 15 different problems with it. There was 10 fish eyes. There was the name across the top. Edmonton was just an off center. It was out of registry. There were so many things, and I'm saying that's a 10. Okay. And the other 10 is not much better. Sorry?
The OPG?
Yes, OPG, yes. So,
for sure.
That's subjective to what degree?
Yeah.
Subjective to the gentleman who graded it, who got laid the night before, or who got drunk the night before. I don't know.
But Bobby, here's the
Probably
thing.
Both in that situation.
Here's the thing.
Well,
I don't care.
Tough.
But Bobby,
if you can do both, you're rocking. I mean,
yeah. But Bobby, here's the thing. I don't care. That's irrelevant. A lot of people fixate on that, but I actually don't give a shit. It doesn't matter, because even if the person was perfectly stone cold sober, fully rested and whatever, it's still subjective. Because the problem is that even if I go, the reason why I
just those factors though.
Exactly. What I asked is the problem is, what does very slight mean to you? What does minor mean to you? What the word minor is great, but the problem is minor is a spectrum.
So the whole back of the card, or is it 10% of the card, or is it 8% or 5%?
That is not part of the standard. 18%. That's what I'm getting at. That's not a thing.
That is subjective to the person grading.
Correct. So your interpretation of the word minor may be different than mine. Your interpretation of the word slight may be different than mine. So we can both be looking at the same standard, do our absolute best to adhere to said standard, and still come with different answers to the question.
Yeah.
That means best effort. Now, let's bring in everybody's favorite. Oh, well, the machines will fix that. No, they won't. You know why I know that? Because you have to program it in there. So you have to program your definition of slight and your definition of minor in there and hope that we agree with it.
Are we talking about tag?
I'm just leaving it open. All I'm saying is that when you program the thing, whoever programmed it is now the person who decided what slight and minor are.
Yes.
They're the ones who made the call. So when the only two times that I can guarantee you with 100% certainty you'll get it right is if a card is genuinely perfect. There is literally no flaw. You can put it under 1,000 times magnification and there's nothing there. That is the only time you will get it 100% right, because it's perfect. Or if it's poor, because the moment we take a chunk out of the card, it's poor.
I think
that's easy.
My personal opinion on a wax stain on the back of a card, it should never be a 10.
Sure. I think that's completely fair. I think that's completely valid. But my only point here is that as soon as you create those little sections in there, that creates objective, not subjective, not objective, because you've got
interpretation. So then you can never really complain about PSA 10 or 9 at that point.
It's always going to be a problem built into the system.
Yeah.
And like, hey, I don't know what this is. He likes kids games. I don't know what this is, but you know what's funny though? If I wanted to bring up Tag has their own little grading standard. And they have an objective measure in there. They've got an objective measure in there too. Because on a couple of their levels, damage will be different depending on the region of the card. Yes. So a scratch, for example, over a person's face is measured differently than the same scratch if I moved it over to the border.
That makes sense, because actually cards go for more or less, depending
because of eye appeal.
If the crease is through the face of Vesna, let's just say, Vesna 1911, opposed to a crease being on the top two corners. I would rather have two creases in the top two corners opposed to a crease going across his face.
I agree.
So that's subjective as hell.
That's my point. I am 100% in
I'm
agreement
making
with you.
your point. I'm coming with you.
Yeah.
I'm for the ride.
But that means automatically it's not objective grading. Getting a machine to do it didn't change it because you built it right into your system and a subjective measurement. It's subjective.
And that's where personal opinion will not only rule if you use both systems. Like I remember seeing that one video. Was it SGC? I think it was, where they oh no, was it SGC? I can't remember. Where they scanned it at 2400 DPI, and then you can see every part of the card. Well, that's going a little too far, I think, because there's so much buried deep in a card that at that point, very tough to call. Very tough to call. So that is probably a 10. Yeah. And it looks like a 10, every part of it, unless there's some divot that we haven't seen impression because of it's flat scanned. That's fine. I don't think I would go too far, but there's always going to be the people, Jeff, that say, yeah, it's a 6. I got a 6 better than that. It's just like, get off the air. Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So real quick, I want to touch on one thing. Right. I want to touch on one thing and then let Eric answer. By the way, Billy, I can see you, but you're still in Mr. Roboto mode. So you'll have to let me know when you feel comfortable. You'll have to give me a thumbs up real quick. So let me go.
I got to go.
We might be hearing from Billy still there soon. So anyway, all right. So before I move on, so first I'll read Ham's comment here. So the standard eyesight test should be the grading scale Y magnified. Most of y'all are blind as hell. I wear glasses. Look, I don't wear glasses for fashion, but trust me, all I need to know is how many people I see that I can't see why it didn't get perfect. It's like I can see 50 reasons why it didn't get perfect.
Yeah,
sir.
I think there is a limit of magnification that's too much though. Like,
yes, there is a point at which then you'll find like a stray fiber. That's
I think it's 10x. I think that's what it is. If I recall, like the loop or whatever. I think it's 10x magnification is what they.
I honestly think 5 would be enough. In my opinion, 5 would be enough for most things. 5 is enough. I think you're okay with 5, and you'll see enough things that again you could literally stare at it for hours, and I promise you can find a flaw with every card if you stare at it with enough magnification and enough time. I guarantee it. So real quick, go ahead, Eric. You're gonna ask a question.
No, I was gonna say that I agree with you, but you stopped in your analysis of AI. We'll call it AI grading. Everything you said was completely true.
Mm-hmm.
But you need to continue with once it's programmed with whatever subjective information that was put in it.
Mm-hmm.
As long as it is not programmed, every single card is going to be graded that way.
Well, two things. Number one, we know that's not true. Number one, we know that's not true because they've already changed it multiple times. By their own admission, they've already done it.
You're talking again. We already had this discussion this week. You're talking about tag, and I'm talking about the possibility of this working correctly in the future.
Okay, fine. So let's get rid of them. Let's get rid of them and go with your static. It sticks forever. Okay. As soon as you get it wrong, if I look at it and I think your objective measurement that you're using is wrong, it will be wrong every single time. You've guaranteed a 0% correct rate.
I understand your point, but I still stand by. Okay, it's so something might be wrong. It's going to be wrong in standard
100% of the time.
100% of the time. So every single card's going to be graded the same way, even if it's wrong.
Forever.
Which
that's worthless to
me. I disagree with your premise, but I will argue it still with mine that at least every single thing will be the same moving forward. Current grading standards with human beings doing it, they're never the same.
It's almost like you have to sit there and say, okay, beyond 300 DPI or 3 times the card
you good, Billy?
Size, you should be fine. Anything beyond that, you're looking too deep into the card.
Yeah, I think so. Real quick, I'll finish this segment. We can revisit it. We can come back to it. But the bottom line is, so for Eric's point, I get what his general idea is. The problem is that all you did was take the subjective human opinion of one person and make that your quote unquote standard forever. And by the way, it's not a transparent standard because I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. Because the same problem that you claimed you had before, where you didn't know what the standard was, you didn't know how it was being applied, you had no idea. You were complaining about the human getting it wrong, but you don't know what they got wrong because you don't know what they're actually looking at or what they were doing. All you did was tell the machine to do that, and it still doesn't tell me what the hell it's doing. Because it doesn't. Because as soon as you program it, and again, I'm just going to stick with static. For the sake of argument, I'll pretend it's static forever. Cool. So if I got an idiot to program it, then I get a shitty standard that's automatically built in for the rest of all time. So as soon as I look at a card and go, this is wrong, I'm never going to send another card in again because it's worthless to me.
That
What good is that?
Again, I hear what you're saying. Fuck you, Ham.
Terrible.
I think technology with the assistance of humans is a combination that is good.
That's where I think a lot of them are going to go. I think they're
Yeah.
going to use the enhancement abilities to help.
PSA is almost 50. They claim to be close to 50% automated.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. Yeah.
And I think for centering, it's a perfect use case because you could get
And
the computer to do it
fish
down to the micron. You could help.
You know.
Yeah.
And registry, those things can be calibrated easily.
Yeah. And it would help, and it would speed it up so that the person doesn't have to sit there with a ruler and just move on to the next thing.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I mean that's what they do a lot, in terms of identifying alterations that maybe it's harder for the human to see.
Yes.
And measurement type of stuff where if they could just say it's min size and not even have to grade it, and the machine can tell them that out of the gate, that saves them, when you're grading 1 million cards a month, probably a good amount of time.
Yeah. One other one that I've heard already that they've talked about that probably will be, that if it's not already, will be an application, is a scan for common signs of counterfeits, of known counterfeits.
Yeah.
That as soon as it detects it, it'll set off little red flags and say, hey, this is consistent with commonly known counterfeits.
To every grader, it comes up on the thing. This is a lot of, there's a lot of counterfeits in this. Let's have a closer look.
Take a closer look at that because we see something here.
That's where it really helps. We opened a 54 pack, had 6 cards in it, a Topps hockey, and 3 of the cards, or 4 of the cards came back altered. A suggestion of trimming. These cards are beautiful, honestly. They're the best cards you ever seen. And this is where the human lacks in, because it's almost too good to be true. And that's where you get a little falter, and there's nothing trimmed about those cards because they were original from that pack. We opened that pack. It was really
you're saying you weren't back there with Mastro's cutter because it's worked before, just saying.
So when things are too good to be true, sometimes, I guess that's up to the opinion of the person. And unfortunately, that's what happened with those cards. And they were so nice. They were so nice.
Did you give up after one try?
Yeah, because, how many more times do you really want to send it in and give them money? It's just like, I'm happy with that. And the owner of the card, of the pack, of the cards, inevitably didn't really care about the grade. He did send it in for grading. And even the other ones that were so beautiful only got 8s. 1 7 and 1 8. And I just went, okay, something's wrong here. Mm-hmm. And at that point, you just give up. You say, okay, that's enough. The nicest cards. I had actually one of the top guys who knows cards. He comes up to all the shows. I don't know if you guys know him. Anyways, he looked at me and goes, I've never seen a better card in my life. And I've seen 9s out there that didn't even come close to these 7s. And I just sat there and I go, and we're always going to be disappointed in certain degrees. So, we're fallible. And the hobby is fallible in that sense.
Yep.
It's a worthwhile conversation. I want to revisit it, but let me read one more comment here, then we'll bring Billy into the conversation here. So Garrett is saying, I feel like Eric has had an FBS from Carlos. He wishes. He's now shoving his knife on camera. He does that all the time. Garrett, let me tell you. With Eric sharpening his knife, I'm reminded. I'll tell you guys a quick story. Carlos Sr. story. I used to go golfing with Carlos Sr. all the time. And Carlos Sr. he was a pretty strong guy. Like, he could hit the ball pretty far. The problem is he had no aim, no direction. So he liked to say he hit it 450 yards, but it was like 450 up, 450 slice, and like, not really, but sure. But strong upper body, so he could swing the club pretty hard. So if he ever made solid contact, oh my God, the path would go. And then when we were playing, we'd play with other people, and they would all have to find their spot on the course when somebody's going to take a shot to stand if you hit first. And then Carlos Sr. would go and hit. And what I would do is I would stand right directly in line with him in the target. And then they would look at me and go, why? Well, this is the safest place on the golf course. standing in line with what he's aiming at. This is the only spot where I'm confident. Even behind him, I might get hit. But if I stand here directly in line with his target, that is the safest place in the entire country. The only spot where the ball won't go. Directly in target where he's aiming. So basically that's what happens with Eric. Except with Eric, he would go there. You ever seen the $6 Million Man? It's like that, but that's like real time. You know, it's like broken hips, broken back, broken spleen, and that's just from his last couple of accidents.
True.
I actually tried to jog the other day in front of my cross country team, and many of them have never seen me try to run. And and I run with a kind of a giddy up now. My leg kind of doesn't move right, and I look ridiculous.
Giddy up.
And I can't run anymore. My hip doesn't allow me to. I can ride my bike all day. I cannot run. The leg just doesn't rotate and then kind of kick out. It just doesn't do that.
Why'd you replace the hip?
Because I was in an agonizing pain.
So now it's a pain.
No, it's fine as long as I don't run. But as a cross country coach, sometimes running is part of, teaching.
Coaching.
And some of the kids just started laughing their asses off because I started to jog the other day and I can't. So they got a kick out of it.
Some kind of coach.
There you go. Yep, special.
They have a cross country coach that can't run cross country.
Billy looks taller.
Much. Oh, Billy's right now got himself. He's got a race.
Like,
so sorry, Billy. We needed to finish an in-depth conversation, but join us. Talk to us about constellations. Talk to us about whatever else you'd like to talk about.
I do not like Billy's camera angle, and it needs to stop.
I love Billy, and I love the cards he designs.
I just learned that I have to get a hip replacement because listening to Eric puts me in pain. So if that's the requirement, that if you're in pain, you have to get your hip replaced, then
I guess.
Yeah.
I think that's legit. Yep, I think that's fair.
I guess I'm going for one too.
I'm so looking forward to seeing you, Billy. So looking forward to seeing you.
He's going to beat you up. You know that.
Anybody can beat me up. I'm a cripple.
Yeah,
that's Eric. So
anybody who has a giddy up is a cripple.
Eric, this is why I was literally saying, like, I'm sitting there, like, it's like, please, do you have any idea how many times a day, like, guys, if I had $1 for every time Eric tried to threaten me or Bobbles or Bobby or anyone, I wouldn't even need to charge him for the like button because that's how much money I'd have.
Yeah,
I could give him the like button for free out of pity.
It would be more than the check from Fanatics.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. So Billy, what's going on? Joining us? What's going on?
Not much. I got the Friday off and thought I'd hang out. Got to go to the stuff for tomorrow, but just working on product that you guys love to love.
Oh, Billy, I'm ready. Let's do it. Listen, I heard, listen, can I tell you, my favorite thing, I mentioned it to you briefly on Instagram, but I must say my favorite part about the most recent Hockey Cards Gong Show live stream was I didn't see Billy Cilio at the end of that. I was seeing a little bit of spicy eye. That's what I was seeing over there.
Mm-hmm.
I was seeing some spice. I was seeing a little bit. I think you made the host uncomfortable. The name already, I forget his name, but I think you were making him a little. He's like, "We're fair, right, Billy? We're fair, right, Billy?"
Hey, I say what I gotta say sometimes. They're good guys, but when I have to, I do my job to explain stuff if they don't understand, and that's what I do. I want people to understand. I want people to understand the product. So, however I can be informative, I try to be informative.
You know, I've written 3 books, and a lot of people criticize me that he thinks he knows everything, and that's not right. It's this way. It's that way. We endure those things, and that's what makes us hobby goats. And you're a hobby goat, Billy. That's all.
You're a Billy goat.
Oh, he got it. Thank you.
Wow. Even Eric with
Billy,
his bad hip got that one. That's problematic.
We really do respect what you do, but there is some criticism, and maybe we had a few drinks, or maybe we just were throwing shit against the wall. Never take it personal.
Look, I've got.
I like all your Instagram stuff. Okay, you don't like my stuff. All right, enough said.
Okay. Go ahead, Billy.
I said I got things. I mean, on in anybody's opinion, it's nothing compared to what I read online. I mean, when people, I get a chuckle when people are, and thank you, Carlos, for giving me 5% of feeling a little better about the crossed up insert after you kind of
Yeah, like,
heard the
look,
background.
Billy, no matter what Eric said, I support you. Like, I listened, I got the message, and I said, no, we're going to support Billy's stepmom. Done. It's off limits.
I
I'm
think
not
we
letting
went
Eric
10%
slander it.
on that
I'm not letting Eric slander it, no matter how hard he wanted to. I know Eric hates mothers.
We went up
And
to 10%
Brandon over
on
there,
that.
like, the words censored. I'm not allowing it.
I said
Hey,
nothing.
you guys are all friends of mine, so I can obviously take a little bit of ribbing if you guys don't like stuff, and I don't take stuff personal, so please don't feel that I did.
We all
But
do.
I will definitely, if I hear that people are asking questions about stuff, I'll definitely try to help out with as many answers as I can. I will also say, if you could possibly look and see what the sales of those crossed up cards are right now, I would love to hear, Eric. You tell me what.
No, I didn't say
what those
anything.
cards
He's
are going
fucking with
for.
you, Billy. I've said nothing. Nothing.
No, Eric,
He
I
is
know.
fucking
I
with
know
you.
it's all you. You are a heavy influence in this room.
You are.
But I'd love to see what those cards are going for.
I have no idea.
On
I hope
mine.
they're doing well.
But
I think Eric should make
fucking-
amends by buying some crossed up cards. I think that's
I
what
think
should
so.
happen right now.
Yeah.
I think that's the right thing.
And
See,
the
because
the best way to explain Series 1 is that's the one, and I've said this, that's the one set that you try to appease everybody, but you're not going to make everybody happy. There's going to be your young gun collectors. You know what's funny is a good friend of mine is just like, Billy, this is MVP with young guns. And I'm like, that's a great analogy. And I go, like, you guys are complaining about the inserts, yet when I build Extend, all you did was bitch about the young guns. And I made great, and there were like some really cool inserts in that set. It's like, make up your mind. But for a flagship product like this, you have to find the people you want, those guys that are going to buy, multiple cases to try to get the big hits. You want the guys that are going to bring multiple cases that are going to put sets together. You want to appease your whales. You want to appease your collectors. You want to appease your introductory collectors. I know a lot of people say that MVP is like the like your first step in collecting. And I always felt building MVP was actually a really important set to build, because I knew for a lot of people that was the first set that they built, or the first set that they could afford or get. But realistically, I also know that flagship for a lot of people is the first set that they build, and not all the people are 40-year-old guys that have been collecting for a while. Some of them are kids, and there's going to be inserts that relate to kids, and that's kind of what the gaming inserts did this year, was kind of relate to a lot of younger people. What I loved about that insert was it allowed photography that you haven't seen in a while. Now, some people be like, and you know what else I heard? And of course I did. Oh, great. Another bunch of shots of players' butts. Because there were a lot of
Eric,
photos
from Billy,
Yeah.
just so we're on the same page. Eric likes mountain biking, so he likes looking at people's butts.
Oh, that's very true. Very
He
true.
likes big butts and he don't know why.
So
Big, small, he's not. He's big, big, small, Emmanuel in space. He's fine.
but there's I think this set, more than many of the other sets that I've built, there's something for everybody. And I know there's a lot of people that don't understand or don't like the Young Guns Renewed. It was, look, and I think some of you guys have met Luke the Cardist, an amazing guy, super positive, super nice guy, and I wanted a way to work with him because I felt that he's such a positive guy for the hobby. So I figured out a way to work with them, and people are like, well, they're so common. You get 3 a box. You still don't get a full set if you buy a case. I think it's like 48 a case, probably on purpose to make you buy it a couple extra packs.
It's working. Eric's
but-
buying, man.
Yeah, exactly. But yes, I wanted people to have those. A lot of people have said these cards would be better as a case hit. And I go, yeah, there are case hits, the exclusives and the high gloss versions of them. But I wanted this guy's artwork to be out there for people to see. And if you just make a really rare chase hit, and that's it, then not everyone's going to see it, and not everyone's going to be able to have it in hand. So that's definitely the reason why those cards were that way. And then the retro outbursts, it's kind of like every time we build a set, I always challenge the guys whose sets that I review and my own. How did I make this set better? Not how did I change the set? Like don't give me a set that's exactly the same, but just has I changed the names of inserts. No, how did I make this set better? What content did I add? And this was actually like figured out, like we had kind of like a powwow of people, and it actually wasn't my idea to do the retro outburst, but again, I think it was a great idea, and I think people thought they were going to be super common, and there was going to be 100 of them. And yes, we didn't go out immediately and tell you what they were, so there was a lot of misunderstanding of what it was. But we wanted to we didn't want to keep it as an Easter egg, but we also didn't want to tell you way ahead of time. So we kind of had a marketing plan where we showed one each day, and it has the gold.
Billy,
and it has
Billy,
the
can
red.
I pause you for 1 second? Billy, I'm going to pause you
Of
for
course.
1 second. Just hang tight for 1 second. So Jeff, we're gonna have a little bit of fun with Billy. He's a product manager at Upper Deck. Oh,
Yeah,
I'm sorry,
yeah.
senior product manager at Upper Deck. So you are more than welcome to hang out. By all means, I don't want to kick you out, but also at the same time, Billy's going to go for a while, and we're going to have some fun with him. You're more than welcome to hang in and join in. But
Yeah.
if you want to take exit stage right, you are more than welcome as well. I just want to make sure you have both options.
Oh, I can shut up. I can shut up too. I don't have a problem with that.
No, this is interesting stuff.
Jeff,
Yeah.
No, like I said, I want to make sure you were covered both ways, so we would make sure
Thank
we
you.
cover that. So you're more than
All right.
welcome to hang out. Billy,
Carlos.
all right, continue. I will make fun of when the moment is right. Please continue.
No problem.
Carlos,
So
keep
that's
in
that's
mind,
kind
three of
of
us are clubhouse friends. So
Yeah.
Jeff knows Billy.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
Good. Want to make sure we were covered.
so that was the whole outburst. And then yes, we didn't get. I think the only Easter egg, like real Easter egg, was the crossed up. The other ones and the holograms were another thing where, again, like I don't think people understood that it was a living set. Like the whichever ones are in there, that's the only time you're ever going to get that card.
So for the record, Billy.
holotypes.
So for the record, Billy, I actually think the holotype was a good idea. So
I
you can take this for your Upper Deck marketing copy. I actually think the holotype was a good idea. Now I will never praise anything you do ever again, so enjoy it. So, but the holotypes I thought was good.
No, if honestly though, I don't believe that, because if I were to like make fun of Eric and like got a really good joke in, you would probably praise that. I really think so.
Good
No,
point.
I'm talking about Upper Deck products, Billy.
That's
Making
what
fun of Eric, I praise
What if we made a card of Eric, like making fun of him?
Listen, I think, Billy, what you could do for me, for Eric, for the hobby, is I think for Series 2, I think every Boston Bruin player should just be superimposed Chicago Blackhawks. And what you do is you just put Bobby Orr tribute in tribute of the only NHL team he ever played for.
Oh, if only there was another Centennial set coming out after Boston here in a year or two.
Amazing.
And what would be great though is if the photos that we used for some of the Boston players were the photos that like we took from Eric's Facebook page, or just like have a picture of him where you can see in the background Eric pretending to take a picture of himself, but really trying to get a picture of Ray Bork or somebody in the background of his photo.
Yeah, and just make those case hits, because I would love to get the Breakers' reaction to that. And Billy, in those streets, Billy, if you execute this, I will join you fighting the people in the streets. I will fight them. I will fight them in the streets with you. I will be there.
So yeah, long story short, I think everyone can find something wrong with the product, and it's because there are so many different type of collectors. Not every insert is meant to appease to you. And so, some of the childish ones, I get it. I totally get it. You're not going to find an insert like that necessarily in like SP Signature Legends or something like that. Like you're not going to get any cartoon stuff in that. But the same sense, you're not going to get Outburst 101s or whatever in MVP. They're different sets, and you have to try to appease to as many people as possible in something like Series 1. And like I said, I think we did a really good job with the set. I think my team did a good job. I'm very happy with it. And for a set that might not have the strongest top rookie, and when I say that, it's like there wasn't anyone coming in hyped. We didn't sneak in any Celebrini SPs or anything like that. I think the product is doing well, and I am happy to see the product come back down to prices where it's supposed to be, where everyone can enjoy it.
I was about to say, I think that the price coming back down, I think helps because it levels it out a little bit so that people can then their expectations, I think, are more in line with where you would expect it to be. You can have a little bit, like I said, we can always have a little bit of fun with it. But one other thing we'll talk about. So I'll read Jeff's comment as well. It's like, or put Orr in the Red Wings Centennial. I like that idea. I think Bobby Orr should be in all the Centennials, all of them. You should just put him there and everything except, and then we ban any Boston Bruins uniforms from ever being used.
I just want to show everyone that Ray and I are best buddies. So
that looks
Photoshop. Thumbs up.
Super Photoshop. Could not be more Photoshop if you tried.
No. Ray and I are best buddies. We're absolute besties.
Mm-hmm. Just like you and Marcel Dion. I see what's going on here. I see what's happening.
Marcel and I are past besties. We're bigger than besties. He's so excited to see me in a couple of weeks. He can't even control himself.
Yeah, that's why we're all getting the alerts ahead of time. Marcel saying, "Please keep that guy away from me."
I was gonna say he can't control himself, like nerves, like what's this guy gonna do this time, sort of thing.
Yeah. Who is this freak with this knife fetish?
Marcel likes me. Okay, I don't care what you say.
What did he say? All right, listen, Jeff. I don't know if you were here for the story previously, but in the last expo we were at. Eric actually was under this ridiculous impression that he had actually had a conversation and hung out with Peter Forsberg, former Flyer, former Colorado Avalanche, former Quebec Nordique, so we got all that going for us.
National Predator.
Yeah, he was under this ridiculous impression that he'd actually met Peter Forsberg, and then he showed us a picture, and it turns out he just met some random janitor guy, and he was harassing this man, just endlessly bothering him. Could you imagine if you went out and like, hey, I saw Kawhi Leonard. It's literally just some guy you met in the street. And just bothered him for an hour and took a picture with him, and you're like, "Hey, I met Kawhi Leonard." No, you didn't.
And we're besties.
Yeah, we're besties. We're best friends.
That's right.
It's creepy, is what it is. It's creepy.
I think
we're like that.
I think we're missing the big question for Eric already about the expo.
Okay.
Well, we've got a lot of questions about Eric in the expo, but
go for it,
which
Billy.
specific one do you want?
So Eric,
yeah,
have you decided what order you're gonna get photo ops with all the Baywatch girls yet? Like who's first 1 through 5?
Listen.
Speaking of creepiness, go on.
I will admit that there was a time in my life
a week ago
where Nicole Eggert held a special place in my heart.
An hour ago. Go on.
And she doesn't look like that now.
No. And not too far behind Nicole Eggert was Tracy Bingham. So
I like how you're acting like you look the same as you did in 1989.
No. All I'm saying is there was a time in my life that those two women held a special place in my heart.
It's a very real possibility. Your level of decay far surpasses theirs. So what are you trying to get at?
And that you watched the show is beyond me.
Yeah, the show sucked. Just to be clear.
So Eric, I'm so glad you said
except for the Hoff.
I'm so glad you said such nice things about Tracy, because a good friend of mine that I'm hanging out with tomorrow is actually good friends with Tracy, and she's at the Hollywood show tomorrow, and they're going to see each other. And I told her, I'm like, hey, she's going to be at the expo. She's like, yeah, stop by the booth and say hi. She's a personal friend of mine. And I'm like, I will. And now I'm gonna bring you with me. And just I want to see your reaction.
And embarrass him.
My reaction is going to be.
Yeah,
No,
but
she's
you
much
can get
older
the
now.
same.
Don't worry. She won't be wearing a baby.
No, that's still Eric's reaction. It's still gonna be the same. So Amanda's saying, did Billy just assign them numbers like they aren't people? It's just terribleness.
Did I just what?
Mm-hmm.
So Amanda says, did Billy just assign them numbers like they aren't people?
I know. Objects.
Here it says, me and Britt Baker are besties. She used to live down the road from me here in PA. I assure you we're besties. Hey, by Eric logic, you're best friends.
Yep.
Ask Ray if he remembers me. I watched him play on the TV a couple of times. That's right, Stu.
Yeah.
Next time I see Ray, I'll ask.
Absolutely. Now, one other thing I was going to add there, Billy. One of my favorite things, we already talked about it a little earlier, but part of the reason we can have, obviously, the folks will always get criticism. Look, one of my favorite things, whenever I want a little bit of happiness in my life, I am a big fan of the Schadenfreude, as you well know, Bobby. But whenever I want to have a little extra Schadenfreude, what I do is I go to the Upper Deck Facebook page and just look at whatever their latest post is and just read the comments. And then I cackle for like 10 minutes, laugh, and then I can click off, and I feel better about myself.
Oh, you guys are so tame compared to that.
Well, Billy, we're not that invested in. We're not. Look, we'll poke fun at it where we think it's appropriate. But the point that I was going to make was that, number one, I'll critique it, but number two, I'll generally critique the most a product that I'm also patronizing. I can give you all the flack in the world for AEW stuff. Well, I'm also opening boxes and boxes and boxes of it. In some cases, cases of it. So I'm still patronizing the product. So if I see something, hey, I'd rather see this or whatever. At least it's coming from a place of a consumer, as opposed to the random person who maybe never bought a pack before but has all the opinions in the world.
Like me.
You're probably going to buy more of the most recent AEW set that just came out than I am, because you saw my girl's not in it.
Yeah, well, I already went through 8 boxes, and I think that's enough for me. I'll let other people do breaks, and I've been picking off singles, so for me that's been enough. But I got enough out of the 8 boxes that I'm satisfied. I'm okay with where we wound up, but that's one of those things. Flagship has never been my favorite. I think I already said, I told your associate that the checklist I thought was good, so I gave it that credit where I thought it deserved it. I think some of the inserts are nice, but it's one of those things where Flagship it's similar to Hockey Flagship. So if once I had my set and I had opened up enough of it, I was like, no, I'm good. I'd rather open up some more Allure. That's what I'm looking forward to. And Black Diamond will be an interesting experiment. I look forward to that conversation when that comes out.
Oh, you can talk to Tony, but I'm pretty excited about it. I'll be honest.
I think the cards are going to be nice. I think the price point is going to be a tough sell, depending on who the audience is. I'm just curious who is going to be, because I'm just looking at it and going like, I know what Black Diamond is price point wise, but I'm just like, is that audience there? Maybe case breaks. I wonder how that's going to look. I'm curious about that.
Well, they buy Flawless, so
there are people that buy Flawless, yes, but we've never tried. But no one's tried to do that with the property like AEW specifically,
Immaculate. I'm sorry, Immaculate.
Yeah, well, that's the thing that it is, but for WWE, they can kind of get away with it still right now. Panini did a decent job with that section of it, but you've also got a deeper checklist to pull with quote unquote legends. You just don't have the legends checklist. So I'll be curious how that plays out once the checklist actually comes out. I understand the price point based on the brand. It's just going to be interesting to see how that plays when it comes time to actually do it.
Understand.
Yeah. So I'll reserve judgment. I'll open a couple of packs of it anyway. So regardless, I'll give it a try myself just to see, but I think it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out.
I'm going to bow out. I got to get up at 6 tomorrow. Good talking with everyone. Jeff, Billy, Eric.
Good night, Bobby. Have yourself a good one. We'll talk later.
Have a good night, guys.
See you later.
All right. Bye-bye.
Good night.
Take it easy.
I'm never thanking him again on my Instagrams. I'll tell you that.
It's so sad he ignores you. You just didn't show enough reverence. I didn't feel enough hero worship in your tone. It didn't come across on the Instagram. Maybe a little bit more. We're not worthy.
So Eric, what are your plans at the Expo?
Avoiding incarceration.
Like, are you gonna be big timing us the whole time, hanging out with all these hockey players and Baywatch girls?
How
many janitors are you going to find?
I definitely did that last year. I have no plans this year, but you never know if my contacts come through and allow me to, get behind the the curtain, the velvet ropes, again like last year, and I could spend most of my time hanging out with all the hockey players, which was pretty cool. I'll definitely do that again, but I didn't get as much floor time as I would have wanted because I was off doing that. So it isn't like I regret it, but because I was having a lot of fun. But
are you bringing the missus to keep you? Is the missus coming again to keep you under control?
The missus is coming again. She's very excited to see everybody.
And Eric is excited that she stays away from ham, so that's a thing.
Yes. So I know that, if she's with me in Toronto, then she's not in Florida with ham, so that's good.
It's true.
But again, she'll be working all day at the hotel and coming out with us at night. So you'll see her at dinner.
You might want to reword that.
She'll be
Listen,
working.
Eric at this point has so many other things he needs to be worrying about.
Wow.
So many other things.
She will be working remotely from Toronto to the Boston office.
Better.
But then she'll come out to dinner with us. So you'll see her at dinner.
Is she coming out?
So I'm just looking at
are you going out to Thursday?
Oh yeah. Yep.
Right.
You'll see.
You know where I'll be on Friday, right?
No, I forget. Where are you going to be Friday?
You know where I'll be on Friday, right?
No, where? I forget. At the game?
There's a certain Detroit team that's playing in Toronto that night.
Oh, yeah. So you got tickets to go see Detroit at Toronto? That's pretty sweet.
Very good chance. Yep.
I got Yannick and I went a couple of years ago, and on Boris Alming night, and Bora came out to center ice and said goodbye to everybody, and then died a week later.
Who got you those tickets?
I don't remember.
Are you sure?
I don't remember.
All right. Listen, I'm going to remind you. I'm looking at the list of guests there, and I see Ed Belfour here. And if you don't remember, I am confident it is. You can have 100 knives. I wouldn't even try with Ed Belfour. That man crazy.
He's a little nuts.
Yeah, we're just going to be like, hey, Ed, that guy owes you money. Ah!
Ed Belfour has taken a few pucks to the head, I think. He's mostly hawking his booze now. That's like what he does.
Yeah. All right, Carlos. I'm not gonna be on too long tonight. So what other stuff do you want to grill me on? I know you love my constellation cards that you never realized was a map.
So Billy, I will state that you are correct that I did not realize there's a map, but I can tell you, and I say this as a friend, now knowing that there's a map behind it, it's still stupid. It's still a floating head, man. Like it can be a map, great. It's a map of floating heads. It's a map of floating heads, Billy.
It is. Heads are the planets. Metal years.
Yeah, it looks like what a serial killer like Eric would appreciate.
I always got to have a one. So just let it be.
Well, at least, it appeals to Eric's sensibilities. Somebody. Yeah, it appeals to his sensibilities. That's why he's sharpening knives. I see what's going on over there. Zach says, working at the hotel. Carlos, you taking the like button feast too far? Not far enough. We can take them a lot. We haven't even started. Why does the blade say Kurt's card care? Listen. You don't even want to know. Listen, Eric's up to some nefarious activities. Look, does a man who sharpens knives on a live stream look like the kind of man that wouldn't be involved in shady dealings? That's all I'm saying. We get more suspicious of Eric all the time. So yes, constellations were worthy of mockery. We already said cross stitch we're leaving B, so thumbs up to us. We love the cross stitch. The cross stitch is awesome. We love it. It's the best. Let me think. What's the other one? No, the Young Guns. The Young Guns one. I picked up the Jamie Benn, so I like that one. That one's good. I like that. Let's see.
You guys trashed portraits, I'm pretty sure, but I'm used to people trashing portraits.
Well, I think
you guys pretty much
portraits-
trashed every insert, just so you know.
So you're talking about in the AMG one?
The
Last one though. Are you talking about on the live stream or in the AMG?
I admit I trashed.
Oh, whatever your last shows were, you guys ever still in.
He's frozen again. Oh,
Yep.
there he is.
Eric's and trimming. He's making the card the right size. That's
I can't,
right.
and I'm not
They're masterful.
frozen. I hear
Yeah,
you
where's
guys.
his ruler?
I admit last year I trashed portraits, and I can't apologize for that. I'm sorry. I cannot apologize for that.
Yeah, you're sorry that you cannot apologize. That's right. I'll be honest, Billy. This year's portraits is very straightforward.
Couldn't do anything right on your last show, or whatever show it was when you guys talked about Series 1. Couldn't do anything.
It was probably
right.
the podcast then. It was probably the podcast then.
I think it was.
Yeah. Well, in
Oh
fairness,
yeah,
Billy,
it was
now that
because
you're
you were saying that you had to be nice on the other show because
Yes, that's
they're
right.
trying to sell it, but
Yes,
then
that's
you
correct.
just trashed it the rest of the time.
Well, yeah. Well, Billy, look, now that you're here, and Jeff, I think you'll appreciate this. So, Billy, now that you're here, I want to tell you I meant every word that I said. 100%.
I believe it.
I stand behind everything I said and I will be there right there to shake your hand and tell you, Constellations, what the fuck, man? Like, seriously, what are we doing here?
Oh no, it wasn't just Constellations though. You guys were tearing into every one.
Now, when you say you guys, you don't mean me, right?
Well, Eric, you're not a man of peace.
The whole
you're literally
show.
holding a knife.
What? I didn't say anything about
The
nothing.
whole show.
Hold on.
Nice.
So I'm about to say something. So Jeff, I'm about to say something that's both defending us and also more insulting. Sir, we would not spend an entire show talking about Upper Deck Series 1. Do not flatter yourself. Get out of here. We spent a segment on it. Trust me. Even in Canada, we only care about Series 1 only so much. Get out of here.
I think I specifically said, if I remember correctly, I specifically said that because of my friendship with Billy, I'm not going to say anything.
You abstained.
I
Jeff
think
says
that is exactly what I said.
Jeff says
and
got
the
Bertuzzi
funny
Constellation.
thing is, as much as you guys trashed it, it still felt like compliments compared to what you hear on the trolls on Facebook, which just cracks me up.
Because Billy, we are men of peace. We are men of peace. We are here to offer beloved constructive critique. Zach says Billy's breaking up reminded me to go fund me for Billy's new Wi-Fi. So actually, folks, let me use this moment. Jeff, I think you'll appreciate this. Eric, I think you'll appreciate this too.
Yep,
I want to use this moment. So first of all, I want to thank AMG Collectibles for the support of the channel as always. But I want you to go out there in either AMG or anywhere else, and I want you to buy all the Upper Deck Series 1. You know why? Because then we can get these Constellations off the street. And not only that, then it'll allow Billy to be able to afford Wi-Fi in his apartment so he's not Mr. Roboto. Buy all the goddamn Series 1 that you can find. And if you don't find any, go reseal some Series 1 and buy it again. Do it as many times as it takes to get Billy some real Wi-Fi. Don't do it
Okay,
for
I
us.
told
Do it
you
for
I
him.
tried, right? I told
To
you
get
I
Wi-Fi?
tried. Yes. I called up Verizon. They had a deal. Like Wi-Fi was like $35, and then they had other deals with like another $20, and I already have it all, but I would like redo my thing. You get Hulu, Disney, Max, and something
ESPN
else.
Plus.
ESPN for 20 more bucks. I call them up and I'm like ready to go. I did it while I was at work, and the guy's like, "Nope, you got to change your phone number." I go, "I'm not changing my phone number. Like, you guys should just like, I don't understand. You just need to add this to my plan. I've had the same plan literally for 15 years. Like, I'm grandfathered into a plan they don't even have anymore." And they're like, "Nope, we have to give you a new number." I go, "No, you don't."
That's
And
bullshit.
he's like, "Well," and like 4 times, he's like, "Well, let me go back and check." Nope. Got to change it. Nope, not changing my number. Let me go back and check. And so I tried. Amanda told me just go to the store. So I think I'm just going to go to the Verizon store and be like, I want this. Don't change my number. And I bet you they do it. But we'll see. So I did try.
Bring her with you. She'll make it happen.
Oh,
There you go.
that's for sure.
Yeah, so I'm saying, like, look, at this point, Billy, we're getting this close. We're getting dangerously close to doing a telethon for you, and the telethon will be it'll be a long live stream like we used to do it. It'll be a whole telethon thing, and it'll be both a roast. We'll basically go back all the way through your old Upper Deck products, and we'll just roast them all for 6 hours while we're collecting donations. It's like if Billy had working internet at home, he wouldn't have designed this. This is on you people.
And the funny thing is, if you were to see me at work reviewing other people's product, and I'm like, you can't do this. No, this is stupid. No, this is, and then I go out and have some fun. And so there are times I'll be like, all right, I built constellations. You want to do something weird? Go for it. We'll see how it goes. But I stand by constellations. Constellations, I stand by just as much as I stand by thermal threats. It might make someone's Hall of Fame or worst inserts, but I still
Chemical
stand by
composition.
it.
Chemical composition.
No, I don't stand by that one. That one did not get built the way I asked for it to get built. Thus,
So they failed you.
Can't stand by it. If something is done the way
Everybody calls him Mr. Roboto.
But I moved the phone. Can you hear me? Because I see you
Now
guys.
we can.
Hear you. Okay, I moved the phone. I stand by that. I stand by what I make and build. But if it's built incorrectly, then I have the right to say nope, that's not what I intended, and I don't like it. Even if it's
so you've disowned chemical composition, is what you're saying.
Oh, 100%. Like that one, I'm not happy about. I never will be happy about that because the concept was cool. It did not get executed, and Connor McDavid literally said, "This is the ugliest card I've ever signed."
Dude, that's something.
Yeah,
I know, right? That's what I thought.
That's awesome.
Yeah, Eric has to
to
threaten
get
people with knives
recognized
to get
by
them to
Connor
disavow
McDavid.
him.
Such an honor.
At least you got that going for you.
You're
Yeah.
number one. You're number one. According to Connor McDavid. He doesn't even know I exist, and he thinks your work is the best he's ever
No,
seen.
I'm sure Ray Borg told him about you.
Told him or warned him?
You
Right.
heard the man.
All right, I gotta go. It was a quick one tonight.
Thanks for coming by.
Don't kill anyone with any
All right, Billy,
knives.
keep working on getting that
Yeah.
modem. We'll
You
figure out the
know,
telethon so we can get people to donate. It'll be going to be great.
All right, I
hope
probably
you
got to run
guys
myself,
know
guys.
that I don't take anything you
Go ahead,
guys
Jeff.
say
You
to
go
heart.
first, and we'll get Billy.
But I will defend my my products.
All right, sounds good, Billy.
And
we'll talk later.
talk.
There you go.
Oh my good Jesus.
Eric, I'm half tempted to actually do the telethon idea because
Oh,
it'd be even more insulting. It'd be like, we need to get people. You need to buy this product. I swear. Look at the conditions this man is living under.
We need to auction
Internets.
off a box or something, right? Like
Something, man.
we got to get some UD1, auction it off, and have the money all go to Billy's internet fund.
Oh my goodness. It's like every time, but the thing is, maybe they should lean into it. Every time it'd be like, well, why can't you guys make this? Look at the conditions he's under. Look at it.
I'm going to sing, and at the end of the telethon, I will sing You'll Never Walk Alone, just like Jerry Lewis used to do to sign off his telethon.
Wow, there's a reference. There is indeed a
I'll,
reference.
so at the end, I will be sitting there crying with the disheveled tuxedo. The tie is all, the bow tie is all hanging down, and I'll just really give an emotional "You'll Never Walk Alone."
Wow. Amazing. Truly amazing. It's exciting stuff. I'm not going to lie. So there were some good comments here. I wanted to make sure I read them. Let's see here. Sounds like they're saying constellations is more like constipations. Look at Bob go. See, like I said, there was some good stuff there. Like the problem is it was hard to find moments to interrupt. I did share the comments, but I want to make sure I read a couple here.
Yeah, that's fun.
Simulating rough cut on vintage hockey card sheets, the injustice. There you go. Carlos is a man of peace after all. It's true.
No, he's not.
Oh, it's totally. Listen, super man of peace.
No,
Could have
he's
been more
not.
man of peace if I tried.
No peace.
Paul says, to be fair.
To be fair.
Thank you. Billy hasn't released an 87 top throwback. I wish he would try. That would actually be funny. And he'd get sued, but it would be funny. Bob Jackson says Upper Deck needs more 89 Upper Deck throwbacks. Yes, absolutely. No doubt. I give you so Zach was saying they give you a number for the Wi-Fi. That doesn't mean you change a number. I work for T-Mobile. I was pretty sure. Like, look, I'm not stateside, but I know that you guys have a lot of different cell phone competitors depending on the part of the country you're in.
Oh,
and if you look, all I know is that there are different ways of getting Wi-Fi internet in your place. They all involve a modem, just to be clear. But even my parents had, for a while, they had a phone, a home phone that was actually through cell. And it literally would have like a little mini modem there that connected to the cellular network, and it would give them a quote unquote home phone. But you could also use it for other things as kind of a hotspot if you wanted to. Now, obviously, they've got internet anyway. Like I've got cable internet here, and there's DSL internet, but like to get basic, it's not like Billy's going to be using it most of the time. But the reason we we tease him about it is that, yeah, on the odd time when it's doing this, it's like obviously the cell service isn't working. Like you have to be in one spot, and it's like the old rabbit ears, and you have to be like in the perfect position.
Right. Oh yeah, he can't move.
Yeah, like you can't move. Once you find the spot, like that's the spot. That's where the signal is the best.
Yeah, it's crazy.
The hours don't work. Like when he did the Gong Show thing, he was actually at Upper Deck HQ. It's easier in Upper Deck HQ because obviously they got their internet for work.
Right.
But the hours don't work because obviously, well, I don't know. Maybe unless he wants to be at work on 5 p.m. on a Friday, then he could come in right at the beginning of the live stream because California time. But I don't think he wants to stay extra time on a Friday for that. I don't think it'd be too much fun. Breakers to light knives are only used once. There you go. At least he felt something about it instead of indifference. Truth. Yes, indifference is the only thing you can't take. I will say, since he's not here, Upper Deck does get a fair bit of unnecessary hate because going to the Facebook page, the reason why I have to cackle is like some of it is like unjustifiable. It's literally like these guys that they literally will not open the product ever. So I'm sitting there like at a certain point, and maybe this will be a topic for another night. Is there a statute of limitations where you're really no longer a consumer? And it's like, yeah, you can complain, but who cares about your complaint? You're not really a consumer for it anymore. You have an opinion, that's great, but you weren't going to buy it anyway. So what difference does it make?
I'm not a consumer of it. I mean, I have no interest. I mean, I'm sitting here. See, I got an 85 Chelios card. I got like an 81 Peter Stastny card sitting here in my pile.
Yeah. But what I'm talking about, Eric, what I'm talking about is the difference between someone who was a consumer of it and they're not happy with the current state. And their complaint is, hey, I like this. You're not producing what I like. That's why I'm not buying. Versus somebody is like, yeah, the last time I bought some Upper Deck was like 1990. So I'm like, wait, so then it's like, look, you can have an opinion. You can be like, oh, I think that looks dumb or whatever. But at the end of the day, you weren't going to buy it anyway. So they're going to make the most amazing thing, whatever. What difference does it make then? So then from Upper Deck standpoint, it's like, yeah, okay, but we'll put your feedback at the bottom of the pile. I need to hear about the guy who bought cases a year or two ago and is now not unhappy. That's the person I need to appease first.
You are correct.
Yeah. So it's like there's a pecking order in the complaints you take.
Yes, I agree. My opinion means nothing. You could make the greatest card of all time with Connor McDavid on it, and I'm not buying it. I'm good. But you put Connor McDavid in a 16th century crazy ass outfit for portraits, I'm gonna say that's stupid.
While secretly loving it.
No, just saying that's stupid.
But
I'm not gonna buy it anyway. So my opinion doesn't matter.
Noted.
But
Bob
it's
Jackson
stupid.
says. Bob Jackson says, looking at box break now, most of the inserts look cool. So I think a lot of the inserts I don't have too much trouble with. The ones we made fun of are the ones that we made fun of because Lord knows they need to be made fun of. However, Billy is right that not all the inserts are going to be for everybody. Now, one thing that I think is, again, I'm curious how people are going to take it because I've noticed it. It's one of those things. And maybe this is kind of an interesting thing. People got to the point that they no longer cared about base cards that much. Although I will say that Upper Deck Flagship is one of the few sets that people still kind of do the set. Like obviously they'll chase the young guns and they'll do whatever. So there is still some set builders for that one. But I think you're at the point where now you have like basically three inserts or parallels or non-base cards per pack. So because of that, you basically load up. And I know that in Gong Show, Billy was talking about how he goes, and he said it, I think, a couple different ways. He goes, look at the odds. That was actually a case hit or whatever. And I'm like, the problem is that most people aren't going to look it up. So if it's not obvious that the card is quote unquote special or it's numbered or something's going on with it to tell you that that's the case, they're not going to look it up. So if it doesn't look like anything crazy in particular, it might be this super short print, but they don't realize it. So that's one of those things where like that's a design issue. Because if it doesn't, it was the Pacific thing that I gave you guys the example for, Eric. It was the Pacific problem I mentioned.
Yep.
Like it can be this crazy rare card, but if it isn't obvious, it's special. Sometimes it gets lost in the mix and you're like, oh, it's just another insert. Well, actually, that's a really tough insert. And the one beside it that looks really fancy and everything, yeah, that's a cool card, but it's actually more common than the one that doesn't look like anything crazy. It's a bit of a design issue, and I think it's something you got to think about when you're designing these cards. I go, maybe we want to make sure the cool looking card is a tough one, because that way people immediately associate cool looking with, hey, that's a tough card.
I agree.
Yeah. Bob Jackson says, Eric is just jealous the outfit is that he totally wanted those outfits. The UD Portraits outfits from last year? Eric is like, oh my God, I would look amazing in that frock.
You know what? You know what we haven't heard in a while on this show? Screw you, Bob.
Mm-hmm. You could tell him to go screw as well. Bob Jackson says, this goes back to the whole, do you like the card because it's cool or because it's valuable thing? Some of them are pretty cool and likely won't be valuable. Yeah, and right now there's a lot of that. I think the other thing is that some of them get lost in the mix because they've got so many inserts, and this is a plus and a minus. This is something we were talking about with baubles. It's a plus and a minus, right? So you've got so many inserts in all these sets, but at the same time, not all of them are going to be interesting to you. So what that means is you're going to have to be a little bit pickier. You're going to pick and choose, and maybe you'll gravitate towards certain ones. The good news is they're so spread out with so many inserts that maybe you'll be able to get a little bit cheaper because it gets lost in the mix of the sheer volume of stuff. So you might actually be able to get a pretty cool looking card at a reasonable price because of that. So maybe that's an upside. Gets lost in the mix. You actually get a cool looking card, and the price is reasonable because of it. You got your sign, Eric? You ready?
No.
Are you still sharpening? Still checking?
Still checking.
I'm amazed Eric can remember that phrase without a sign. It is true. He does usually need his notes. These are facts.
See, still not where it needs to be. Still not. No.
So, question for you folks. I know there's still some of you here left over, so thank you for joining. Some good comments tonight. We've had some fun. We covered a lot of ground, actually. We managed to get a Billy Cilio cameo. We had Jeff join us to talk a little bit about the basketball card, because it was good. We got the Burrell in the Garage of Knowledge, as always. And we had Yannick here joining us. So, any other things you want to touch on here before we run it through? We got the basketball card discussion in there. We got the Mastro conversation. We got that in there. We got to make fun of more Upper Deck stuff. I felt good about it. Eric, how did you feel about it?
Well, I got to bash Mastro.
Mm-hmm.
Made sure I hit Probstein on the way out. That was good.
Mm-hmm.
I had a screw you, Bob.
Mm-hmm.
Amanda popped in and said hi. That was nice.
Mm-hmm. We got to enjoy Mr. Roboto.
Yeah, we saw. Billy came and showed off his great Wi-Fi. That was awesome. Yeah, I think it was a pretty good night. I told Yannick to go have a Pepsi, which is some type of Quebec insult. So I like that. I don't have to use bad words, and I can still insult somebody. I'm like, that's a bonus.
Feels like quite the productive evening, I must say. Quite the productive evening.
And I made some progress on sharpening this knife. It's still not perfect, but it's pretty good.
Mm.
And
what are you going to be using that knife for after?
That's between me and my victim. I mean, never mind.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. PayPal picture image, huh? Mm-hmm. Indeed. Remember to hit the like button so Eric owes Carlos money. Facts. Hey Eric, did you have your daily mayo? Mayo and a hot dog?
That's gross. There's no reason to talk like that.
We try, Zach. We try. Pretty good, guys. Pretty good. So one last thing I'll remind you guys, if you haven't already, check out the community posts on the channel, and you'll be able to vote on the silly card. We got some good ones. We got some winners this week.
Oh yeah,
so I would say so. Definitely check it out.
If I don't win, I quit. I will quit and protest if I don't win this week.
Well, right now you're lucky. So far, I think you're Emmanuel in Space Tribute, which we all know exactly what it is. I think so far that's been the leader in the clubhouse.
All right.
By the way, real quick, I noticed all the new ones, but I kept scrolling. There's like 57,000 guests for Expo this year. Good Lord. This scroll just kept going and going. I was like, Jesus. I think they're making up people now.
I haven't checked in a while. Did anybody new today?
So I'm trying to remember who would have been the most recent ones, but there's been a lot. Like, look, I'll quickly just scan.
Watch was the last update I saw.
Okay, so I'm gonna start at the top. This is the top right now, starting with Shea Weber, Joe Carter, and Tim Thomas. Okay, I just want you to look at what's happening as I go. I'm gonna go quickly here. Look at this. A lot of these were ones we've seen, but you got Blue Jays, you got hockey players, you got Gary Payton, you got Rocket Ishmael, Guy Carbonneau. Just gonna keep going. Okay. Scanning, and now we get into the fours. Look, I'm still going.
Yeah.
Still going. Jack Morris, Martin Biron. These are some of the old ones. Tom Glavine. And Jimmy Key's the only one who's canceled so far. That list, look at all the people that I just went through.
Ooh, I got to get Terry Harper. He's got a 6970 card, I think.
There you go.
I got to get him.
Well, you got to scroll through. That's a crap ton of people is all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Good Lord. Zach says, I'm going to go vote against Eric right now. Do it.
Oh, that's real nice.
Sariyama is greatness. I saw the poll and knew the artist immediately. There you go, Bob Jackson. I love it. Have a good night. Also, so number one, I recommend do the voting. Do the voting. It is the democracy that we all need. So you've got that. And then second, if you haven't already, check out the Mastro video that I put on there. I'm very proud of it. It covered, if you don't want to listen to 2 hours of BG and Mastro yammering on, mostly BG, then I break it down. It's 37 minutes. Yeah, it's long, but it's way shorter than 2 hours. And it also includes mockery. So you get clips and you get mockery. So you want some snark, you're getting it. I think it's a better use of your time.
Yeah, you did. You really did do a good job. I'm not just saying that. So you deserve credit where credit is due. You did a good job on that one.
That's right. At the rate we're going, I think Billy will reward us with constellations. So probably just throw them at us like ninja throwing stars. Bob Jackson says, wonder what the point of the good PR tour is for Mastro. I don't know. It's been so I'll ask the question for now, and we can think about this and maybe come back to it later. I would love to know what the specific impetus, starting with Probstein, was. Why, out of all these years in exile, in hiding, in his cave, what prompted them to suddenly, between the two of them over the last year or two, suddenly get this idea to start trying to push Mastro back into the limelight? He had been kind of just hiding, and he's been back at National. The truth is, look, what we talked about earlier is true. The hobby is forgiving, and when I say forgiving, what I really mean is people forget and don't care.
Yeah, forgetting, not forgiving.
Look, here's the thing. There's a bunch of people that know and also don't care.
Well, it's,
it's not like nobody is waiting for Mastro at the front gates of the National to get him. No one cares that much. At this point, he can walk around and just do his thing, whatever he's going to do. And that's with a lot of the hobby folk. Again, if therapist ever shows up, he can just waltz up and down.
Make him in.
Like, yeah, that's right. He can do whatever he's going to do. It's fine. I'm not worried about it. Like, here's the thing. At the end of the day, I don't care either. But it was worthwhile poking fun at the silliness that was some of his stuff. Like, it doesn't make any sense. So I was like, all right, yeah.
You don't think that big old explanations last apology sitting in the front seat of his car for a half an hour made sense? What are you, crazy? I've never seen anything make more sense in my life.
I think, Eric, that I know what's going on with Therapist.
You do? What? Please, fill me in.
I think he is out there at a golf course right now,
Mm-hmm.
trying to find the Dallas Card Show thieves. His redemption arc is that he is trying to find the Dallas Card Show thieves out in the golf courses of America. Like OJ before him.
I've heard the golf courses are the best place to find criminals that you're searching for.
So what I think is he's trying to find them so that he can bring them back as a peace offering to the hobby. He goes, forgive me for I have sinned, but I have brought you these criminals. I think that's exactly what's going on. That's what he's doing.
I have refused to pay my debts, but I have now paid my true debt to the hobby. Here are the criminals of the Dallas.
Mm-hmm. Now, the other part of it is, and at the end of the day, I know he doesn't care, but I think obviously Probstein, got flack, but it didn't really affect him one way or the other. And I think it's going to be the same with BG. But again, it's like, look, it worked to get him attention to his channel for the one video.
Right.
But what's your next trick? Like, it works once. Because it's just, like I said, in the long run, really, he didn't say anything particularly noteworthy. He gave his version of getting the Wagner, and he made his excuses, and they tried to make their justifications, but that's all that happened.
Right.
So if you try for a round two to talk about, maybe if you talk about the shill bidding thing, the stuff that got him in jail, I guess you could try that for a round two. But that's about the only other thing you can talk about that anyone might give a crap about.
Yeah, they didn't even discuss that really, huh?
He milked the goodwill, hey, here's your history as a collector for like literally an hour. That's why it killed so much. And again, every time, my favorite part is Brian Gray multiple times says, I'm going to do something I never do. I'm going to shut up. And then he proceeded to keep talking.
Yeah.
The idea was to get Mastro to talk, but then he kept talking over him.
Yeah, he can't shut up.
And I was like, look, if the whole point of this interview, if you will, is to get the man to say something, then maybe you want to lead by letting him say something.
It's not Brian's forte.
Not working for him, yeah. I don't know.
When he was in Clubhouse, I mean, he just, as soon as he had the floor, you couldn't get him off it. I mean, the guy wouldn't even take a breath to try to even interact with him. It would just be like, he'd come in, he'd find his spot, he'd start talking, and then it was a half an hour before anybody else's voice was heard.
I think it's fair.
That's
by the
back
way, if
there's
there's
50 to 100 people in the room.
I believe this. So Bob Jackson saying Brian is Brian's biggest fan. He'll tell you everything he thinks about anything, whether you're prompted to or not. So Bob, it sounds like the hobby. Brian BG is not the only person in the hobby that falls under this category.
That's true.
There's a few. We'll be men of peace, but you can read between the lines and you can figure this one out. There's a few of those, but BG is certainly one of them. Absolutely, he's definitely one of them. So anyway. So, folks, it's been good tonight. We appreciate it. We don't want to go as long as the last couple of episodes. The last couple have been creeping up a little bit. It's been a little long. But let me ask. So, is there any last thoughts or comments or anything else you want us to touch on? Or maybe that we could touch on next time that you'd like? We're always taking ideas as well for the podcast. I think I might be interested in almost going back into the grading subjectivity thing. Because I genuinely believe that is, I don't think it's a flaw because I actually like the subjectivity side of it, and we can have a discussion and debate on that. I actually think it's a feature because it allows for a little bit of interpretation. Because the problem is, and I genuinely believe this, and we can expand on this later, grading is never going to be science because it can't be. Because you've got because the eye appeal is the thing that breaks the whole thing. The moment eye appeal becomes a thing, it ruins your ability to actually have a full-fledged structure that you can use that way. And that's where I think the challenge and the frustration, I think, with grading comes in. But if you're doing it properly, I actually don't think you can ever properly systematize it, because if you do, you actually ruin your ability to account for eye appeal properly. With some cards, that's required. It's part of the draw, because then the person who's looking at it is then basically, after you've perfected your science, well, then we actually end up ignoring the grade even more, because that's your problem. We have to ignore it, because then it's just a machine trying to assign the number. Then the number means even less than it did before. So Amanda says, it's always essentially opinion. I'm a massive grade fan. Yeah. But I think my point is that I think it actually has to be. If it's anything else, you can't lock it down, because cards don't work that way. Any flaw is not created equal. Even if you see a scratch, well, that one's got a scratch, that one's got a scratch, that one's got a, but they're in different spots. They're different depths, different sizes. So just saying a scratch doesn't work. It's not automatic that way. Yeah, eye appeal also varies person to person, which I agree with that. Oh, Amanda, so before you go, obviously I don't want to drag this out anymore, but before we go, correct me if I'm wrong. I think you were planning on going live later tonight, I believe.
She
I could be
is?
mistaken. I thought so. I thought I saw that on Instagram. I could be mistaken. Correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I thought there was going to be a live.
Are you doing something tonight, Amanda, in your California time zone?
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm pretty sure there was something.
I'm not staying up and watching it, because you people out there are crazy.
Have a good night, Jeff. Thank you. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the one. I could be mistaken. Yeah, here we go. 10:30 p.m. PST, which, add 3 hours for the Eastern time zone. That's like 1:30 our time.
Yeah, I'm not doing that. I don't like
Eric will be there with bells on.
No, I don't like you that much. I am not doing that.
So there you go. That's the name for the YouTubes. So if you want to, so that's the reason I'm asking, is I wanted to make sure I mentioned it, because I was pretty sure I'd seen the Instagram post. So there it is. You can go to the YouTubes. Eric will be there with bells on. He's got nothing better to do with his life.
No, he won't.
100%.
I'll sleep.
Totally will be.
Totally won't be. I'll be sleeping.
So there's the post.
She needs to be a little more understanding to the people on this coast. She is very prejudiced to people of the West Coast
and England,
and only cares about them. And I will not support her East Coast racism.
I'm not sure that's how that works.
It is how it works tonight.
Interesting. Yeah, no worries. So if any of you late night folk, here's the thing. I will actually pop in and say hello at some point on the YouTube, because I'm up all night anyway. I'm a night owl. But for those of you who are on the West Coast, or anyone, you've got that in there. Non-sport, non-Marvel show. Eric should be there, because non-sport, she's going to show Boston Bruins cards.
No, she's not.
Says non-sport. Excited.
If she wants to get the cards I have put aside for her in this envelope, she better not say bad things about the Bruins.
Look, all I'm saying, and this is important, I want to make sure I'm clear on this. If you are a night out and you're of the late night persuasion and you do end up going to this, Eric is already committed in writing. He sent a text message. He has committed to paying for the like button on the YouTubes. If you do end up there and hit the like button, Eric will pay for it.
No, you want to go on at 1:30 in the morning because you hate East Coasters. You don't get any of my money. No.
He's paying for the like button.
Oh, God damn it.
So it is said, so it is done. There you go.
Stupid.
See, you got Bruins cards somewhere. It's fine. Works out. All right. Thank you, folks. Appreciate you. Especially those of you who hung out towards the end. I'm actually surprised how many of you were here at this portion of it. So we appreciate the portion of the episode. So that's why I wanted to make sure I mentioned it. So yeah, if you like your live streaming, hey, there's more live streaming going on. So you've got that going on and you can check that out. You have a little break and go grab a bite to eat, and then you can go watch some non-sport, non-Marvel live streaming. Think about it.
What is
Everyone's car-
non-sport, okay, so there's no Marvel cards, there's no, so the Magic cards, the
What about Eric?
He-Mans,
What about the one that Brandon was talking about? What about the monsters?
the monsters, maybe the
Yeah,
monsters.
that would count as non-sport, non-Marvel.
That would definitely be something that
That
she'd
would
be into.
qualify.
She would totally be into that.
That qualified it. Eric is committed $10 Canadian per like. Come on, name. Eric's a big spender over here. Do you have any idea how much money
that's
he's
like
spending
half a
on
penny.
chocolate sticks?
That's like half a penny.
See, name? You know what I'm talking about?
That I actually can't afford.
Name. Remember, we already talked about earlier tonight when he was trying to get that autograph for you. Between the Abbott and Costello routine, he spent $350,000 US just to get name written correctly. It took hours. It took days.
I spent that much shipping it to him.
Monster pieces last week. There you go. So they had already done that.
Told you.
Well, there you go. Either way, you can check it out. So thank you all for popping in. We appreciate you. Thank you for the folks on the West Coast. You still got time, so enjoy the rest of your Friday. And then for folks on the East Coast, it is now Saturday. And remember, we are now less than 3 weeks away from the Expo. It creeps ever closer.
Which name isn't going to, because he made up a word saying that his wife has to go do something else. He's just making up words. Oh, my wife's got a blah, blah. I mean, come on. He's just making up words now.
On vacation.
Just like she has to go to a cotillion or something, she said.
Mm-hmm. That is half his mayo budget for the year. It's true. So much money.
I just hope he has fun at the cotillion, and so he doesn't have to come to the Expo.
You know, Eric, it was funny as we've been winding down, the number of viewers has actually gone up. Maybe I should just leave them there with you, and you can just sharpen your knife for a couple hours until Amanda starts her live stream.
People are interested. Okay.
Yeah, they're like, is that idiot going to cut himself? I'm curious. I'm curious myself.
It's happened.
Yeah, I've no doubt it's happened. That I believe. Anyway, if you could hit a like button on the way out, we'd appreciate it. Otherwise, if you check it out on replay, leave a comment on any thoughts on other things that we're talking about. Do it. Just do it. Or Eric will cut himself. Or maybe if you hit enough likes, he won't cut himself or he will cut himself. Depends on your persuasion. Either way, think about it.
I do try to shave my arm. I try to get it so sharp that I could just shave my arm with it. And sometimes that goes wrong. But so far, not sharp enough yet.
I see. There you go. We'll be back to do another podcast episode that'll drop on Tuesday as well. So that'll be coming up this week. And then we'll see. If something else catches my eye, I don't know. Listen, if Big Bride does another interview, I might have to do a reaction video. I don't know. We'll see. If he finds anybody else or if he's got any more Mastro stories, we'll see what happens. But otherwise, you can check out the video. All right, folks, that's it for us. Have yourself a good night, and we will catch you in the next one.
Thanks, everybody.